I'm still alive so far. I'm all right, Cheryl. I still have 30 minutes underneath of the tornado, but whatever. Here we are. If I mute, if I leave the stream, I might have to come back in and shut it down or whatever. I hope none of that happens. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be all right, man. But they kept going off. As soon as I'd get calm, then something else would buzz or the phones were going off, and also was the sirens were too. So it kind of had me all shook up.
There's
But
the tube.
yeah.
That's the tube, the TikTok tube.
All right, let's see. Let me say hi.
Was it bath or
Great to
spaghetti?
see you. Mitch, good to see you. The Marshmallow Man. What the hell, Georgia?
What did I say? I didn't do it. I
In
swear.
Kentucky anymore. Oh, always good to see you. Echo.
This place is wiped out. This is how bad the economy is, you guys. Look at how wiped out the dollar store is.
Dang.
And I'm in a small farming community. You know why? Because that's where everybody's shopping. Yeah, everybody's shopping.
I live in a lonely farming community. Miles
Because
and
you can't afford stuff, man. I seen this one video where this one dollar store, it was like packed with people. Like it was just out, the lines were, oh, I gotta get pots too. That's right.
By the way, I thought this comment said go live in your hallway. I was like, what a rude. And I'm like, oh, go live, which is exactly what I'm doing, by the way. I'm in the freaking hall. I was like, go live in my hallway. Why is he being? And then I was like, oh, go live. I'm so dingy sometimes. My bad. That shit. It's pretty dumb.
Yeah, so this is how bad the economy is, you guys. I mean, look at this. Look, it's wiped out, you guys. Check this out.
Dang.
Yeah, because this is the reality of where we are in America. So wake the fuck up, okay? Everybody's shopping at the dollar store. Shit is just wiped out, and for me to get that Kleenex, I gotta like really reach because I'm a little teeny person. Yeah.
just climb up on the shelves, baby.
Oh, I did
You
that.
gotta step on the bottom shelf.
I did that
Great.
once, and I broke it.
Oh my gosh.
They're not that. They're
What's up,
not
Brian?
that sturdy. But this,
Lately, good to see you.
I mean, look at how wiped out this is, you guys. This is not, because nobody can afford to go to even Walmart right now. And that should be packed.
That's crazy how much the shelves are empty.
Mm-hmm. And this isn't even COVID, you guys. This is just the reality of, of course, they got lots of stuff they got to put out, but you notice it's all junk. M&M's, Peeps, Pringles, don't eat those. Ocean Spray. Yeah, so the economy is really bad. Okay. It got really uncomfortably quiet. Oh, look at that. That's a gold egg. Oh my God. But I don't do Easter. I don't do Easter eggs. I forgot. Because that's pagan.
Right.
Yep, and we are not going to do anything with Lilith. No way. Okay, yeah, look at how wiped out this guy. Like, look.
I saw this. What happened? I'm sorry. I'm missing it. I got to turn my volume up. I'm not hearing everything.
What the hell is that?
Excuse me. Pardon me.
Sorry. Okay, we'll go down by the food and see how wiped out it is.
Hear you whisper about pagan Easter eggs, baby.
Yeah, pagan Easter. Yeah, because that's all about the goddess of fertility, and that's not what it's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about Jesus rising, coming back from the dead. Not
Oh, that was
do
too funny, man. I'm sorry.
this other crazy stuff. So, did I find another dupe? No, that's a shaving gel. I don't want that one. I don't shave my face, just my legs.
Oh my God.
Oh,
I
well,
use other stuff.
yeah, I use wax.
Hi, everybody in chat. Miss
Oh
all
yeah,
y'all.
I can't even see who's in chat. Sorry guys.
I'm going to share this little short cartoon thing. It reminded me of South Park. It's not South Park. That's what it reminded me of. I thought it was funny. Let me see. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. We'll have to see
I
if
like
it works.
funny.
I did that wrong. I don't know how. That's never happened before. Hold on a second.
Never.
Oh my goodness gracious. There we go. That's better.
It's Crooked Hillary sucks big balls 47. Great, I'm in. I'm trying to find out where the attack's coming from. Dang it, they're masking their IP address. I'll have to consult X's most powerful employee. Charles, I need you to track down whoever's hacking into X. No problem, Elon. I will use my mind powers to locate them. Oh, that's it. Oh, I think I've got them. Wait. Logan, come help me rub my temples. Locating. Oh, there they are. Do you want me to teleport you to the location? That would be great, Charles. All right. Oh, it's happening. Oh, you're leaving soon. Oh! Where am I? Is this the anonymous headquarters?
Congratulations, Elon. You figured out that I'm behind the X attacks. I guess now I'm supposed to explain to you why. It's because you defunded his gay Mexican chicken fighting training camp in Afghanistan. Shut up, Maxine. You see, I was using the money delegated to my gay chicken fighting initiative to buy a yacht.
I suppose I understand. Now that I know you're behind this, will you stop?
No. Now, thanks to you, I have to pay for it without taxpayer dollars.
These are real things that people wrote from various
This is actually funny too. Might as well. It's only a minute.
websites.
I hate Jimmy Kimmel. He has squinty eyes and a gape mouth that never really closes.
Sofia Vergara has an amazing body, but the face not so much.
I find Kimmel to be the most smug, unlikable host in the late night. I don't see how anyone can stand to watch him.
Sofia Vergara has a man jaw.
Oh.
Girl is ugly and has a more annoying voice than Fran Drescher.
Jimmy Kimmel is a Charles, who isn't funny at all. Sometimes his existence made me want to kill him, literally.
Sofia Vergara. Has anyone checked for a penis?
Oh my God.
Dude, I was just gonna say that.
These are from the
For
internet.
sure, bigger than yours.
Diddy's lawyer trying to.
Oh my gosh. It's bigger than yours. That's not the best thing you can say nowadays. You might want to say something different to that. Oh Lord have mercy. Ryan Hall's on, but he's gonna scare me to death because that's what he does.
Don't watch Ryan.
I swear. Billy's co-signing that. He does have a way of making it sound scary. Oh, I can see it's right on top of me. Right on top of me. It's all red, but it won't be much longer. It's on its way. Actually, it's not. Well, it's hard to tell. He's moving it so fast.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Father, pray in peace and calm.
The closest town to me, he said, is in the clear, so that's a good sign. But it's still, oh gosh, sure don't sound like it out there. I tell you. But if it's not, we're about to be, so it's all good. Hopefully, only thing I'm worried about is losing power or internet or something like this. And I shouldn't have said that out loud. But that's the only thing I'm really worried about because I don't think we're in danger anymore. But I was scared for a minute. Oh man.
What's Kick Kick?
Tim, it's water and it's water. So if it were me, I would pick the water.
Gosh.
And then you can put it in your basket and stroll away.
I have strawberry pineapple maybe.
This ain't working.
Oh, she got a strawberry pineapple water.
What the fuck
Okay.
is that way?
Ryan Hall lied, y'all, because it's like right on top of me. It'll be gone soon though.
Why can't I can't reach that one. Here, we gotta find
You
something.
can't reach anything, lady.
I can't actually.
Okay.
Here, this is what we're
I
gonna
want you to
do.
whisper to me more about the pagan Easter eggs.
See, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you a trick here.
I'm gonna show you a
Hold
goddamn pagan Easter egg.
I'm not kidding you.
Damn yoga. I'm in one of them snarky moods tonight. I'm sorry. I can't.
Trying to
I
find-
shan't help it.
I looked on that aisle for a big whisk, and they only had the little teeny tiny ones.
Oh, see, this is what I'm looking for.
Oh. Hey, but call the manager. I'm looking for a big whisk. All they have is the little whisk. Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all hate me tonight, don't you?
I need something to grab.
What was it you said earlier? You want to hear a forecaster say it like that? What I say? This
wait.
storm isn't in the clear for a long time. That's funny. I was stressed out, but that shit was still funny. I can't remember what it was.
See, they got all the good flavors.
This is why I don't like shopping with a woman. Because I can walk in and walk right on out with all the shit that I wanted in under 3 minutes.
No, not in one of those stores.
No, but still, women, they're gonna, it's like, oh, this toothpaste is 3 cents cheaper than a, oh, and look at these scissor looking damn tongy things we got there.
Ready? Here they come. Here they come.
It's coming.
Oh, fuck.
It's gonna fall on your head, knock you out, and they're gonna have to call 991.
Look at everything laying on the floor.
Go to the kitchen section. Okay? Kitchen section, guys.
Look at all the ones you knocked over.
I got one, the one I wanted.
This is like an episode of Jackass.
See, they got all the good flavors up there. The Caribbean fruit.
I'm not having one that was on the floor, though.
You could climb on the edge of the basket, and that might help.
Oh, here they go. Got it. Oops. They're all over
Great camera work, by the way. But that's freaking hilarious, man.
the short people do it. I got it. Okay.
This is the best thing I've ever seen on the internet in my life.
Oh, wait till I do my hand puppet. I got this whole
Hand
idea for a hand puppet, and I'm gonna show you how to do some duperoonies like Nina Poole. Yeah, but it's gonna be bathroom style. Yeah, because I found some duperoonies. I've been watching Nina, and you know what? I think I found out a cheaper way to wash those makeup.
All the way down that aisle, and they turned around and went back. There's got to be more shit down here. I like.
This is the junk aisle. I don't usually get too much out of here because, yeah. Because, if you look at a lot of this stuff under a microscope, you're not going to.
Yeah, there's cameras that can see you knocking all that shit off themselves, right?
Oh, but I picked it up and I put it on the shelf, remember?
No, I didn't see that part.
Yeah, I did. Everybody else in the chat saw. Okay.
Yeah, I eat the toxic mellow wafers.
Yeah, don't eat mellow wafers. Don't eat, what is it?
They're addictive. I can't quit.
And Pringles. Pringles are really bad for you.
So I'm down
I
to 3.
love Pringles.
I'm cutting back.
They're so convenient. It's just a can, and they fall right into your hand, and it's perfect. It's not little ones and bigger ones until you crack them up.
Well, guys, I think I'm almost done, so I'm going to have to leave Mr. So I have to go back to the kitchen section because I got to put her back.
Oh my God. They extended it from 45 after to 11 now. So they're just playing with me now. Playing with my freaking emotions. I keep thinking I'm almost out of this shit and they add more time. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's not a fun topic.
I've been praying peace over y'all.
Okay, and remember, you guys.
See that? I don't want those used
Box
freaking
matches.
tongs that some lady had in the store and
That's
fondled the freaking Fruit Loops with and shit.
Box matches. Get yourself box matches.
Oh, good idea.
I'm getting a couple of them.
We all need fire.
That's right. And the thing is these are at the dollar store, and they're kind of like hit or miss. So
How much are they?
they're $1.25. But they have
Oh,
like the big box,
I'd buy 9 of them.
and the big
I
box
get
is
the big
okay. But
kitchen ones too.
I prefer these because these are more travel. You know, like these big
Right.
boxes. I mean, yeah, great. You know, by your fireplace or doing a fire pit, but if you're, like you got to bug the fuck out, this is what you want. And the thing is you can dip these in wax and then let them dry and then put them all back, in the thingy, and they'll be pretty much waterproof. They
Plus,
got
you got all those extra strips to strike them on instead of just one strip to strike them on the big box.
That's true.
I will tell you because I wigged out and bought a bunch of matches like that. And over the years, just the humidity ruined them. You couldn't strike them. So, like you said, the better you're sealing them up, they'll be fine. But mine apparently, they got mushy. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, so you gotta yeah, that's why you want to do the dip them in the wax, but it's just makes sense. And then I always go over the clearance stuff because just because you got money doesn't mean you want to spend it all. Oh, there goes the thing again.
it means you stole something, right?
That one said till midnight. They just keep extending it, but it's not that far away, I guess. Oh, my bad, y'all. How do I not do that?
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Did y'all know today is Peanut Butter and Jelly National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day?
No, it's Liberation Day, Bonnie. No, both. Sorry.
What?
It totally is, though.
we get
Liberation Day now.
From
From all this unfair trade deals.
Yeah, the tariffs kicked in today, and I'm 100% behind the tariffs. Yes, I am.
Well, I mean, it's Liberation Day according to Trump. A lot of people
Yeah,
were
I'm with it.
thinking there were new laws. It's not new laws. It's just everything going in effect. Something about 10% everywhere. It's a lot, man. Then some people have already changed what they changed their amounts and stuff. That's what it's for. It's going to end up being okay. I'm looking now to see.
It's going to be fine.
It's just going to take a long time for things to flip over to recover, just like it did during the Depression. So, and let's be realistic, you guys, it took almost 10 years. But
no, this is going to be days. This is going to be days. Things are going to be much better. All you have to do is trust your local vampire, baby, because I know what I'm talking about.
I'm leaning with Jorgen, man. I think he knows what he's doing. I really do. I don't think it's just him making all these decisions.
He knows what he's doing, man. He knows what he's doing. And if you don't understand it, then just sit back and wait, because things, within days are going to get better.
But they are, so much has already gone on, and I don't have the proper, I wish I did. I probably do somewhere where he talks about, it's long and boring, to be honest. I mean, unless you're just really dying to know the information. Like he talks about the 10% that's flat, and he talks about how other people have already changed the amounts that they were doing for it. Like that's already, like it's not the same day immediately. Some people have reacted. I mean, it's like, you ever heard you don't ever know until you ask? Like, I mean, I kind of feel like that. Like it's going to be the best Liberation Day ever. There's never been a liberation this huge ever. Nothing ever like it before. That's right.
I've never seen anything like it before.
Oh, no, that's not true. Actually, I have some stuff on that too, Jeff B. If you're here long enough, I get into it.
But you guys got to keep in mind too that to bring back all the manufacturing and all the stuff that we outsourced for the last probably 3 decades.
Yes.
We need to have investors.
5
we need
decades.
contractors.
5 decades.
We need all kinds of stuff to actually bring. We need the infrastructure. We got to build the factories. Who's paying for that shit? We got to have people.
They're already signing up and coming back in. Hyundai, all kinds of companies are.
Yeah, in Indiana, Hyundai. You're right. Indiana already has a car. Gosh, I'm losing words. I'm over here in a tornado trying to have facts. But
Has
yeah,
he
Indiana Hyundai dealership that didn't exist.
But it wasn't like, all of a sudden this magical thing of, wow, check it out. These companies are, Trump already knew that shit. He knew once he started doing what he's doing with the tariffs and everything else, these certain companies, he's already been talking to these guys, man. And they're like, fuck yeah, we'll come back if you do this. And he's like 2 months later, he does it, man. Yeah, we're coming back, man. I mean, it's not to surprise anyone.
Has he mentioned that we will not go digital?
I actually do think he's not. I don't think he signed up to do that. I don't think that I think that that's more of a global thing. And he usually tries to send things to the States, and he tries to stay away from the global stuff. But, until someone can show me that he said it, I'm pretty sure he has not said that. But I mean, if somebody's got it, I'll look at it. I'll be the first one. I'll air it. But I haven't seen that yet.
Has he said anything about the weather warfare?
Not that I've heard of, but there's so much. I mean, I feel like no matter what he does, there's always going to be something that, he's not going to. I'm in on the storm stuff too, Cola. All right, Ann. I just feel like, he'll do, no matter what he does, there's going to be something he hasn't done. But like, I think at least who knows what is going to come of all this. Trump needs to read about Missouri. Show me jobs. Show me the jobs. Digital footprint is full stream ahead.
And I'm just wondering about the things that are harming us right this moment. Just the
chemtrails,
all of everything coming out of the sky.
Hang on, guys, I gotta put you down.
Webs, the fog that was carrying the whatever.
Yeah, can I get a couple?
Jesse's trying to talk you into sneaking something.
We'll be out of here soon. Oh, wait a minute, where the fuck are my keys?
They don't even ask paper or plastic anymore.
Oh no. Where the fuck are my keys? Oh great, I just lost my keys in the fucking store. You're fucking kidding me. Oh, nope, they're right there. Look at that, right there. See?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's my life, you guys. It's always been that way. Everything's fucking really confusing. Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry. I was digging through because I just knew I had a little short video. I mean, like I said, the main reason I didn't save it in the same folder is because it is kind of long and boring, but it's better than misquoting things. Oh my God. No way. Jeff B. The only CEO that's worked for us. Yeah, I agree with that. Anyway, there's some cute picture you have.
Count the beeps.
What's up, Fortune Thought?
He's doing it too fast.
What the heck?
I hear a lot of beeps.
Mm-hmm.
Count my total.
Oh, we should have tried to guess. You're at the dollar store. Should I count every beep and see how many dollars? I didn't pay attention at the beginning. I know everything's not a dollar though. That's how they do you.
29. 30. I'm just guessing.
Oh my gosh. This is so dumb. It's only 7 seconds, y'all. I don't know if anybody's ever seen it. Let me wait till it rolls over and push pause again. I freaking love this clip of Justin Bieber when he's a kid. It's not one of the Okay, here we go with this crap. I gotta learn to like wait till I'm ready before I say anything. It takes me forever. This dumb thing. All right, let me try again. Freaking hot in here right now. It's probably just me and my nerves.
They keep going over there, so I just took everything.
A lot of people's probably seen this before. It's this chick laughs and Justin Bieber's like, I like that. He mocked her laugh, but he says he likes it. It's just like I just love this. My daughter showed me this years ago. It's just funny.
What are you doing here?
They set me up for it because I kept playing around trying to get it right at the beginning. The heck. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, this shit is so frustrating. Sometimes the clip is 7 seconds. And that's why I get so frustrated. It's so clip.
Hey, we're the last ones in the store. Yeah.
The stupid thing.
Oops.
Oh my gosh. Man. I mean, I would blame it on, and this is not groundbreaking. It's just funny. It's not anything serious. But Lord knows I'm struggling to get it on here. Try it again. Let's see. Oh, Lord. That was just really loud. I don't know what it was, but it was loud. Here we
Oh,
go.
that was the car. The car.
I like that laugh.
It gets me every time. He was just a little kid and he just said what he was thinking. It cracks me up every single time. He's so funny.
I like that laugh.
I don't know why. It just gets me. I'm sorry, y'all. I couldn't keep that to myself. It used to, I don't know. It was kind of viral, like, I don't know, forever ago. Looks like the Lego hair. It's just the way he mocks her. I like that laugh. 42. Oh, you put a guess in there?
Yeah, everybody else was guessing, so I was like, okay, $42.
We should have guessed.
But they were
Oh, no.
guessing.
That was my daughter's guy she liked so much. I also have, now he looks like real bad. There's so many. Man, I totally found a clip, 10, of what you were talking about. Riz Flex covered the whole Justin Bieber thing. I've got it somewhere. And
Oh, I like her.
I do too. I like her a lot. But and I also have one. They have an actual video where he looked pretty drugged up, and it is what it is. I don't know if he was or not. And then there's the one where he had the shipping containers and stuff, and she covered it. So,
Well, you know, they're talking about him they might be trying to put him in a conservatorship. We talked about that last night.
he might be a witness too on the Diddy stuff. Excuse me. I can't imagine he's not.
You know, he'd been diddied.
There's
You know,
every
and I'm not throwing no shade on Justin. Okay, you were a kid. I realize that, and you know, and I'm sorry that happened, but I'm glad you're trying to break your silence. We see what you're trying to do.
Well, I think he's doing the drugs to get out of I think this is it. To you know, because he's coping or trying to cope. Here we go. It's only a minute.
Last night, and his behavior and appearance is really concerning to many fans. It appears Justin was teasing new music and playing snippets of music to fans. He appears shirtless and he's singing and dancing to the music he's playing. And the comments, the reposts, his live shared on social media seem to be filled with comments from people really concerned about Justin's well-being. People saying things like it's disturbing, someone needs to check on him, as well as this man is clearly not doing okay, and many concerned that he is unwell. Whatever the case may be, I hope Justin is doing okay and can get the support he needs.
I've been the shit.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like he was very sober to me. Poor kid.
That's bad. That's sad.
Oh, so we're out of the warning and into the watch. That's a good news for me. I'm still going to chill in this hallway. I already set up shop. I don't care. I'm going to wait till all the warnings are over. I don't care. What's up, Yorga? Did you fall asleep? Uh-oh. Maybe he did.
Yorga.
He might have stepped away, I guess. And you
Who's
know,
in
that's how you know, because he was too quiet for too long. I'm like, wait a minute.
Who's in chat? I can't see chat.
There he is.
I see.
God.
Virginia! Virginia's out there.
Yeah.
I was sleeping, lady. Leave me alone.
He's probably losing because of Diddy crap. I agree, Cheryl. That's what I was thinking too. He just sold all the houses in the red state. I don't know. That's not about Diddy or about Justin though. Yeah, no, it's such a sad. I always feel sorry for Justin. I know a lot more about him because my little girl like really loved him, and I gotta admit, I took her to see the movie, and I ended up liking him a lot better too. I mean, he was talented from like 2 years old. He could already play the drums and stuff. He was a cute little kid, man.
When I went out to Hollywood in 2017, it was just me and my daughter, and we were in one of those tour things, you know. And it wasn't even on the tour, but we got stopped at a stoplight, and the guy said, "Look up that hill right there." It was like a big hill that was had a lot of vegetation on it, some trees and stuff. But behind that hill, you could see this gigantic house that was blue glass, and it looked like a turret on top that would spin around. And I know shit. He goes, "That's Justin Bieber's house." And we were like, "Really?" And he said, "Yeah, he's renting it for 60 grand a month."
Oh my
And,
goodness.
oh, it's nuts, man. I mean, it would, you know, I mean, we could, you know, I would have never even saw it if the guy didn't say, "Hey, look up that hill," you know.
Wow.
60,000 a month.
His father-in-law is a record label owner. I'm putting it wrong. Yeah, the kids always start out good and have the talent, and then they get a hold of them.
Yeah. Look at Opie Taylor. He's a freaking drug addict now.
Yeah,
No, he's not. I'm joking.
I don't know if he is or not, but
It's not. He's another one. We saw his house out there. Yeah. Ron Howard. Yeah.
I used to keep up with some of them that I really liked. That redhead, what's her name?
Which redhead?
I can't even remember any of them's names. She was in Parent Trap. She was in.
Oh, Lindsay Lohan.
Yes, her. Loved her.
I was gonna say I'm a fan.
And
I
then
still like her.
They
Go
destroyed her.
Well,
You could just see it.
she kind of came back. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, she actually did not Julie Garland, but she totally did play some other lady from Hollywood earlier, different time frame. I can't remember who it was, but that's when she kind of went off the deep end for a while. And then this is so crazy, Bonnie, but I remember this, and I don't know if a lot of people. I really wasn't into lives and stuff at the time, but she was literally, there was a video of her going up to these people and trying to take the woman away because she was just sure she was being trafficked or something. Because obviously she went down some rabbit holes and she thought she was seeing it. And she kept telling this, like, you can come, but he can't. I mean, it was on the internet. It was a thing. And I'm like, man, she was trying to do good. She had learned of some things and she might have been right, but I guess we'll never know. She come across as a crazy lady, but she totally tried to get this woman to come be with her and everything. And I just think, it's funny how they all kind of break down a little bit. There's a lot to that.
The one that makes me the saddest is, and I only know of this person because of, you know, I have kids and my kids watch TV, was Amanda, what's her name? Amanda
Bryant.
Burns or something like that.
Amanda Bynes. Yeah, she's lost it
Bynes.
too.
Yeah, I mean, she, you could tell she had the talent to take the world when she was younger. And I saw a picture of her not that long ago, and I couldn't even tell it was her.
Yeah.
With got the lips done and got, other things done, and I think piercings, and, it's just like, oh my
It's
God.
all of
I
them.
don't think it's
Miley
her.
Cyrus, the
What?
twins.
Oh, I
What'd
don't
you say,
think
Ken?
Amanda. I think they took her out, permanently, and that's just a person that's a look-alike.
Well, she doesn't even look like her, though. That's what gets
I
me.
agree. She doesn't. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, she would do these weird videos sucking on something sour or something, making all these weird faces. Yeah, Amanda Bynes.
Well, and now she's doing this like little kid art shit and putting it in galleries. Yeah, I
Well,
follow
it
a
works
lot of
for
that
her.
stuff. I just don't talk about it on because I know a lot of people aren't as interested. But Cola and I love that shit.
Oh, yeah, I love going down the crazy like rabbit holes. There's so many more. I haven't even. There's a bunch, man. They all start to intersect. All the stuff with the stars. It's really, really wild, and it's almost exhausting. Trying to think of
Cola,
some.
did you grow up with a mom that bought every week's National Enquirer?
No, I wish that would have been cool.
My mom bought every week's National Enquirer. She used to get people for, so I always followed that kind of stuff. But if I wanted like Vogue or Teen Magazine, oh hell no, I wasn't getting that. Because Mom had to get her National Enquirer because inquiring minds, they need to know.
Yeah, I don't know who's been catching. Oh, look, Agent J. Huh. I don't know who's been catching the streams of me over at 10, but the last couple times I was sharing the P. Diddy trial stuff, and I thought about sharing it, but I mean, it's been out there twice, 2 different times, and it's just what they're doing at TMZ. They've got a documentary coming on Tubi, and it's a mock trial to see what they'll do in the Diddy trial, except the one thing missing is everything. Like the witnesses aren't going to be touched. Basically, and they're bringing up race, and I might play the second one if I dig it up here after a while, where they actually use a certain, I guess, businessman from the past who did similar crimes who didn't do any time, and now it's like, oh, it's race because Diddy's black. It's like, no, that's anyways. Like I said, we over on 10s. She showed it 2 different times. We covered.
So that mock jury trial that we showed last night was
the second time they showed it on TMZ. Yeah.
But it was part of a documentary. It wasn't the actual, because I've been paid as a mock juror.
Huh. Well, yeah. If anybody wants to see it, all you got to do is go. Sorry.
And it was on a big malpractice case, and they paid me and a bunch of other people, broke us up in 2 different groups, showed us all the information, and one trial group, well, it was because of me, because I'm going, no, I'm calling bullshit on this lady, because I felt like she was, chasing an ambulance, okay? And then the other group came out for the woman, but I don't think they went in. I don't know about that. Like a documentary, yeah, that was to put that shit in your mind that, oh, it ain't gonna go that way, but is it?
It was total predictive programming on both of them. On 2 different airings, they said, oh, everybody thinks it's going to be a slam dunk. That's the exact keyword phrasing they use. They're trying to put it out there that, oh, well, but this thing won't be in there, and the minors won't be in there, and all the celeb gossip won't be in there. And it's like just kind of funny, man. I don't know, if you have to watch, like, you have to look at it from about 5 or 6 different ways, and you start to see a bigger picture. That's really freaking scary, man. No doubt. It's creepy.
Do you see how much my gas is here?
I can't do that.
That's regular gas is $4.69 still. I thought you were gonna take the lower the gas prices, Trump. I'm waiting for that. Damn. I ain't gonna pay $4.69. Screw that. Because it's gonna be more than that for me because I drive premium. That's regular. Jeez. Can't even live in America. You ain't got no savings. You ain't got no cash. Sorry. I'll shut up.
Right. No, you're good. I don't know, man. Like I said, this shit does all tie together. There's so much more too, and I have to just like take notes and write it all down because it's insane to keep up with all the different stars that end up tying in. The newest lawsuit. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my gosh. Let me just look for it real quick. I don't know who's missed this or who's gotten it. I don't see how anybody could because this shit's sensational. And it also then this ties into some other stuff that Alan Dershowitz of all people was saying. About
we knew he was dirty.
Well, he talks about how he got out of a suit and how all the real secret is that they actually know some of these allegations are false and they're letting them go on and they're not stopping them. Well, I thought, well, isn't that convenient? But then you start to think about it, and that's a good strategy to let a lot of ludicrous, insane suits go on and keep shooting them all down. And then the true ones, no one takes seriously. I was like, oh my gosh. Like I said, I've been down some rabbit holes lately, and it's like, you don't. Oh shoot! There we go. Like I said, this new
wasn't Alan Dershowitz a long time ago after the OJ trial? Didn't he used to like co-host with old Nancy Grace there?
He might have. I don't really know.
Okay, so if you remember about Mr. Old Alan Dershowitz, yeah, he left his home in that really fancy valley in California, and some crazy kid came and took his wife out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was now that, and I remember that now because the OJ thing was, and look at you guys. He gave up the sacrifice, and then boom, Dershowitz was like, people knew about him. Oh, that's so scandalous. I remember that. I remember the whole thing because Nancy was crying for the guy.
So, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm jumping backwards. I know. I jumped backwards to Alan Dershowitz. It's my fault. But like the new allegations, the shortest video I have on it is on the Breakfast Club because there's plenty of it's all over the place. But this is the shortest one, but I'm still going to have to like stop it and start it and things like this because this is the new one and it has all kinds of big names and it sounds like lies. There's all girls mentioned in this one. And it is, like I said, wouldn't it be something? They're literally intentionally letting these for sure lies out to be like, see, they're all lying. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh, Booty. All right, like I said, I'm gonna. You're. Are you in the checkerboard floor stand? Oh my god. Oh, Lord. Never mind. All right, let me show this real quick. Like I said, I'll have to bounce back and forth because it's.
Look at the floor. Isn't that?
Yeah, I know. A checkerboard floor.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in a store, you guys. It's a really old one.
Yeah.
Remember back in the day the Union 76s, they used to do all their floors like this.
I'm like, the Masons did those floors too.
Yeah, the Masons did. Yeah. Okay, but I'll get on the white square because I'm because I'm on the white side. Sorry,
user. This is a man from Florida. He is suing for.
This is the newest Diddy lawsuit, y'all. It's sensational. I don't know if it's true. Maybe it is, but it's gonna sound not true because of all the names.
Human trafficking after he alleges that Diddy strapped a penis to his face and made him parade around. Stop. Why did you clap?
I heard a good one in a minute, but I don't believe that. But continue.
Take a listen.
I heard a good story in a minute.
He strapped what? He said that he alleges that Diddy strapped a penis to his face and made him parade around a party. And he says that in this party, Jay-Z, Beyonce, LeBron, and Gloria Estefan saw him in rare form because of this. Now,
was it Halloween?
No, it was actually he claims it was a 17th birthday party that Diddy threw for his son Christian, but there's some issues with the timeline and the description of the party, but we'll get to that. Now I want to point out that Jay-Z, Beyonce, LeBron James, Gloria Estefan, and they mentioned Jacob the Jeweler in the lawsuit as well, but they're not being sued. They're just a part of the like story setup, right? So this man says that this took place in April 2015 during a B-Day party for a Christian. He says that he was drugged. He alleges he was drugged and taken to Star Island in Miami for the big party. When he got there first, he stopped at Gloria Estefan's house because there's a couple stops along the road. And when he got there, he got to this mansion. He then saw LeBron walking in a hallway in a bath towel. And he claims that LeBron looked at him and said, y'all better do something about that, because the man says that he was drugged and he was just so out of order that he looked crazy. And then the guy says he claims that he was taken to a secret tunnel in Diddy's mansion on Star Island. And
A secret tunnel to Diddy's mansion on Star Island.
Get him. I don't worry. How old is this store?
How old?
Yeah, like
Very old.
like 50 years old.
Yeah. This used to be Bill's Market.
Oh, this used to be Bill's Market, you guys. It's like over 50 years old. Sorry.
That's what I said, Jerry, as a joke, but you just never know. So yeah, now they're saying that at this point in the video, they're saying that she went from Gloria Estefan's house to some tunnels that took him to Diddy's mansion.
And at that time, he started regaining consciousness, and he looks up and he notices that Jay-Z and Beyonce are there. And he alleges that Beyonce saw him
performing.
No,
they were performing, or they was
in the party.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they saw him with the penis on his head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yes, and then he alleges that Beyonce saw him and said, "What's this? What's this all about? Why is there a half-naked man? Why is there a half-naked white man with a?" I can say the C word, right? For talk.
No.
Madness.
Lauren.
Medical, I tell you.
Oh my God! Why is there a half-naked white man with a penis mask standing here in front of me? That's what, according to him, Beyonce said.
Well, that's how she would have known if she'd been to a Diddy party.
Yeah.
That was her first time at a Diddy party. Yeah, you know.
Shut up, man. Go ahead.
Now, again, remember this is the second stop. So after this, now he's in the Diddy's mansion, and allegedly he's being paraded around with this penis mask. And he says that he was taunted and humiliated. He says that he was then stripped naked, and they put him in a small thong bikini bottom and a black leather mask with a rubber dam forcibly inserted and zipped closed over his head. He was made to wear that as well. Sounds like some sort of like sex toy. And then,
it sounds like a humiliation ritual if you've ever been down the rabbit hole. But it also sounds.
I've never been down that rabbit hole, baby.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I don't know if y'all heard that boom.
Was that lightning?
I don't know, or thunder. Sounded like it took down a tree or something, but I don't think it did. It was just really close. I don't know. Anyways, it is insane, but this is an actual lawsuit. This is really out there. And I just wonder if they're doing this on purpose. And like, I mean, hopefully this gets proved and it's actually true. And we finally stop like letting shock value make us think, or what's it called? Cognitive dissonance. Oh, this is too insane. This couldn't have happened. But maybe it really did. I mean, we really don't know.
Gloria Estefan, though.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
And
they're all involved. I bet you
supposedly, allegedly, right? Allegedly, they are.
I bet you Barbara Streisand's the top of the food chain.
Man, I don't know. I feel like I don't know how many more names, if there are very many more. But
yes, and then he says that there was a locking sex device that was put on the mask that protruded from his mouth. Y'all know, y'all got
so
that
he
visual?
was, so he was awake by this time, right?
Yeah,
He just couldn't take it off.
Yeah, he said that he was still like kind of out of it, but he had began to regain consciousness from whatever it was that he was given allegedly drugs by. So then he says that he was then degraded and he was made to do non-consensual sexual acts. Now, here's the issue with this. So the 17th birthday party, April 2015, did happen for Christian Combs, who was Diddy's son. But the way that this man describes this party, because he said it was a freak-off, this isn't consistent with the way that the freak-offs are described in all of the federal indictments. Also, too, he mentions that he saw Jay-Z and Beyonce. Jay-Z was publicly in New York on April 1st, 2015. He was at a title speaking event.
Crazy.
You needed to go look it up.
I had to look up a penis mask.
Crazy.
I don't think you had to go look that
wow.
up. That's not the internet. That's your phone album, your photo album.
That is perfect for Halloween.
Yeah.
Though.
I'm gonna tell you something. All of these civil cases are going to be the reason Diddy walks on his criminal case, because none of these civil cases sound believable
Not
anymore.
at all.
And folks are starting to get Diddy story fatigue. And when you hear so many unbelievable sounding stories, you start to question everything. So it's going to be very, very tough to find jurors who aren't biased in some way, shape, or form.
But not only that, what lawyer is taking it without doing their due diligence? Like the fact that it was easy to find out that Jay wasn't even there and was in New York during that time. That means these attorneys are not doing their due diligence and taking these cases. And like you said, this is that's gonna be the reason why people don't believe what's really going on.
Yeah.
If something is going on.
Now, spokesperson for LeBron
Oops, I'm sorry.
Told TMZ, because they broke the story, that this is false and that he doesn't even merit a report. This doesn't even merit a report response. A basic internet search shows that LeBron, what LeBron was doing on April of 2015, he was playing basketball for the Cleveland Cavaliers and was never in Miami.
Wow.
Now,
Unless he went in a tunnel and he popped back up and then he went back in the tunnel. I mean, that's what the lawsuit says. That's what they're saying in it. So it's like, didn't you read what he said? I feel like it's kind of a lot. But yeah, we don't have to play the rest. But I wanted y'all to see this is an actual real lawsuit that's being brought from him. It's crazy. This is real news. But I feel like they know, though, sometimes. I feel like yes, allegedly wildlife. I feel like they do it on purpose.
It's given, like he said, Diddy fatigue. It's like we've got Epstein fatigue. It's like, just drop this shit, man. Like,
or do it.
How long is
you know?
Yeah. How long has this been going on? I mean, I can't even remember. It's been over a year for. Diddy got put in jail. What, in October?
Yeah, I've got so much more. Like, I keep following things and they really do make a bigger picture. Like, all the things being said, this is all strategic to get him out of this. I feel like they're like, oh, and if so there's lawsuits and then there's the case that's going on in court, and it's like, well, if the case in court doesn't do well, it's going to be bad for the lawsuits, or if the lawsuits go bad, it's going to be bad for the court case. And it's just kind of funny. I feel like they just, like I said, like the TMZ stuff. And I mean, I may share it. I don't know. I don't know how long we'll be on or what we're doing, but I found it real interesting to see Billy. I'm totally in the freaking hole. It's not even a lie. But I think I'm out of the path of threat. I think it's pretty much over. They still have that stupid warning for almost another hour, a little less than an hour, but I don't believe it. I think we're out of there. Ryan Hall is going to scare me if I go over there. But yeah, there's so much. The 50 Cent is going to put out a documentary on Netflix. I don't know. I keep forgetting to say that. That's freaking hysterical. He's always going for P. Diddy. And when he does it, it's going to be good, y'all. I'm so going to watch it. He hates them. And like, I don't know, the stuff between them. Oh, the really fascinating thing. So all this stuff is alleged and a lot of it's rumors. So like when you really start following it, you wonder if you're wasting your time. You know, Billy's even called me on it. Well, then it's speculation. But so much things are speculation until they're totally fact. They're almost always speculation first, and then it gets proven. Anyways,
well,
oh my God.
50's mad at P. Diddy because 50's baby mama was working behind 50's back and doing sex parties for old Diddy because she hot, and 50 knew that, but you don't be messing around with 50's wife. If 50's wife, she nothing but a hoe. Call the popo hoe. Yeah, she hoe.
Yeah, somebody's girlfriend. I can't remember because, like I said, so much of this stuff going on at once.
I think 50 really fell in love with her, though. See, that's the thing. If it was just any old, bish, it'd be one thing. But no, he's not let up off something that happened almost 20 years ago. And I think he was head over heels in love with that woman. But that woman didn't care about 50. She cared about was the money. And
you just made me remember. Look, I know who the other girl was. This is hysterical
mama.
Too.
Yeah, he had a baby. He had a son with her. I mean, I think he literally fell in love with that woman, and she just, I think she makes gold diggers like really bad. Okay.
So Cat Williams, I think. Sorry. I just want to get it out before I forget because I totally will. Cat Williams has one of Kevin Hart's first girlfriends or wives or whatever is on tour with Cat, and like I don't know if I have
first wife. It's his
yes.
first
You
wife.
know how funny that is though. I freaking love Cat Williams so much, and Kevin Hart is so sold out. He's all in the Diddy parties all over the place. and his stuff's caving in all around him. But you know, they didn't ever really give Cat Williams a chance because he just didn't sign up for all that stuff. He's never been in a dress, and he's real loud about it. He makes sure everybody knows, because all his people that are doing better than him have all been in dresses. It's like,
all been in,
except him.
and his that first wife, him and her, they're both comedians, and they were nobodies, and they were you know, getting gigs in clubs together, like one would follow, you know, or vice versa. And they, you know, they were married, and they were struggling and stuff. And I think the old, you know, Mr. Satan came to Mr. You know, Kevin Hart dude, and said, look, meet me at the crossroads and we'll make a deal. And because she said that he went on a trip, because I watched a video of her interview, and she said that he went on a trip, came back, and was acting real weird after that. And then after that point, their relationship just literally went, you know, they got a divorce. And so she, you know, she wasn't insinuating that he took the deal, but she insinuated that something happened on that trip, and it changed him and his career overnight, and he had to cut losses with her, basically. So,
yeah.
But that's just all, you know, it was an interview, but it's still speculation, you know.
Right. Oh yeah. And that's what I'm saying about, like, I can't remember. I was getting ready to go down a rabbit hole and tell you all, because I did this, and like somewhere in it was the whole Beyonce's been talking to the feds, but it was completely alleged. But then, okay, so there's this, I cannot believe I don't have this phone call, and it's around. I'll find it. And half the people here probably heard it. But maybe not. I don't know who listens to what. There was what do you got? I don't know what you're trying to show, Tin.
Nothing. I'm gonna go get on my computer, okay? I'll come back in a minute.
Okay.
Unless you want to just boot me. Well, I've been chatty patty tonight, so sorry guys.
I don't know what that even means. Did you just make up a word? Was that a word? I don't know. Or did you make it up?
Chatty patty?
I guess. Yeah. I don't know if I know that.
Gosh. I guess that. Oh man, that just shows I was raised by a total boomer. Okay. Like a, you know, depression baby, because that's what my mom would always call me. You're just a little chatty patty today. Oh, okay, Mom.
See, I heard Chatty Cathy before.
I think that was a doll. Anyhow, I'll be back, okay?
All right. Chatty Catty, that's you. Well, thanks, Billy. Jumping in there. All right, for fun, I done made everybody back here listen to this anyway, but I'm going to do it again because I think it's hilarious. I don't know if anybody else cares, but I do. So, Jaguar Wright is everybody knows her from talking smack about everybody in Hollywood, but also she used to be, you know, Jay-Z's backup singer, so she was already like a singer and everything. Well, she just likes to go live like the rest of us, and I'll just be that bored sometimes that I will sit there and listen to her talk about God knows what, and sometimes it pays off and sometimes it don't. Sometimes she just sings like gospel songs and stuff. But sometimes there's just like a little, it was so worth it. And this was my first screen recording I've ever done. And I was afraid she'd take it down. I do believe this live is still up, but I don't know who remembers the song. There's some hoes in this house, like this old rap song, but she switched it to Trolls and made a whole song. And I just think it's hilarious. I'm going to play it real quick. It's real short anyways. Well, let me make sure it's the longest one though. It's 36 seconds. It's the longer one. Is it just her on a live stream just cutting up, I guess?
There's some trolls in this house. There's some trolls in this house. If you see them, point them out. If you see them, point them out. There's some hoes in this house. There's some trolls in this house. If you see one, point them out. If you see one, point them out. Ooh, troll, 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 troll. To the left, to the left. Ooh, troll, troll, troll. To the right, to the right. Ooh, troll, troll. Back and forth, back and forth. Oh, 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 oh. There's some trolls in it. Yeah, we got to do that one for Uncle Mike.
Oh my God, I love it. I got a shorter version in case I do get some trolls in the house, and then I'll play it. I ain't gonna play all that, but yeah, I'm gonna let Jaguar Wright sing to them if they come to troll me. But she did a couple more, but like I don't know. That's what people will call crashing out. I guess that's what she was crashing out. But I find it hysterical. And like, who did we lose? Oh, Yorga. He's sick of the Hollywood talk. Maybe, or maybe it's the internet.
Oh no.
I know. That's probably like the third time he heard that, though, in all fairness, because we were backstage and then I showed him and then you guys showed up. I showed y'all and then I showed it on a live. So he's probably about bored. But I mean, you don't understand how much of a laugh I get out of that. That chick is on, she's putting herself live. She gets there's way more people on her live stream than there are here. It's still not like a real huge audience or anything, but it's still way larger than here. And, you know, she's just in there. She's got to be high on something. Something's going on. Who does that? It gets worse. Like my other one, I played.
Wait a minute, I could do that, and I'm not high.
No, I know, but
trolls in this house. There's some hoes in this house. Get rid of the trolls in there. See,
it's pretty close. I mean, it really is. No, but it and the YouTube thing, like where I wish I knew who she's talking about. There's a certain person she's talking about that she's mad at, she's beefing with. This one's 35 seconds. It's the same thing, just her on her live stream singing. And I think it's hilarious. I laugh so hard because not only does she like change the words and make them funny and stuff, but she's like singing her heart out. Like she's really singing, like, and she's clowning. She's clowning somebody. And that makes it funnier as well.
I think I know who she's clowning.
I have no idea. I'm going to play it and then you tell me who you think it is. I think if I watch the whole thing, I could probably figure it out, but we're talking hours, like one of mine. Hold on.
And here we go. Silver gray hair, neatly combed in place. There were 4 generations of troll on her face. Now she's lying and streaming, cash apping all in these YouTube streets. Mm-hmm.
It gets me every time. She sings it like her heart depends on it.
But, okay, so she gave a clue. It was a female. Okay, so
it's a singer, an older singer, I think, that's kind of lived out there, you know, and now they're on YouTube, just like her. So it kind of makes it funny. What's up, Steel and Tree?
I think it might be the lady that that's going out. That's always covering the jailbird girl that, you know, took her mom out to lunch, you know, and she's out of jail. But if it was a male, I would think it'd be somebody else because I saw that person attack Jaguar on another stream.
Dude, I have seen her. I am too easily entertained, I suppose. I have seen her.
I thought about actually getting a hold of her a long time ago because she was going on panels, but
she's been on that one. What's the one guy? That's
I'm almost glad that I never did it because I think that was God's way of stay out of that lane. Yeah, Jay says no way.
Well, she's entertainment. There's no doubt about it. And it's funny, like, okay, when she went on Piers Morgan, which I think I have some clips of if I dig them up.
Yeah. And he ended up having to apologize the next day. And,
I don't know. Did he apologize to her? Because she said about Jay-Z and them, and then it hadn't come out yet, but then it did. Turned out to be true. Remember? Jay-Z got that 13-year-old allegation. 13-year-old girl.
He wanted some kind of an apology from Jaguar, you know, because of Beyonce and her husband, you know, got a hold of Piers Morgan that night and they were fuming, I guess. But it's funny how nobody's sued. Now, the thing is, though, Jaguar is saying a lot of stuff, but nobody's suing her, you guys. So what's up?
Exactly. Actually, I do think there's one now, but I don't know if she's going to get it, like if it's going to go through or whatever. But they went for him, but not her. I don't know, man. We'll have to see. I think she. I think
he's in the club. He's in the Red Shoe Club, and so you can't go against the big guys like that. They're probably wondering why he even thought that he could get away with that.
Right. So Billy says, where'd it go? Play what?
Jay said not gonna happen. Yep.
Right. I
Not
just
gonna happen.
those two that I played, y'all, are not the worst ones. Okay. The worst one is when she starts singing about doing it in her butt. And I'm not kidding. She actually
I
does.
play that one.
Oh, come on, 10. It's just a couple seconds. It's her. She did it, but she's literally singing this. She said I wouldn't play that one. You gotta hear it. She's just singing.
Would you sing something like that?
No, I would not. I feel like she's humiliating herself, and I think she's on drugs or something. Otherwise, why would she do all that? I'm
Okay,
telling
let's look at it. But otherwise,
it's only a couple seconds.
I think you're a.
You think what?
I think you're a higher caliber gal, lady, that you wouldn't do things like stuffing stuff in your butt and making songs about that. You know what I mean? Where when she does it, it kind of like takes her down a notch on the ladyism.
It's like she does it to herself. She is on her own live stream. She is singing these. I don't understand. But I honestly think though she'd be fun to hang out with. I think she's funny. I'm dead when I watch these. Just one time. Hold on. One time for the one time.
I said what in the butt. 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 You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt. You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt. You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt. Well, let's do it in the butt. Okay, hang bum 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 bum. Real peachy with it, you know.
You wouldn't do that.
No, but I would play
I'm not even
somebody
gonna
that
do that one because you know what? The internet's forever, and guess what? They're gonna clip it that shit, just like that was a little clip it. Okay?
Just like that is the first time I've ever screen recorded anything in my entire life because I could not believe that she was singing these songs and being so goofy and stuff. I'm like, she's on drugs. She's got to be, because why would you do this shit sober? And then I don't know. Then the thing is still up, I think. I think the entire live stream is up. Is that supposed to be music? She actually really can sing, Cheryl. I didn't do it, Cheryl. Called Jaguar weird. I just couldn't keep it to myself. Look, I know Virginia got a belly laugh out of that. That's all that matters.
You played it.
I had.
That's what they're doing.
First of all, y'all notice I played 2 out of 3, and then Billy's in the chat like, "What about what?" Egging it on because that shit's hilarious. I can't believe somebody would actually do that to themselves. It's really the thing. Like you do that to yourself. But anyways,
What?
Better.
Yeah. Internet. Remember, guys, the internet's forever. I have to
You
remind
know, that's the
myself
thing.
that too.
I felt like I was so clever because I got this screen recording and I'd never screen recorded anything in my life before. And this chick still has this live stream up. Like she has no shame. She probably oh my gosh. Hey, I didn't see what that said before I clicked it, Agent J. Anyway. I thought it was hilarious. Exactly. Exactly.
Same.
But that was her. That was, that's what she decided to do on her live stream. I mean, she was laughing too. I do think she's funny. I mean, oh yeah, this one here. Let me see if I can not screw this up.
Nicole, I apologize. I just shared you out. I'm sorry. I didn't do it when I was in the store. I apologize.
That's all right. This one is, I think this is kind of new. It's Justin Bieber. It's just 30 seconds long. But it made me feel sorry for him because I agree with what he's saying too.
Listen to what he tells you.
Thank you, JB, bro.
Why do you thank me? You're the best, bro. It's disrespectful when you thank me because I'm not asking you to be here. You know what I mean?
Okay, bro. I'm just saying thank you for everything.
Check out his attire. He's got a hoodie. He's got basketball shorts, I think, and then some type of pants underneath them basketball shorts and some socks up on top of them pants. Like he's got some extremely strange fashion clothing.
That's called metrosexual.
Oh, poor Justin.
Yeah, it is. It's a look. It's called metrosexual.
He looks like he's homeless and he's wearing everything he's got. And it's crazy because you're freaking Justin Bieber. But he's telling them how he feels right now. And I kind of felt bad for him. I'm like, man, he's poor guy.
you do for us. I'm saying I don't want you to be here. So when you thank me, it's disrespectful. Just take your pictures and let me do my thing. Okay, brother. When you thank me, it's disrespectful. I'm not thanking you for the picture. I'm thanking for everything you do for us.
Don't thank me for everything.
I don't know. I guess he doesn't want other people to think he's like calling them to be there because he doesn't want them there. I didn't think I had that many stalkers. Anyways, that made me feel bad for him. How you think she got to be Jay-Z's backup singer? The what? Oh God, I didn't think about that actually. But she says herself she was a dominatrix, and like she was in the, you know, she did things that she's not proud of or whatever. But at least she's honest. Like a lot of these people don't ever want to. They want to act like they never did anything wrong. She's like, oh yeah, I did some wrong stuff. But
I agree, Echo. Hoodie, skirt, leggings, like a girl.
Man, I can't believe I ran Yorga off.
Did you?
I mean, I don't know. Man. I feel like the what's came after he left, didn't they? Oh man. I like the what's came after he left.
Oh, that's sorry.
Echoing somewhere, yeah.
That was me. Sorry.
You're fine. I know he's dealing with the kitty cat too, and that's a lot, but
Well, maybe Virginia wants to come up or Jay. Jay, what are you doing?
yeah, he left a little bit ago. I put it in Telegram because I just, try not to.
Well, he might be getting that bad weather too.
Right.
So, because you guys, I mean, you're not real close in proximity, but you are kind of, I'm far away from where you guys live. Shit, I'm almost in Canada. Yeah.
Well, I actually have a more serious thing somewhere in here, and it's gonna, we can't watch the whole thing. We watch parts of it or whatever. I gotta see if I can find it. I found it actually really interesting. It's something Canada's going. Oh, Nala. She was digging into it.
Yeah, she was pissed the other day. I had something on her.
I'm not sure. But she gets into a lot of different stuff, man. Like she went into the Harvey Weinstein a little bit, which was kind of shocking. But when you really listen to her, she makes a whole lot of good points. But this is more about RFK Jr. and his dad and stuff that was in the Epstein's, or not the Epstein. I'm so sorry. In the JFK files that nobody else is talking about. Not that I've heard anyhow. And, she talks a little bit about the Kennedy curse. And everything, but she says she thinks it's more like them watching into it, following all the family members and stuff because I don't know, because they can, because she believes that they put the hit on the one. And so do a lot of people. And they hid and covered up things that are in the files, but for some reason, like mainstream media anyway, isn't covering it. People like Gary Franchini that I do watch and things like this. I haven't heard him talk about this type of what she's talking about here. So anyways, I'll throw it on for a minute. Usher also did a Super Bowl halftime show. I wonder what he was ushering in. Usher went to Flavor Camp with Diddy and all that. That's the other, thanks, Watt. That's the other tie-in. Like they all tie in together some which way or another. It's really creepy when you look into it. I've repented. Oh my gosh. All right, let me show you a little bit of this. Like I said, it's long and there's different parts have different, different stuff in them, but I think you'll it's worth it's not celebrity, but it's a little more serious, I think.
Cult and hypnosis. Well, the official story, which we now know is just simply not true or never thought were true if you were like me, is that Lee Oswald Harvey shot JFK. And then he said he didn't shoot him. But then before, of course, we could hear from Lee Oswald Harvey, there was a guy named Jacob Rubenstein who shot Lee Oswald Harvey. And nobody really knew why he did that, right? The Warren Commission, why did he do that? Well, we learned from this book that he was MK Ultra'd while awaiting trial. Now, in case you don't
The Chaos book. I have not read it, but I definitely want to now.
know what MK Ultra is, even with all the majority of the documents having been destroyed by the CIA, what was actually left over is so shocking to understand that they were using hypnosis. And what they were trying to do was to see if they could create a truth serum. They were trying to see if they could implant ideas into people's minds as another component of it. And they were also trying to see if they could give people a cocktail of drugs that would just make them go crazy. So they wouldn't even know what they did. So if you were Jacob Rubenstein and you were a part of this assassination squad or a part of the day they're planning to kill him, and you think that you're in the in crowd and then they want to turn on you, they can give you a concoction of drugs and they can make you crazy. You won't remember anything. And a person who was leading those experiments was a psychiatrist named Dr. Jolly West. He was a part of this obsession with trying to see whether or not they could give people mental conditions. And so what he discovers is that Dr. Jolly West paid Jacob Rubenstein a visit in prison before he was due to see the judge. I'm
So
going to
the-
read directly from his book. This is
Yeah. So the guy that killed him, sitting in jail, about to meet with the judge, and the psychiatrist goes to visit with him. And this is out of this book that I haven't read yet, but I'm certainly looking into now. And she's about to read like about a paragraph out of this book about
page
it.
343, just this one little paragraph. After John F. Kennedy was assassinated in November of 1963, West psychiatrically examined Jack Ruby, who had murdered Kennedy's assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, not long before Ruby was due to testify for the Warren Commission. West examined him alone in his jail cell. He emerged to report that Ruby had suffered an acute psychotic break. Sure enough, Ruby's testimony before the commission succeeded only in making him sound unhinged. He could never fully explain why he decided to kill Oswald. Fascinating. A cocktail of drugs that can make people crazy. This kind of makes you think about Britney Spears, makes you think about what Kanye was trying to say they tried to do to him when he was put on a Psych 5150 hold. It opens a lot. Let's stay focused on the Kennedys because that's what we're here to talk about.
She goes on to talk about RFK, didn't believe it was just Oswald. And then they talk about how RFK starts to be a thing and then he gets killed. Let's see, where's that? Where are we at? We'll jump to that part real quick about, like I said, about the time that RFK, the first RFK was doing well and potentially going to have a political career. This happened. She talks about, let's see if I can get it there. Maybe.
These presidential primaries, those of you that were not alive, like I was not alive during this. And he had just won the states of South Dakota and California.
RFK.
On June 5th, he is addressing his campaign supporters at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. Okay. He concludes his remarks. He exits the stage and the security begins escorting him through the back kitchen when suddenly, you're not going to believe this, it's so perfect, an anti-Zionist Palestinian walks up and shoots him and he dies. He's declared dead at the Good Samaritan Hospital the next day, 25 hours later. Perfect. That is, oh my gosh, these Palestinians, you just cannot control them.
Ever wondered what your home looks like from space? Enter your address and get a 360-degree satellite.
Except that story doesn't appear to be entirely true either. By the way, not even RFK Jr., we're not in conspiracy land, not even RFK Jr., who visited Saran, the person who they say shot him, the Palestinian who they say shot and killed him in prison, RFK Jr. visited him. He doesn't even believe that story. Okay, this is the Washington Post. Who killed Bobby Kennedy? His son, RFK Jr., doesn't believe that it was Saran. You would have thought, by the way, that we would have all heard about this back in 2016. But we didn't, or at least I didn't, unless maybe I was under a rock. But even the people who were present when he was shot testified that Saran didn't kill him. But
so yeah, it goes. So first we talk about all the different things that they can do to your mind and potentially turn you into being, to doing something like this. Then we talk about the psychiatrist going to see him before he's declared insane on that in the JFK part. But then they go on to talk about RFK's death and all the information and evidence in the LAPD and all the corruption there, which is really, really a lot. Let's see, about 2 more minutes. If I just jump ahead just a little bit, it goes on to talk about, there's this guy, Paul Shred, that was actually shot with RFK and he apologizes because of all the different times that they've tried to get, and it's a long, statement of him apologizing and saying he should have said something sooner, but it takes up a lot of time. So instead of play that part, I'll just play like this minute part later that talks about the documents in the LAPD and all the things that they that they did know but didn't tell us and never have. And still the news hasn't reported on. But Candace Owens will tell us. That's the crazier part for me. Bless her heart. Because I don't know. Somebody should say something.
The back of his body or the back of his jacket's right shoulder. These are documents from the LAPD, the Los Angeles Police Department, that reveal the LAPD misconduct in the police investigation of the Robert Kennedy murder. They detail evidence that was destroyed while Saron's appeal was still pending, as well as a photograph that was
Saron is the one that is sitting there in jail.
Acknowledged by the LAPD to be effective rebuttal, but was withheld from the defense team. Indeed, the LAPD and the LA County District Attorney knew 2 hours after the shooting of Senator Kennedy that he was shot by a second gunman, and they had conclusive evidence that Saron could not and did not do it. The official records show the prosecution at Saron's trial never had one witness. They had no physical nor ballistic evidence to prove that Saron shot Bob Kennedy. Evidence locked up for 20 years shows that the LAPD destroyed physical evidence and hid ballistic evidence exonerating Saron, and covered up conclusive evidence that a second gunman fatally wounded Robert Kennedy.
And I see this. Let me see. She's married. And I know that, and I have heard that. But the thing is, she's still covered. Maybe she has a separate agenda. Maybe that there's a reason that she wants to tell certain things she wants to tell. But I don't know. I feel like that a lot of other people should be covering it. And like I said, the whole taking up for Harvey Weinstein kind of blew my mind. That really did. But when you really listen to what she's saying, she makes a lot of sense. You don't even want her to be making sense, but she does. Guys, when I was young, watched old Westerns and said the news. Yeah, that means you're old. That means you're officially old with them. I'm there too. I'm over here watching Jaguar Wright sit there and sing to her phone and go crazy in front of my eyes because it's like watching a train wreck. You can't look away. But there is, they talk about this. She goes on this rant about the LAPD lying about the Manson murders and all the different things, and the 91-year-old, because that's who eventually, I think that's the Paul Schrader guy who comes out and says, yeah, I'm sure they are, Virginia, comes out and says that he feels bad that he never came forward sooner because this guy's sitting in jail for something he knows it wasn't possible for him to have done. But it sure took him a long time. But yeah, everybody's muted. I might as well just find that spot and play it real quick. It's just a couple minutes anyhow. And then I'll be done with Candace Owens here.
I texted you.
Oh, shoot. All right. I'll get to it. I'm going to put this on and
put it
read
in
it.
private if it's easy.
That's all right. I'll just look right now whenever I get this going, maybe. Oh, look. See, I don't know how sometimes it's already
Thank you.
been.
That concludes my remarks. Now, for those of us who are a part of the book club and those of us who have read Chaos, to hear him speak about the corruption of the LAPD, and we have understood that the CIA was involved with the LAPD just by understanding how much the public was lied to about the Manson murders and knowing that all this was happening at the same time. This book, Charles Manson, the CIA and the Secret History of the 60s, it's insane because all of these pieces are just starting to come together. And then it makes you wonder who would have, if this man is to be believed, and it's very difficult to believe that a 91-year-old would make all of this up. Why? What would be his reason? He was literally shot by Saron and is taking a stand and saying that this is ridiculous and that this has become political and that there was corruption and that actually this guy was just supposed to be the person who was blamed. Very similar to what we are learning about the JFK shooting. Get one guy who you're supposed to put the blame on. And how did that guy get crazy? Oh, I'm going to guess he was probably MK Ultra, Saron. But how perfect the story. Anti-Zionist Palestinian kills beloved Kennedy. Kennedy curse, guys? Nah, I'm thinking more like Operation Every Kennedy. Operation Keep Tabs on every member of this important political family always and forever. And one way to do that, if you wanted to keep tabs on every member of this family, would be to render them impotent with drug addiction, sex addictions, fueling their addictions and keeping tabs on them. Learning what they're doing while they're high, right? Again, I am pulling this from everything I have learned about the 60s, everything that I have learned while looking at all of these case files pertaining to the Kennedys. And curiously enough,
all right, I'm going to change the speed back to just barely. And she's about to go ahead.
Too.
Well, that's what she's about to do is play this clip of RFK talking about how he got drugs offered to him and his first time on drugs and how it started. Some stranger gave it to him. And here, I'll just play it real quick.
RFK Jr. speaking about that.
when I was 15 years old, I never even drank coffee. And I went to that summer, the summer after my dad died, I went to a party for an elder brother of a friend of mine. I was hitchhiking home from that party, and an older boy picked me up, and who I knew, but not that well. And he offered me some LSD. And I had never taken any kind of drug before. I had a trip that was probably 10 hours, and I had a great time. And I ended up going into town and, just having a great time. But by the morning time, I was crashing. I was walking home and getting darker and darker, 3 miles from town back to my house. And just before I got to my house, I saw some older boys in the woods. I went in there to see what they were doing, and I told them I was crashing on the acid. And they said, here, try some of this. And I had been telling myself, I'm never going to do this again, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they said, try some of this. And it was crystal meth. And I took a snort of it, and I felt great. And that incident was the template for my addiction over the next 14 years.
I would love to know who exactly those families were, who exactly those boys were, who were applying him with drugs. It would just be interesting to know those facts. Anyways, as I told you on.
I agree. I'd like to know too, because it does seem like they're setting them up and putting them in these situations and things. Just random people. Here, have this. Here, have that. Like, man. It's the tripping, honey. What does that mean? I must have missed something from before that. Mad honey. You guys know what that is? My mom had me chewing coffee grounds as a little girl. We're under attack by the MOC. But yeah, I don't know. I know that people say she's opposition or controlled opposition or what, but it is funny to me that she covers things other people don't. And I'm interested in a lot of the things, even the Harvey Weinstein. I mean, like I said, look, the guy's not a great guy. It's obvious. And there's a lot of I guess it's just my opinion, but like so many people want to be in Hollywood so bad they'll do anything. And those people would gladly trade sex with a gross guy like Harvey Weinstein to be there. And then I think some of those people change their minds. I know that sounds terrible, but how do we know? How do we know the difference? And that's kind of what she's digging into. This girl says she was assaulted by him, but she continuously reaches back out to him and gets other job opportunities from him and asks for favors and gets trips paid for by him. So it's like, I don't know, at a certain point, you know what I mean? You guys are just muted, leaving me hanging. And I would be talking about something sensitive, but that's my opinion. Like, it's strange to me. And I do know there's a certain kind of Stockholm thing where you can, create a relationship with an abuser or whatever, but to what degree, at a certain point, you got to be some responsibility. A lot of these girls know what they're doing. But anyways, let me just stop talking about that sensitive topic. While you guys are so silent. That's just my opinion, though. I don't either. Or we is. But there's also information about the Crossfire hurricane. A lot of people were unsure what that even was about. And I really, according to some of this information, it may be information that proves that the election was stolen. And that's not real loud either. The clip I have about that is, I think it's Benny Johnson. But I'm looking now to see, because I think it's interesting information. And, people, I don't know, our algorithms attract what we're interested in. So there's no mistake when they sent this to me that I was going to enjoy it and dig into it. No, this one's just funny, though. This is about not what I was talking about, but it's really funny about the Diddy situation. So, well, to me it was, because it's like funny in the way that it's just true. This is totally not what I was looking. This is my ADHD at work, because this is not what I was looking for, but it's funny.
His lawyer's name
I might be mispronouncing it, but I'm pretty sure it's Anthony Rico, which is one of the most insane last names to have while not wanting to represent Diddy at all. That would be like your lawyer's name being Danny Murder, and he's like, I can't be next to you, though. That's wild that I can't be over here. And so, he filed a motion so that he could quit, and in the motion, he says, under no circumstances can I continue. Woof. Under no circumstances can I continue. This man's paying you millions of dollars. Under no circumstances can I continue. And then they you ask, hey, why can't you continue? And he said, hey, look, I'm not gonna give you any reasons, okay? People are asking him, I'm not gonna give you any reasons, okay? Because that would violate attorney-client privilege, which I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the law. I don't know many laws at all. But that sounds very guilty to me. That sounds wildly guilty. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the law. That sounds very guilty. It feels like when you're saying, hey, why are you quitting? Because I have to. Why? I can't tell you it would violate attorney-client privilege. Just that sounds like he did it then. That sounds like he did everything then. And the thing that's special about this particular lawyer, Anthony Rico, saying under no circumstances can I continue, is that this guy was Osama bin Laden's lawyer. And it's like that. Sir, what did he do? What did he do to make you, who defended Osama bin Laden, who defended Osama bin Laden in 2001, peak Osama? If there was ever a time where the heat was on Osama bin Laden, it was 2001. And you were right there, like my client. But Diddy, you were Diddy's lawyer. And you were like, you know what? Terrorism is one thing.
All right, guys, let me give you a little scenario. Let's say you took your...
I haven't went into that one yet. That's a whole nother world day. Oh, my bad. I wasn't in here. What's up, Virginia?
Hey.
That was pretty funny, huh?
Well, I was kind of loading up, so I missed the beginning of what that was about. My bad.
No, Diddy's lawyer quitting on him.
Oh, Diddy's lawyer. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Ha.
It's funny, but also it's kind of sad because they're making all these jokes, like how bad does it have to be for him to quit? But also, it actually, the lawyer quitting actually made a couple cases have to drop, and it actually benefited him, I feel like, unless it was a different lawyer. There's so much going on. I might have that mixed up for a different one, but I'm pretty sure that made a couple cases have to drop because the lawyer was gone,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's a lot going on.
Something, well, I saw the same. It was a different clip or whatever, but one of Diddy's lawyers was like, I'm out. I can't, there's too much going on here. I don't know if it was conflict of interest or Doc P says he saw the tapes. I'm not sure what it was, but I did see that. It's kind of interesting.
It really makes him sound guilty, but I'm telling you, these documentaries on TMZ and things like this, they are so trying to get him out. They're trying to say, oh, well, this and oh, well, that. They're trying to make it look like he's going to get out of this. And I really don't know. They're probably going to pay the jurors or something. They probably already know he's probably not going to do any time or not any time, but not as much as you would think.
Okay. So let's say that he is actually an informant, right? Well, maybe they're kind of doing predictive programming where we're not mad that he doesn't get tons of time and all this stuff, right? But what if he gives him as much as he can? And maybe he's not, I don't know where he physically is. None of us know. We're told he's in prison. He could be in a very protected spot or something, right?
Or not even in prison, for sure. That's exactly. And they're not showing cameras in the courtroom.
What if they're softening us all up for when he gets off for being an informant?
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I'm afraid of. I don't. You were over there at least one of the days over at 10 when I was showing those, and I thought about it, but it's like, man, you talk about reheating the nachos. We already talked about it. It's just the short and the long of it is they're presenting it as, oh, look, we already did a jury. This is what's probably going to happen. Hey, it's not a slam dunk, y'all. Hey, did you know this? Did you know there won't be any minors in here? Did you know the celebrity news won't? It's like all the things, all the reasons why he might walk. And then the last one, the one I did, I'm sorry, the one I almost considered playing was because they actually found, and I'm like, damn, TMZ is doing the work of the lawyers for them. Because they're like, hey, look at this guy. He did all these crimes and he didn't do any time, but he was white, though. They're trying to bring race into it now. Like any layer that they bring into it, it's OJ. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, the white jurors and the black jurors had different responses. Right. Oh my God, this is what TMZ is literally cramming down. And like I said, anybody that wants to watch it, to be in his defense or something, the Diddy in his own defense or in his defense. And I haven't even watched it because I know it's going to be a bunch of, predictive programming, but I am going to just to see how Bundy. Anyway,
I'm wondering if they're trying to get out in front of this and make taint the jury.
Oh yeah,
and it's gonna be the reverse possibly of the OJ trial, and they kind of want that because it seems like they're trying to start a race war right now.
Ooh,
and if Diddy was to get, I don't know, guys. Like, I feel like it's upside down with this one. It's a reverse.
It's the same jail that Epstein got Epsteined in. You know what I mean? There's just so many freaking coincidences.
That's freaking weird for sure. The same jail that Epstein got Epsteined. But
I keep messing up.
But remember, a lot of California burned down that night after the OJ, the verdict. And Rodney King that truck driver got.
But Rodney King, all that shit, yeah.
Yep. And I think that's what they kind of want.
At the same time, Tin, I think you bring up a really good point. Is they are absolutely trying to cause division as much as possible. So what if it did go the other way? And that's a very good angle to look at, frankly. Yep.
I think that's what those stupid documentaries are set up for. They're softening the blow. It's predictive programming, but I don't know.
And then when it comes out that he is guilty, they're gonna go, "What? But we thought from the documentary." Oh, I'm angry now. And I don't know. I'm seeing something different here.
Okay, but are the documentaries making him look innocent? I haven't watched. I've seen a little bit. There was one on like Making Diddy or something like that. But have they been?
I'm gonna look something up for you, just because it's not the actual documentary. It is they're talking about it and they show clips from it, but I'm gonna watch it. I mean, I just know what I'm in for. I can tell by the previews, like they put it in there for you. So this wasn't
from what you've seen so far in documentary type style things. Do you think they're making excuses for him?
Oh yeah. The race reason, yes, they're trying to explain, even though he probably, all these bad things, these things won't be involved, this won't be involved. Oh, there's going to be race involved. Did you know this white dude did the same thing and he didn't do time? That's what I'm getting at. I'm looking for that specific one. But I just don't know. It's been a minute. I'll find it because I get stubborn with the shit. But it has
they show mock jury trials.
It's all funny to me.
Right.
That doesn't seem normal because, like I said, I've been paid to be a mock juror in a medical malpractice case, and I'm the one that threw it in my group because I'm like, no, guys, I'm in the medical field here, and I'm feeling like she's like, chasing ambulances here, okay? But they didn't bring any of that out. They don't bring out the mock juries.
Right. I got this. I think
they don't do that.
I don't
like that too.
Oh, come on.
I didn't sign the paper.
Right.
We have a new one out right now on Tubi. It is called The Downfall of Diddy. his defense.
So I was totally wrong. Downfall of Diddy, his defense on Tubi, probably free.
Where we are exploring what is going to be his strategy when this trial begins in just a couple of months. And one thing that is very clear from all the defense
Cola,
experts that
did
we
you
spoke-
notice that the
Not a slam
defense?
dunk. Sorry,
the
go ahead.
The defense part, if you roll that back, if you notice, look at the font and how big that, in his defense. They're literally
Yeah.
trying to plant a seed into people with that font and
And
how
this
hard
is the second time that they've had it. That each time that's all they're doing. You can totally use all these things. The first thing I couldn't believe it when I saw it. So yeah, I agree. It's all intentional, and this is the second time. And I bet you they do it again.
For this documentary, race will absolutely be
Oh,
a
right.
big factor
See,
in how they
he
present this
just
case
planted
and
that
the facts
seed.
that they
No, it
present,
shouldn't.
the facts that they're going to lay out to the jury.
Race has got nothing
So
to do
here
with
is just
this.
a little clip
I agree.
of some very renowned defense attorneys we spoke to and why this is, and his attorneys have already said.
Okay, we're talking the defense attorneys now, but they also show the jury. And the funny thing about it, Virginia, is that they show them a couple of their documentaries, both about their defense and the prosecution. It's just documentaries. They never see the witnesses on the stand. There's so much these court proceedings that aren't going to be seen by these mock juries, but yet we're still supposed to care what their opinions are and consider
Right.
them critical, even though they haven't seen. It's crazy. It's all a show, man. The shit I saw
That's
right there.
fucking wild.
I agree. This is the
So
second
when
time.
is the real
May, first week of
court
May.
date?
It's coming,
Like
man. I
May?
can't wait. And it probably won't be televised. I have a short 1 minute one on that. I'm totally digging in an old folder because I took this over to 10 because, I found it to be, I still think it's interesting. I feel like I'm totally reheating the nachos, but oh well, we'll reheat them together. I just want you to see.
Well, and this
Isn't
whole
there girls? I'm sorry.
What's that?
Isn't there girls coming out? That's how this all started. Was
Cassie, I think.
People who had been whatever was done, didn't they come out and speak? And weren't they black also? Or why are they saying race will be the major
It doesn't.
factor?
You'll see. I'm telling you, TMZ is doing the job of the attorneys for the attorneys. They're going to bring up, and it makes me wonder.
and you notice who brought it up. It wasn't the white guy. It was the other guy.
They totally have a black
literally-
juror. Yeah,
Yep.
he's the one that presents race as a problem, and it's just I don't think it makes a lot of sense. But they do bring up. They're going to. I believe I hope it's this one about this other case, and it's like this guy didn't do time, and he's white, and Diddy's black, so it's crazy talk. But I mean but it's not all that crazy because whoever this guy they're talking about, yeah, he should have done jail time too, but that doesn't mean Diddy should walk. Go back and get that guy. I mean, here. Anyways, let me just go
Well,
ahead.
one of his male escorts that was interviewed, and I saw the interview, and he's no longer with us. He said that he was at the parties with Cassie and Diddy, and he was hired for that. And he went to the police, and they were interviewing him in a police department, and then all of a sudden the guy disappears.
Right. Well, are you talking about
He
the
was
Aaron
white.
guy?
He was white.
Huh. There's a guy named Aaron. I got a clip on that too, where he's just missing in action, and that would he's in the same problem that Diddy is, and if they can't find him, he can't testify. So it might actually help Diddy if he stays quote unquote missing, or maybe he's like missing, like never to be found again. But that's a whole different. I'm veering off here. I want to get this clip over with real quick. Maybe I can't get it. There we go.
Some stuff where they're alluded to race and the fact that they feel they're going after Diddy just because he is a rich, a very successful black man.
Oh, yeah, that's why. It's not all the terrible things he did. It's because he's black. Like, whatever. I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Yeah, and
It
then
goes
nothing
deeper
to
than
do with
that,
the
and
baby
here
oil.
is,
Right. No baby oil, no celebs. It's because he's black. It's crazy talk.
what you can expect when this trial begins.
Race permeates everything in the criminal justice system, period, end of story.
Race is tremendously important in this case, and anybody that pretends otherwise is either kidding themselves or just not being honest.
Do you think the defense can point to the case of Elliot Spitzer, who was the governor of New York, who paid $80,000 to prostitutes across state lines. He was not prosecuted. And this is the same U.S. Attorney's Office that is now prosecuting Diddy. So the argument they would make is, what's really the difference other than one guy is black and one guy is white?
I think it's a great argument. If I'm the defense lawyer, I'm making the same argument.
See, they're all on his side right now. And it's like, it you can't see through. And this is the second one. The first one tried different angles. Like I said, no, everybody's heard stories about minors, but there's none of that in this case. People have heard stories about celebrities. None of those either. Well, what the hell is in this case? Like, it's kind of crazy. There might be a little bit more. Let's see what else. I think it may be relevant.
Argument.
The government's not beyond propaganda, public relations. Let's face it, that's their business. They're better at it than anyone. I really do believe the government's not beyond exploiting race when it's convenient for them. And just looking at the situation, I think that's what we're looking at.
And you know, whether you agree with that or not, first off, Mark Garagos, his daughter is one of the attorneys for Diddy.
So
one of the folks that you interview there, so which gives you some insight on where they may be going.
I'm guessing he probably knows something about where they're going to go.
But what you guys did in this fascinating documentary, which I recommend to people, and again, I don't work here, so I'm just saying this objectively, it's really good. You brought together this mock trial of mock jurors who watched this whole thing play out, and it was a diverse jury, and you could.
They watched this whole thing except for every single witness, anything the lawyers may say, what the judge rules, you know, everything else though. They did not, it's just kind of dumb that they act like this is even close to the real thing, but it's all a play. I feel like.
Feel the race argument playing out in real time
setting up,
among the jury. And a lot of the black jurors reacted differently than some of the white jurors did, which was really fascinating to see.
It really is why jury selection in this case is everything, as it is in many cases. But here where you have a case that is going to be somewhat fought on the grounds of race, juries are important. Now, it is certainly not the case that all black jurors are going to go one way and all white jurors are going to go another way. And there are very highly paid jury consultants that are going to be helping both sides to pick those jurors that are best suited for their case. But there's always compromise in jury selection. You're going to get some people you don't like on both sides. And obviously that's favors the defense because they only need one juror to go their way in order to avoid a conviction. But jury selection is everything here, because I also, in that documentary, Alex, that you were mentioning, you know, there are a couple juries there who were just simply not going to see it the way the prosecutors wanted. And when the actual jury comes on, it's prosecutor's job in jury selection to avoid those jurors.
Yeah, this is, like you said, Jason, jury selection will be everything here. And look, we're not going to give it all away here, but the jury, you know, they heard all the facts. And as you said, Alex, race clearly was something that some of them were thinking about. They did reach a verdict on all 3 counts that Diddy is facing. It's not the slam dunk. If based on this, let's just say that this case may not be the
slam dunk is the trigger word. I heard it in both of the days apart airings of TMZ. They kept saying it's not a slam dunk. Like, what is that? A trigger? Is that the MK Ultra?
the slam dunk
It
that
kinda
it
is.
appears to be to the public right now, because
It must be. Do you say it twice? You know what I mean? To say it twice, it must be something. These guys, I'm not falling for your shit.
really most of what we heard is what the prosecutors have laid out in the indictment. We know obviously the charges. We know what they're going after him for. You don't know necessarily exactly how it's going to be defended, and this is going to be a very.
And it'll be interesting to see if there's a black prosecutor on this case. Although, as we saw in the OJ case, that doesn't necessarily mean that race is not going to be a factor.
Indeed.
Got to bring up OJ. Got to bring up OJ. Oh. Anyways, that's enough of that. I wasn't even planning on showing it because, like I said, we already did this once this week over on. Speaking of, I think I have Billy. You're in the house. Will you put 10TV2's link in the chat for her show? Well, I'm reheating her nachos. The least I can do is put her link out there.
You know.
We totally did this, and we did both of them. That one and the other one, and that's why I didn't plan on it. It's like, man, you know,
but we didn't get to talk about it or discuss it as much. So we got to give you more time. We got to give everybody more time for their segment.
Thanks, Billy.
So, yeah. I'm
Oh,
thinking
man.
like 15 minutes or more, or 20 maybe.
Man, I don't know. Like I always, like I said, my thing is, and on anyone else's stream, I get a little nervous. I'm like, I don't want to mess anybody's stuff up. You know what I mean? When I'm here, I can screw up if I want to. I can be dumb. I can play Jaguar Wright singing the god awful song. But when I'm other places, I just get nervous. I just don't want to, you know, like it's hard for me
You're fine. You're
to find the right stuff to like put on there.
For YouTube, this is about what is in your mind, like what you're looking at in the whole scheme of things. And we're here for it. Like, you know what I mean? Everybody's
Right.
here in your living room, so to speak.
This time, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't worry about it here because, you know,
We'll
so
roll with
what?
it. Don't apologize. Roll with it. And it really does connect. Like,
oh, thanks, Billy. He got you too, Bonnie. That's what's up.
Nice.
Virginia, I would put yours, but you don't really go live. So
I don't do anything. There's no need to put my channel. I really don't. I really don't do anything. But this does all like connect together, and the racial thing is what I keep hearing over and over, because they've got to divide and conquer. They got to break us all apart in various ways, and you know, you can use gender and sexuality. You can use race. You can use class warfare. You can use name it. That's all I got right this second. But and depending on which corner you look, there's going to be some divisive tool being used. So I think that's where putting it in context comes in. You know, like, we're seeing the extremes of all these divisive topics. And just remember, they're trying to tear us down, y'all. They're trying to tear us down.
Oh, for sure.
We might not agree with every race or every sexual gender pyramid rainbow thing, or, you know, the oligarchs or any of that. But I guarantee the silent majority, we're all pretty much on a workable spectrum within each other, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But that race thing keeps getting pushed big time, dude. And I agree. That's one thing. If they can get back control of that, because honestly, it's pretty much done. Race wars are pretty much done.
Yes.
White, black, the way it was years ago, it's already over. They're trying to reignite that with everything they've got.
Just and like these younger generations, they didn't buy the millennials and the Gen Ysers and Zers. They don't look at color. It's the Gen Xers and the baby boomers. And I think, like Virginia said, I think that's kind of past now. We don't look at people in color. You just look at them and go, hey, that's a nice guy, or, oh, look at that motherfucker, you know?
Right.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point, Cheryl. I agree with that. And so, I don't know. We were talking about earlier. I was saying all the things that are speculated but aren't actually proven. And then, oh, we lost 10, and she was there, and now she'll be back. All the things that were speculated and how they're not actually proven, you know. But they start out speculated always and usually end up proven. What's up, Romano? And one of the things I noticed was the whole thing with the supposedly there's some video that got leaked that had to do with Jay-Z and Beyonce. And I've got this, I was saying there was this phone call that was talking in code, and he says something like, let's, you know, if he doesn't do what I like, then drop that new Netflix documentary. Well, obviously P. Diddy doesn't actually have, first of all, the documentary's on Tubi, if you didn't know. But like, he's saying that in code because he means that sex tape that I got on these people, or Smex tape, or whatever. It's my channel. I'll say it. Oh, well. Yeah. But then, you know, it's hard to do that. I do it on accident sometimes. It's like, come on, like,
it's all good. Cute. Schmex.
That's what I'm trying to say, but it'll come out sometimes. And then I've actually said, well, what's the point now? But all right, just for practice. But I think that's threatening in this tape. It's only a minute long, so it won't take a bunch of time or anything. But I just ran it. I'm looking. It's funny. I'll look for something else, and I will run into some other stuff. I'm like, yeah, let's talk about this real quick, because I really was earlier. I didn't even think I had it saved easily to find. But I think he's threatening with that because he's mad because you saw Jay-Z isn't really saying anything in his defense or doing anything. And Kanye, oh man, it's just so funny, actually. But yeah, this is a leaked phone call. Everybody's probably had a piece of it at least, or if not, here you go. I think that he's saying
none of this nonsense and nothing over the phone. I'm gonna need you to get rid of all the leftover pizza boxes.
I don't even want to, that shit's terrifying to think what he means by that. We've all heard the pizza stuff, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the threat, which I think he made good on.
The what? All the boxes left over from the pizza. All the boxes. Okay. Make sure you recycle the plastic like you talked about. Yeah. Did Jay reach out yet? Nah, Pop. He ghosted. Yeah.
Did Jay reach out yet? No, he ghosted. And that's what I think I think that's why I think there's a tape of him or Beyonce or both, and that he put it out because of this. Because just listen.
Watch. This motherfucker doing.
You heard him?
I'm in here.
Jay-Z reach out.
You about to get out on bail. No,
he's
hey, yo,
not.
check this out. Need you to reach out to the producer. Let these motherfuckers know there's a release date for that new Netflix movie. All right, Pop. It's been crazy right now.
You heard him? That's a threat. You know, he's talking about something he got on audio, on the video, right? Yeah. Let him laugh now. We're going to laugh.
Yeah. And I think that's absolutely what he was talking about right there. Oh, Jay-Z doesn't want to help. He doesn't want to be all right. Well, I'm going to put this tape out of him. Like, sure sounded like that to me. Netflix documentary. You know, it's not actually Netflix, but it's some shit. That's what I think.
Yeah.
But once again, that's speculation. I don't really know that. I mean, he's literally talking in code.
Okay,
But
so
we've all heard.
I got a weird one. Oh my God, this is a bad one. Okay,
What?
so remember when Beaver just put out the cryptic Instagram with the container?
I have a video of that. If you want to see it, I can look it up. It will take me a minute, but I
Now,
can
do
find
you
it.
guys remember about a year ago or more when there was a big ship up by Vancouver Island and all the containers fell off? What if the pizza boxes were the containers?
I mean, the pizza is definitely something.
The pizza and the hot dogs are the chitlins.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so the pizza boxes might be
The containers.
containers.
That's actually really.
And why would Beaver just do this just recently and then take it down within 10 minutes? And everybody's like, oh, what do you do that?
I'm totally looking for that, actually. It's going to take me, but I'll get it. I'll get
And
it
then
together.
recycle the plastic. Now, what does that supposed to mean?
It sounds terrifying. I don't even want to speculate because that's going to be awful. But the reason I wanted to share this so badly is because you were talking about it and I hadn't seen it. And now I've seen it. So I know exactly what you were saying. And Riz Flex covered it. At least I hope this is it right here.
But we've had a lot of ships lose their containers within the last couple years in supposed storms. And I remember that big one up by Vancouver because there's like a whole shipload of them. Like they had pictures of them falling off the boat during the storm. I got the most weirdest thoughts, you guys, okay? Because I'm old and I don't put anything past any of these motherfuckers anymore, you know? Okay.
Well, this is exactly what you were talking about him with his Instagram. And she breaks it down and shows it too. So this is exactly what you were talking about. And I just found this just a little bit before I started. I was so happy to find this.
After his yummy promotion on his Instagram. I there's something
Yummy
up.
promotion on Instagram. I mean, I got to admit, I don't get too absorbed in the Bieber because I'm not too into the celebrity culture. But all of it's concerning, right? Like just the fact.
Did
You
she
know,
already do it?
You know, I'm taking care of my nieces, and I don't want them to look at that. Like,
How do I get her on our show?
Okay, wait a minute. I think I messed up.
darkness in that arena, even if
I think
you
it's a
don't
little
get
bit
into the
further
child
back.
stuff, I mean, people constantly having to alter their bodies.
Yeah, I'd love to see Red Flex anywhere. But here we go. I was it's at the end of it, not the beginning.
Go like in the midst of all this happening, a random picture of his baby
Yep.
in front of this big flat screen TV of shipping containers, right? Like
This is exactly what she was talking to me about, and I had no idea. Like he
Pizza
took it down.
boxes. Pizza
What's that?
Pizza boxes.
Could be.
Those must be the pizza boxes. And yeah, wildlife, they've lied to us all our lives that I think the moon is made out of possibly cheese. I don't know. You know, they've been lying to us.
ain't no joke. Like, well, I don't know why he puts these two together in an image, but he does for some reason. And he says, "I got anger issues too, but I want to grow and not react so much." Like that's the title. And then he shows a picture of him as a baby.
Oh, look at how cute he was.
He was the cutest
This is a
kid
very bizarre
ever.
post. It's about a week ago we posted this. And I just think it's cryptic because given how much
It is cryptic.
fame that this dude has, it just kind of
What do you think about the Biebs? Do you think that the Diddy and the rest of them did the bad thing to him? Because that's what Suge Knight's saying. But I don't necessarily trust Suge Knight. But at the
I
same
do-
time, you do know about Flavor Camp and you do know about Usher.
Where Usher went.
Too, right?
You know the song "Yummy" that he was promoting years ago.
With
you
the
can
pizza?
still, to this day, scroll down on Justin Bieber's Instagram. It's very far down. It'll take you like 10 minutes, but you can do it. And look to when he was promoting that song "Yummy," and it was just pictures of babies. Pictures of babies with Yummy for weeks. It's so weird. It's so weird. And the music video, you know, it's, I don't know. I can't unsee it after his Yummy promotion on his Instagram. And there's something
Yummy
up.
promotion on Instagram. I mean, I got to admit,
That's pretty much all they talk about that. But yeah, it's exactly what you were saying. The shipping containers picture, he posted it, he took it down, but people screenshot that shit. You can't get away with that anymore. If you post it, it's there forever somewhere.
So now we got to go back and figure out when. So I think it was October. Was it this last October that Diddy went into jail? And then go and look at the recent, you know, accidents with some of these big container ships and stuff. I don't know, guys, but that to me, that look, it's right in your face. You know, a pizza.
Uh-oh. It says device is not connected. Oh. I'm sure she'll be back.
Come back.
She was literally in the middle of a sentence there. Speaking of containers, what's Navy Vet got? Oh, here she is.
Oh, they're pissed. We broke the code, guys. They just knocked me off. Yeah, we got you. We got
I just emailed it to
We
you.
know now.
The one.
That Navy Vet's doing.
Yeah.
See, there's more stuff. See that Riz Flex there? I know I think I'm boring everybody with all the stuff, but there's more in that Riz Flex about the Virginia Gurfey, or however you say her name, but she also has another last name. You know, the one that got hit by a bus supposedly, and the original witness and all that. Yeah, they're talking about that in there. But like I said, I think I'm boring
I think
everybody.
we broke the code, you guys. I literally, we did it right here on Cola's TV tonight. We broke the code. Yeah, oh, now the container ships are the pizza boxes. Ooh, guess what? This is gonna go viral, and you're gonna see it on other channels really soon because
Man.
they heard it here first on Cola TV. Yeah.
Literally, though, that was definitely a coded phone call. There's no doubt. And that's not, I feel like that isn't the only one. Sometimes I wonder how much of it could be AI and stuff. You just don't ever know. But I definitely heard him talking about pizza boxes. That's just weird. And then, but what I got about it was him saying, oh, I'm going to release. He got mad. First, he asked about Jay-Z. And then when he didn't hear what he liked, he goes, oh, well, I got a new release coming out on Netflix. Like, if you, there's no way he's not talking about some incriminating, and then, like I said, all speculation though, that people are saying that I have it somewhere on some freaking gossip video somewhere where they're saying that, that this stuff is, man, I'm losing my train of thought. It's just too much with the Beyonce. She's been in talked to by the feds and all this stuff, just tying into a big circle. What it happens is I read the chat and I start thinking about what's in the chat, and then I lose my original train of thought. And I'm hoping that Mary Freeland is the only one buffering and that it's not everyone buffering. But then Marshmallow Man says no buffering here. So I think we're good.
Well,
but
there's a lot of power outages right now.
Oh my gosh. I'm so lucky. Are you trying to pull this up? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I'm yellow. I'm here.
Yeah, so Mississippi's got a little over 10,000. Arkansas's got a little over 24,000. Missouri's got 13,000. Tennessee 20,000 out. 34,000 out in Kentucky. 40,000 out in Ohio. Indiana's getting hit. They've got 180 plus customers outage. 120 in Michigan and upper Michigan. Yeah, so between upper and lower Michigan, 120. So that must be where all that weather was coming through.
Oh my gosh, what I am looking at this Navy Vet, that video I give you goosebumps. Oh my God, I don't know how to do this. I don't know, man. Unless if you can pull that up, 10, I didn't even know you could do that. You see where Navy Vet put in the chat? I use my phone to look at it, but then I can't put it on here. It's freaking me out because it's aerial
Yeah, but
view.
you know I gotta screen it.
You can
what's
put
that?
it up as long as you mute it.
Okay. It's freaking me out.
Navy Vet. Let me see if I can get it.
In the comments. Or okay. Well, it's terrible. I mean, oh, we lost her. It's my fault. Device is not connected. I see you still, but it says device is not connected. It's
Y'all
totally
remember all the container ships off the coast of California?
Mm-hmm.
And then the ones that were stuck in the canal?
Yes, I remember that. Like, I will not forget. Why? What's up?
They
Do you
never would
remember?
tell us what was in them, would they?
And I've always thought that because they never tell us. So you start to really think it and you start hearing things. It's in a lawsuit, Bonnie. I don't know if I said this to you. Somebody says and alleges that they were told by Diddy Incorporated, well, if you don't act right, I'll just put you in a shipping container and you'll never be seen again. What the F? And then somebody, 10, was it Agent J or somebody said that there's a shipping plant like right next to Diddy. I'm like, oh, well, how convenient.
Oh yeah, because a lot of those celebrities are on Star Island, which is right off of the coast.
That's
of
where they said
Florida.
that tunnel, that new allegation. That's what they said. They went from Gloria Stefan's house through some tunnels to Star Island where they saw LeBron and freaking Beyonce. I hate to laugh, but it's like it probably is fake news, but we don't know. How would we
If
know?
Navy Vet can redrop that, he's got like a bunch of dots and something else, and my fingers can't grab it on my phone. So Navy Vet, if you could just drop that link, then I can grab it and I can grab it.
I emailed it to Cola.
Oh, okay, because I can't grab it with my fat fingers right now on my phone. Oh, I cannot believe it. We cracked the code on those pizza boxes. Yeah. Oh, good. He did grab. Thank you, Name of it.
Yeah, I saw it on my phone, but I did not. My daughter camped in her bathtub a little bit.
Well, we could play it, but the thing is you'd have to mute it because it's playing
okay.
the sound of silence, and you definitely get a copyright, But if you play it because he's not really talking, he's just showing you. He's zooming in on something. Yeah, it's got the
It's something, all right.
He's
Yeah,
doing,
it's
yeah,
scary.
it's something we want to see. So if you can,
Well, it is kind of darker, Cheryl. I mean, it's about as equally dark. It's not much, but it is what it is. If it's true and it's real. These comments say a guy went there. By the way, I don't know about y'all, but every video I watch, the comments always make it. They're always better than the video. It always makes you learn so much in the comments. This one says, a guy went there and it was on TT. A homeless guy didn't it at all. There's tunnel entrances there. It could be used for it could be a yard for cars. There's a hole cut in the fence. The tractors are there. He knows what's going on there, but this is what he did to bring attention to it. Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if Navy Vet made it with the music, that's safe to play.
Here, she's got it here. Is it muted or do I need to do it?
I got it muted because I'm afraid because I don't want you to get in YouTube school. You're too new of a streamer. I'm trying to prevent all that for you.
Right. Thank you. Well, and if it happens,
So
it
he's
happens.
showing San Diego and the tip
Can you
of
put on
Baja.
closed captioning?
Pardon me?
Would that help? Closed captioning? Oh, I don't know if you're moving this or if this is something I just.
Oh
worked
yeah,
with.
it's just doing the song.
Oh, okay.
So what he's doing is he's zooming in. Okay, let's go back because this was in San Diego at the tip of Baja. And this is where that area where they were writing help. And there was shipping containers and a whole bunch of weird just
Yeah, I saw those.
Something's got to be going on underneath this for this person. I mean, you're gonna tell me that you're gonna spend the day just going to this little area here. See that Trafico? Like you're gonna spend the day every day going out and just laying junk around, so it just happens to say. Now I can't see what that Fermandos Dio. What is that? That's Spanish.
Well, Wildlife sent me a short too.
Worry about it. Is it that, or is it like
It's actually really good. Here, it's really short. If you want to, or I can see, the only thing, it takes me twice as long. I could eventually, or I could send it to you, 10. It actually is really good. It's a lady explaining about it. It's only like a minute or so long. Thanks, Watt. But I forwarded it to you, 10, if you want to, if it's easy enough. So what I usually do is I save it to whatever playlist, but then I have trouble. It doesn't want to show up right away. Like, because I'm on my laptop, I'll do it on my phone. And even when I refresh sometimes it just takes like 5 or 10 minutes. And that's why if you want to share it, you can. You don't have to, but oh, here's another one. One of these days I'm going to get better at it. That's what I really need to do. It's just figure out how to work.
It'll don't worry, it'll take you a while.
Oh my gosh. Billy says that looks like something I would do if I worked at a scrapyard, just to see it on Google Maps. I could see that.
Okay, let me turn the sound up for this one. Sorry, guys. Here we go.
There's the help sign. You see all those?
Oh,
helps?
this one guy. He puts that.
Is that guy
yeah,
named
he
Jose?
sends
Yes.
us
Okay, that's what they told me too.
Yeah, that's Jose.
So there's a guy named Jose who just keeps putting help.
Always, yes, he does that.
And is Jose here?
He's not here, but he's always like on that side of, like under the bridge, like.
And he's just messes around.
Always writes that down. Yes, all the time.
The reason people are probably coming today is because they put it online.
Yeah, no, he's the one that puts it all the time. I'm not, but he puts it all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, he writes it everywhere. I don't know if you see it everywhere.
Yeah, there's like help and then a bunch of stuff in Spanish.
Yeah,
and,
he puts it. That's supposedly human trafficking.
yeah, human trafficking. That's what everybody's saying online, is that they're worried about it. Is it that, or is it like a prank? I guess
we don't know. I mean, he just always, for some reason, it's been years that he's been doing it.
Yeah, it's been on. Google Maps shows it.
Yeah, but we, really, I don't know.
Yeah.
He just always writes that down.
Yeah.
For what reason?
Yeah.
I do not know.
No,
But
I don't. Yeah.
Come on.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good one. There's the help sign. You see all those?
I don't know. She seems sketch. Like she was paid to come out and, like.
I mean, you just never know, I guess, but it definitely
went off the camera as fast as she could.
Yeah.
Right.
And she made sure to say the human smackaging, and if she wasn't worried about that, she most likely, it's usually the people that are doing the dirty deeds that are screaming the loudest about it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
At least
I mean, it could be a combo of both. Someone crying for help, but also kind of playing a prank, but then also kind of revealing a spot, like a mixture of that. Because those environments there, they got nothing to lose, yet everything to lose. They'll go for it. And I think there's a happy medium there. I don't think she was pretending as much as playing up to the cameras. I don't think she was hired as much as like playing up to that. They have a weird desire to do that. But I could see someone on meth for 36 hours writing all those signs out right there in that sketch ass area simply because he knows it'll cause chaos. So I think it's somewhere in between. Probably a marker. We know these things are happening, so definitely a marker. A person actually crying for help. I think crying for others, like kind of.
It's always on the islands, though, right? Like it seems like there's a lot coming out about islands. Is it just me? Wristflex did something on that a little.
LA?
I know we were changing hands on who owns some of the islands.
Did you know that Japan just found 7,000 islands. Oh yeah.
Huh.
They just happened to find yeah, this year.
Just woke up one day and there's a couple islands I didn't know about. It's a weird little world.
Who knew? Who knew?
Are any of them for sale?
Sorry.
What'd you say, Bonnie? I'm sorry. I thought I heard Bonnie. I still didn't hear you, Bonnie. I'm so sorry.
Any of the islands for sale that they just found?
Are they? Are you asking if they are for sale? The ones they just found?
Yes.
I mean, somebody's got to own them, and if they don't, I don't know how they're gonna. That's a good question.
think they've always been there. I just think they've been cloaked from the Google Maps or the map. Yeah, I think because I think we have the technology to cloak things now. I really do, because there was this Japanese guy where he showed a piece of fabric and this woman was standing there. He put it in front of her and then she looks like she's gone. But we know she was there because we could see the bottom of her legs.
I've seen that.
Right.
What do you guys think about that Virginia girl getting hit by the bus? You know much about it? I got a little
Jeffrey or Jeffrey
Here.
or whatever.
Yeah, no, it would be good. Yeah, I got a little. It's the same. I went to the end for the Justin Bieber stuff. At the beginning, she talks about it right here. Nala. Oh my gosh. Let's see how this goes.
Posted on her social media that she had 4 days to live a couple days ago. And now today, all mainstream media is starting to say that she's walking back her claims. To me, it's a very deceptive title. I was sent this today and people were saying to me, wow, this is going to discredit all of the Epstein victims. This is going to like elites get away with their crimes. Like how could she do this and lie to the media? But I don't see anywhere in this article that she walked back her claim. I searched all day long. I went on her social media. I don't see anywhere that she walked back her claims. I think she's still standing by the fact that she only has 4 days to live. Firm white.
She also goes into though what's even I didn't know anything about former U.S. attorney that was found dead at 43, and what her job title was and why you can only speculate why she died so young. I'll put that on real quick if the dog won't. There's too many dogs and there's 2 little ones and 1 big one, and they try to kill each other. And sometimes with the storms and everything, it's just everything's up. And I'm not in the hallway anymore, at least.
Indictments, prosecutions, trials. So
Can I add in? Yeah, if they are going back and looking into these files, we can't unnotice the fact this former U.S. attorney.
The files, she meant Virginia, whatever. She's got 2 last names. But that's what she meant by going back into those files. The new administration, hopefully.
In the Eastern District of Virginia was found dead recently. You know that Jessica Aber girl?
Yes.
So she was in charge of prosecuting child crimes right outside of DC, right around the DC area. And she resigned, and then just a couple months later, she's found dead. Okay. And she was working on prosecuting feds. So here's one. A former FDIC attorney was sentenced after exploiting niños. And there's another former FBI contractor charged.
I like how she does that. She calls them niños instead of kids.
Charged with exploitation offenses. Jessica Aber, this U.S. attorney in Virginia, was in charge of that, and she just passed away. And knowing that not all of the victims are being prosecuted in New York, right? Like there has to be some in the DC area from the little E ring. Her job is prosecuting child crimes.
We already know the names of many.
Okay, come on, Nala, quit. I'm going to jump ahead again to about Prince Andrews and Epstein, because that part was pretty interesting.
That this gets pierced is that Prince Andrew was the UK arms dealer. And yes, Epstein absolutely working with Israeli intelligence, but also U.S. intelligence, right? We have the FBI document, but it's well before that. Epstein was an arms dealer. He was facilitating all of these arms transactions. And when you get to that level, you're getting into billions and billions and billions of dollars for decades and decades. And you're getting into the industry of war and death. And they really, really don't want that part come out.
I do think that through.
They also go on and they talk about how technically she got paid by the Daily Mail because, and news stories do pay you when you talk sometimes. And then, go ahead.
Was he saying Epstein was the arms deal?
That's what he was saying. And Prince Andrews somehow.
Yeah, somehow mixed up with it. Wow.
Yeah. It's insane when you really, that's why I end up listening to Jaguar Wright freaking out in real time because my brain needs a break from the serious stuff. Hold on. Let me see what we got. One more time. You can't tell me, Virginia, you weren't here. Are you here, Virginia? Uh-oh.
Yes.
Maybe she do it. Okay. Because I don't want to do it if you're not. One of these.
No, I am here.
Okay.
I said what in the butt. 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 You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt. You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt. You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt. Well, let's do it in the butt. Okay. Hey, boom, 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 boom. Real peachy with it, peachy.
That chick is losing her mind in real time. I love it. I'm sorry. You weren't up here. I knew you would get a kick out of that.
Can you hear me?
What is it? Yes.
Am I here?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Earlier I was like, yes, I'm here. And then you were like, are you here? And I was like, shit. So I'm not here, So my was amazing.
In and out.
That was very nice.
Can you imagine though? Can you imagine? Like, I feel so sorry for her. She sang with Jay-Z.
Oh, no.
Like in Jay-Z's prime. She was the backup singer to Jay-Z, and now she's online doing that. But I really want some trolls to mess one more time, and then I'm done. I swear. I've just got to do it one more time.
There's some trolls in this house. There's some trolls in this house. If you see them, point them out. If you see them, point them out. There's some hoes in this house. There's some trolls in this house. If you see one, point them out. If you see one, point them out. Ooh, troll, 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 troll.
That's actually way longer too. Like she goes on to the left, to the right. She makes a whole song out of it, and I was just there for it.
Like that's freaking living.
Can you imagine though? Bless her heart. I feel sorry for her. Like
what that reminds me of?
Who?
The bad one. Maybe I can't remember the name of it. And the little old granny was she was spiritual. She had on
oh my gosh, are you talking about with Sandra Bullock
down there? Yes, started.
It was Betty White, wasn't it? Playing the grandmother. That was so funny.
Doing the chanting. They were in Alaska or somewhere.
Do you remember that, Virginia? Or 10? Ten doesn't watch a lot of movies, but man,
I think it was Proposal, wasn't it?
Yes, it was The Proposal. Yes, that was a good movie. I really liked it. I hated finding out
that was.
Yes, and I know exactly what you're talking about. She's out there doing that, and Sandra Bullock's like, to the windows, to the walls. She starts singing and starts twerking because she's trying to do whatever the grandma's doing. That was so funny. Yes, but it was funny then. Like it's funny with her, but we're like laughing at her, not with her. It's sad, I feel bad for her, but I also think she'd be fun to hang out with. Like I feel like she knows how to have a good time. She's laughing all the time when she does all that stuff. She's laughing in between it. She's making a joke.
Are you talking about Betty White or Sandra Bullock?
I was actually talking about Jaguar Wright again.
Oh, Jaguar Wright. Shit. Sorry, I keep cutting out, and I was like, what?
I'm sorry.
Into my head. Jaguar Wright. Yeah, I bet she would be fun for sure. Yeah.
She's kind of a little crazy and stuff. Hello, trolls in the house. I'm saying as soon as I can't wait because I'm gonna have Jaguar Wright sing to my trolls for me. She's gonna sing them out the chat. No, I don't know. That's what she's singing about. Okay, one more and I swear I'm done. This only reason it's the last one where she is making fun of somebody she doesn't like that used to be a singer too, and she's like talking shit about them because they're on YouTube, but. It can't just be me where you like hear a funny song and you just like change the words up a little and it's kind of funny, like some Weird Al kind of stuff. But she just did it live in front of everybody. But everybody's done this before, made up their little songs. And she sings it with her whole heart. Like she's like on Broadway when she does it.
And here we go. Silver gray hair, neatly combed in place. There were 4 generations of troll on her face. Now she's lying and streaming, cash shopping all in these YouTube streets. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. She just cracks me up. And that's not even the weirdest thing she's done, for real. Like, you can't hardly look away. Oh, we lost Virginia. I don't know. I feel like the internet isn't her friend sometimes. And I can't believe I have mine. Like, I should be the one to have issues, but it's about calming down now. And my daughter is in Louisville, and she was messaging me just a bit ago that she's safe, and they did spend some time in the tub and all that. Good. Links about the Help Sing in California. The Help Sing.
Virginia, come back.
Virginia, come back.
I'm so sorry. I apologize, dude.
You're all right.
So funny. I was going over to the YouTube chat to say, because you were about to play that song, I was about to type in the chat, if I could rickroll you right now, I would. And it's funny because the universe stopped me from typing that. But if you know, you know. If I could rickroll you right now, I would.
You know what's so funny about that is that actually happened. Like, I don't know where the clip is, and there's no way I'm finding it right now, but I played it once. I think you might not have been there. You may have been in chat. I mean, it really happened, and it was embarrassing. They tried to delete it, but like Robert Gouveia said, the internet's forever, guys. It was the Republicans, and they like, oh, here's the rest of the Epstein files, and did a Rickroll. Like, that shit happened. I'm like, oh,
it's pretty
God.
funny. Yeah,
it's funny, but you're also like, God, guys, that's just not the
Yes, just got rickrolled. I think that was 10. Was that 10?
Yeah,
she
it was.
was. Yeah, she was.
But you notice I cut it because I don't want you to get a copyright. So
right, yeah,
gotta do 10
They'll get
seconds
you on
or
that.
less.
But yeah, it's a lot of stuff. But I don't know. I take too long to do stuff, and I put it off to the last minute, and then I run out of time. There was stuff with that tied into Busta Rhymes, and it just keeps going. There's like so many other names that tied. Kevin Hart, and he might be getting a divorce from his wife, Nala. But I don't know. Like, I feel like Kevin Hart's on that list. I feel like it's his reaction to being asked about Diddy. You know what I mean? Sometimes that gives them away more than anything. The way that they react, like.
Well, remember the whole thing with Diddy saying, "Yeah, we used to wrestle over the frosted flakes," and Kevin Hart's like, "Don't say that."
Nope, that was with Usher because Usher lived with him as a kid at the flavor camp. Same thing they did to Bieber. Like I said, it all ties together in some weird kind of unhappy way. You know them. I didn't know this. Mary J. Blige. Go ahead.
Oh, just saying goodnight to Lisa Anderson.
Oh, okay. I didn't know Mary J. Blige was messing with a young guy, and he came out and talked about it. Like, it's a thing. Like,
oh yeah, she a cougar.
You would not think. I mean, but under 18, like she's cougar's a nicer term for a pedo because
I was
under 18. Nice. You were, yeah. If he was older, if he was in his 20s or something, I would say that. But like, yeah, it was, and he didn't mind. Of course, it's Mary J. But it's just weird. You would just never think that, but it's part of the story, man.
Well, I think the intersection with all the legal stuff, the intersection is when you look at the parties all these people are at, there are politicians and musicians and Hollywood people and whatever. So you start to like weave together, put the dots together of the larger scheme going on here. Because it doesn't seem like the Diddy thing is connected to Epstein, but it actually is.
I
You know,
agree. It is.
it's a
I
very
agree.
small web, you know.
The politicians interweave in both places for sure, and even some of Hollywood, of course.
Yep.
I
Oh,
agree.
Hugh Hefner.
Oh,
I
God.
think he was.
And Les Wexner. Everybody forgets about Les Wexner. They say that I heard a rumor that he was lovers. Whoever that guy was, that it may have been Les Wexner or it might have been another person who gave Epstein like ridiculous control of like money and accounts and like.
Yeah.
And well, they say that the rumor is that they may have been gay lovers and that he had tapes on them, so he had to forget. Hey, maybe they were, man, because then they tied into Abercrombie and Finch and all that. That was an escort thing with the men. It's some crazy stuff. It does.
Wexner owned a lot of different chains, and if I remember right, Victoria's Secret is under that umbrella of his too. And the thing is what better place to schmeck's racking, right, is in the fashion industry, because these models are going from country to country, you know, right under your nose kind of deal. I mean, it makes
They
sense.
are the people being sold. You know, the models that get the good contracts are the women on the casting couches and freaking buying their way on. It kind of makes me sad.
And then the yacht girls. I learned about the yacht girl.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a thing with that. But this is one real quick clip. Actually, it's Riz again. I thought I was done with her, but this shows how, so like the Daily Mail is like one of the what's the word I'm looking for? You know, like
propaganda network.
One of the people's, the news or whatever, you know. But here's them with Maxwell, and it shows you like, oh well, you got to think about who, like we talk about TMZ, like they always have their angle because who's paying them and things like this. This is her Riz Flex again, showing how close Maxwell was with them, and so of course they're going to spin it there.
Daily Mail. Let's pull up that beautiful image. Who is that? Is that Maxwell about to make out with the editor of the Daily Mail?
Wait, isn't that the Atlantic? Is it the blonde woman? I can't see.
No. Jordy Greig. He was an editor for the Daily Mail. Here he is about to make out with little Jizzy. Now, I wouldn't be surprised that any Daily Mail article would be twisted in favor of little Jizzy because her dad was a huge part of British media. We all already know that. Huge part of British media. Little Jizzy herself is very involved with.
I do not like her nickname for Ghislaine, little Jizzy.
That's what I call her too, is Jizz.
It sounds nasty though. I guess it's intentional.
Yeah, it's intentional.
Media.
Robert Maxwell, spy.
Where'd you go?
The Russians. He
Oh,
is
wow.
a spy for the Israelis. In fact, Seymour Hersh, many years ago, broke the story.
Wait,
that
hold up. Before you get to the best part. So this boat that Robert Maxwell, little Jizzy's dad, owned, called Lady Ghislaine. Here
Yep.
it is. Guess who purchased it from Robert Maxwell?
I know who. Adnan Khashoggi.
Anna Murdoch.
Wait, are you sure about that?
I issue 9. It's right here on the screen. Wikipedia. Look up the dancing hair boat. The boat that was freaking called little. It was named after Little Jizzy. And Anna Murdoch purchased it. That is the reason I'm showing this, is because it shows you how connected the media is at the top. They want you to believe that these are two opposing fighters in the media. Like, oh, you got the liberal media, you got the conservative media, and they hate each other. No, they're besties behind the scenes. They're doing business deals. They're selling each other billion-dollar boats. They're licking each other's faces behind the scenes at these parties. Like, little Anna.
But I do think there's a difference between like the mainstreams, left and the right, and then our little bitty news on the internet. You know, like I don't know, Tucker Carlson, for example, or who's the one guy? What's his name that I like? Gary Franchini. He's getting White House passes. You know, that's different than like the big ones like Fox. Because I mean, I guess we can't even trust Fox anymore if you're listening to that. It's crazy. They also went on, I'm not going to play it, but they did go on and talked about Cappy, Isaac Cappy, and he was talking about Seth Green and being at a dinner, and there was like a wall that there was a special room for kids, and he like apparently was telling them that he was into kids, Cappy, before he died and all that, because you know he told on a lot of people. And then some about going to card games with Dane Cook, and there was a picture there with Dane Cook and his future wife, who was only 16 in the picture, and they're like,
And
"Well,
where is Dane Cook? Like he was
on the internet doing live streams." Like
he
Go
came
ahead.
out of nowhere, and then he's this big thing for a long time with the millennials. Because my daughter like went to see his show, and now where is he?
Mm-hmm. He's on YouTube again. I literally saw it and I couldn't believe it. I was thinking to myself,
But why
some of the
isn't he
people I know, he's not getting any attention as much. He's trying to promote himself because, like I said, I know people that
He
get
got
more
called out by Cappy. That's why.
I guess so.
That's funny.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
And too many people believe what Cappy was saying.
And it might be true. They were saying basically like that his wife was in this. I mean, it's on here. I can go look. I can pull it up. That his wife at the time of this picture that they had was 16 years old. And then, of course, they did get married. But at the time, he's in this picture with her. Let me find it. It's right here.
It's in the car, right?
This is in a house. In a picture, basically. No, it's a bunch of people. It's like it's like a gathering of some kind of gathering or whatever. All right, this is a little early, but it's close enough. Here we go. I wasn't planning on it, but since whatever. Oh,
And then the other kind of weird thing that we talked about, and it's on air as well, is that he used to go to card games with Seth Green and that entourage, and they used to go with Dane Cook, right? And I think we've talked about this maybe a couple years ago on your show. But in those pictures of Dane Cook and those card games is also Isaac Cappy. Now, Dane Cook's current wife, who I'm not sure when he got married to her, but she's in those pictures too, and she's about 16 years old. When she's in those pictures. So yes, so here's like something like she's 24 or 25 right
she's
now.
circled.
I think it was like in a Daily Mail article.
Yeah, that's what this is a screenshot of.
Here's a Newsweek article of it. I've got right here, I think, right there. And that's from 2022, and I think that this is one of those pictures. I'm not sure if Cappy is in this. Yeah, it's Cappy right there. So right under where I'm circling, there's Cappy. See
Send
him?
me the link.
Okay. Hey, how do you see the link though, Flex?
You probably just send it right through the studio here.
So look, Cappy was hanging out with somebody.
I like seeing. I don't know the guy at all. I think Riz does a lot better than him, but I like seeing the collabs and stuff. Yes,
I
Cappy
remember
did.
seeing that picture back when, and I think it was like a rap show for they maybe a comedy club or whatever. Now I'm not making excuses about any of the partying and what's going on, but things have to be put in context. And there's like 30, 40 people there hanging out in their profession. I think it was a drama club type of thing going on at that point. The Cappy shit with Tom Hanks is super super whack. All the symbolism, like you break that one down and looking at the charts of the different bandana colors and the different
I wish you had that. I just know about the post that he did about the shoes, and they were right there where Cappy's body was. I don't know about what you're talking about. I would be interested to see that. I would also wish I had a video. You know what I'm talking about?
And his son sold bandanas. Yes, I know about the shoes and the symbolism right around the destiny, right? Now look into, man, I don't remember what it was called. It's a bandana company with Hanks and his son, okay? And different color bandanas indicate different types of fetishes, all right? So let's say a red bandana means you like this, a black bandana means you like this, a white bandana means you like this. Like it's kind of like on the, the FBI thing of symbols where there are certain pedo symbols. There's colors, and Cappy had brought that up at some point, and there was this crazy set of pictures with bandanas in that glove thing. I think there was a cap to a soda or something, and Look into the symbolism of the bandana company, Tom Hanks bandana company. It's a thing, but I can't remember what it was called.
Y'all ever watch Anomaly?
Is that a movie?
No, he does like news and stuff. But it's written weird. It's not like just Anomaly. It's like capital A, little N, little O.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I just found something weird about that. What we're talking about. How the hell do I say
Okay,
that?
wait, about Anomaly or the handkerchiefs?
The handkerchiefs, apparently.
It's called handkerchiefs or something. Wait, Bonnie, hold that thought.
Okay, so there's a pizza box shaped handkerchiefs in the Tom Hanks handkerchief line.
Yep.
And they're suspecting that it's the map to one of the parks. And it might have been Central Park. Because remember when those two medical ships ended up, one on one side of the coast and one on the other? And Central,
Sure.
and it was, and then those nurses saying they were bringing kids out from underground in Central Park. So yeah, there's a park maps on the pizza box shaped handkerchiefs on the Tom Hanks handkerchief line.
Okay, now look into the different colors of handkerchiefs, because Tom Hanks and his son did a couple of videos right before Isaac Cappy died where they were wearing different colors. It was almost like threats based on, and this is a conspiracy theory, y'all, okay, for entertainment purposes, legit. This is a conspiracy theory. The different color handkerchiefs indicated different kinks if they were selling something, or when they were threatening different things in that way. And yeah, maybe it was parody buffer. But Bonnie was saying something.
Oh, go ahead, Bonnie. Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering if y'all ever watched him. He's pretty good. He puts a lot out there.
You? Watch who?
Look, I'll type it in chat how it's. I can't.
Billy. Wristflex is the coolest chick on the internet. One of them.
Want more? I'll give you more.
Okay, so I found something on Tom Hanks that this TikToker, and I like the TikTokers because there's a lot of these young people that are waking up to what's going on, and I can kind of gauge when there's a new wave of TikTokers waking up, because they start like, they're reheating the nachos only to us because we knew about this shit back in 18, 19, 20, and they're waking up now. But this lady's got something about an interview that was done with Tom Hanks in another country, and how the suspicions of him has been out there. So I'm not going to play the video. I'm just going to play it here because, because I'm on another TikTok account right now.
Speaking of Tom Hanks, so I found this blind item from 2007. And what's interesting is it's not even from an American tabloid or news outlet. It's from a British one. So the Tom Hanks rumors be spread throughout the world. This Hollywood favorite is popular, rich, successful, and considered an all-around nice guy in general. But he also has a very dark side, a dark side which is carefully kept hidden from public eye to not dent his impeccable reputation. And publicly always seems cheerful and in full control, but in private, his hot temper, which can be triggered by the slightest upset, has led on more than a few occasions to attacks of blind fury and rage, which is let loose on the object or person unfortunate enough to be in his reach. There are stories of smashed furniture and even trashed cars, and these are just objects. While it's been said his wife seems to be just about the only one able to cool him down and has been the one preventing things from getting out of hand even more, it's whispered she too incidentally has been on the receiving end of his fury. This dark side is meticulously kept hidden from the public, and it's rumored the LAPD has covered up matters more than a few times in the past. But insiders state it's only a matter of time before he shows this dark side in public, and that when this happens, not even his wife will be able to save him. Most alarming of all, he remembers little to nothing of his rage after calming down. You want more? I'll give you more.
So there's been a dark side to him since 2007, and a lot of people have known about it, but they've always put him in these top, roles in these movies, kept him all squeaky clean. But the Brits knew. The Brits knew.
How do we know they're talking about Tom Hanks?
Better today.
Because it says Tom Hanks on it, because she's saying Tom Hanks.
Speaking of Tom Hanks, so I
Okay. So because I was like, wait, she keeps saying some actor that blows up. So he was being an asshole back then.
And then he would go into rages and destroy stuff, and then he wouldn't remember his rage.
Right.
Could that have been a adrenoroid, rage maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, and how come he's one of the few people who has gone to both CERN and Antarctica? And have you heard that Sally Fields is his sister?
Yes, the top doctor or scientist at CERN. It's the craziest thing. And she's on the Mandela effect several times, even spelling her name. That's a whole rabbit by itself. That's its own rabbit hole.
When we were growing up, remember when she got her Oscar and it's epic. You like me, you really, really like me. Now that I go back and look on that was almost like an MK Ultra thing. Like
it was.
And she was genuine, saying, "Oh, you really."
She got a new color scarf. I'm telling you, go back and look at the correlation of the colors of scarf they sell and what that means in the whole scheme. All right.
Oh, and guess what? She did the deal. She did the deal, and she asked for Burt Reynolds.
Oh my gosh!
And then how long were they married? Were they married 7 years? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Who wants a mustache ride?
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
So,
because these celebrities, it seems like when they get popular, they divorce their original partner. They get with another bigger person, right? Another celebrity, and then their marriages burn out about 7-8 years, maybe 10.
Yeah. Or somebody dies, like Sonny and Cher.
The thing you were talking about, 10. I'm sorry, Virginia. Go ahead.
Sonny and Cher, Elvis and Priscilla, like one of them dies, and then so it makes you wonder who sold it. That was all cool.
I'm sorry.
Well, with
real quick, I'm sorry, y'all are gonna go so far beyond this. You were talking about the "you like me, you really like me," remember? So I didn't see that live, but all my aunts and uncles, and they mimicked it. Which is a lot of the thing they say the problem with the Mandela effect is because you mimic it, you say it, the telephone game, it alters just slightly, and that's the whole thing. I don't necessarily believe that because this one goes deep. God, I wish I had this video. I will find it now that I'm talking. My phone will find it for me because it hears me. It's the truth. But she said originally, supposedly, all my aunts and everybody said, she supposedly said, "You like me. You really like me."
Yeah,
that's what she said originally. You like me. You really like me. But then in the future, all of a sudden, it became, "You like me. You do." And it was like a whole different thing.
No,
okay.
It was because I remember I was a kid and thinking it was odd. You like me. You really, really like me. And it almost sounded like a Mikey commercial for the cereal later, like.
Right. So what's strange about it is that 20 years after that happened, she's on a talk show and she's recreating that moment. And she says, "You like me. You really like me." Just like we all I don't actually remember. I remember my aunts reciting it. and they swear that's what she said. So how does she even remember it the way? But yet, you know what I mean? Like, it's a mind F, because now if you look it up, it's you like me, you do. Now, how does she remember it wrong too? She's the one that said it. It's nuts. But that one really blew my mind, because she totally said that. She repeated herself years later, and she said it the way we remembered it, not the way it supposedly was, and we all got it wrong. Anyways, I'm sorry. I would have lost my mind if I didn't get to say that. I'm done.
Sally and Bert were married for 5 years, from 77 to 82. I was just, because I noticed in weird stuff with my little analytic brain, I noticed that a lot of stars seem to end their marriages within 7 years, but this was a 5-year one, so it may not. No, okay, that doesn't.
They say the 7-year itch too. Even Marilyn Monroe had a movie about that, but they say that a lot of relationships end around 7 years because you just change over time, you know.
And the 7 comes up again. Yep.
Oh yeah? Where else does the 7 come up? Now I want to know.
Oh, I think I was with Bonnie in this combo. But the 7 seals, the 7 chakras, the 7 sins, the 7 deadly sins, the 7 chakras, the 7 seals in Revelation, whatever 7 we started with. There's 7 days of the week. There are 7 original gods, the Septuagint or whatever star. It was 7. It was 7 of them. So I don't have a conclusion after that. I'm just saying the 7.
No, I like numbers. I do. It's a thing. And I like 7 is a good number. 3 is my lucky number. We were saying that earlier, the numbers. But 7's a great number. And in the Bible, numbers have meaning as well. I don't know. I know some of them. I think 8 is grace. I know 7 means something, and I think it's pretty good, but I can't remember.
It's like infinity, but think about how much 7 is in the Bible. 7 deadly sins, a major thing. The 7 in Revelation. So when we're all looking for what not to do, it kind of comes down to 7s.
7 churches.
Oh,
Ooh, good one.
Anybody?
You know what really got me about? Okay, now I'm losing my train of thought. I tell you, I'll be honest. I had a drink when I thought I was going to die, and then I survived, but I had another drink, so it's catching up now. And I keep losing my train of thought because we're talking.
I got one for 7.
Go ahead.
7-Eleven. Step away from the Slurpee machine there. I see you, Jay, by that Slurpee machine. Sorry.
Yeah, well, 7-Eleven. That's a good one.
7 Wonders of the World.
Oh,
7 Wonders of the World. Good. That's hot. That's hot. Slap, like, high five.
Okay, Paris. That's hot.
But I like the Slurpee one too. That was kind of funny.
No, those were both good. There's a thing with those numbers. Numerology.
It's a 7 contest.
Smokable.
I love it, dude. I just want a Slurpee now.
I know.
Oh,
Step
man.
away from the Slurpee machine.
Well, if we look at the Pleiades, which is where we get Pleiadians, which are the they're very connected to the Mormon religion. They are very connected to the Galactic Federation. They're
the Galactic Federation. I need some videos on this
in
shit.
the whole scheme of things. The Pleiadian star cluster is also Taurus, and it's also known as the 7 Sisters. And if you look into the 7 Sisters in multiple cultures, it comes down to the same thing. The 7 Sisters is the constellation of Taurus, and they bring us the Pleiadians, who allegedly are some of the good aliens trying to bring us to somewhere. Now, like I said, that's connecting a couple of different belief systems, you know what I'm saying? But it's another 7. It's a 7.
I've been in that rabbit hole too. I have. I've read about the Pleiadians, and then what's the? Oh gosh, I can't think of the name of them. There's another one that's a real common one, and they're not the Greys. There's another like real tall and white. Or maybe I'm mixing it up. I don't know.
Like Arcturian or. They are.
not Anunnaki, is it? That's something different.
No, that'd be different. You're talking about like tall, skinny, and white.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I've been down these rabbit holes. And then when I see 11 as chaos, I just think of how often I see 11, and I'm like, is that chaos? I see that all the time. That sounds about right. Chaos.
Not necessarily. I don't agree that 11 is chaos.
I don't know. It come
Equals
from
2.
somewhere.
In numerology, you'd add it to make a 2. You make.
Let
the
me ask
small
you guys, how do you all feel about gematria? Honestly, because I try to be open-minded. Yes, Cheryl. And it's like, I don't know. Sometimes they reach too far, but could it really mean nothing? I feel like it's got to a certain degree, right?
It means something because God told me not to go down that rabbit hole. And I'm actually kind of not really good friends anymore, but you know that Zach Hubbard that does gematria on here? Like,
Yep.
I was following him back in 2018 and I was starting to kind of put stuff together. And that's when God said, I'm putting a halt on that. You are not studying gematria. I'm going to set you on the sun. I got bigger and better things for you to do, because once you go down that gematria hole, I think you're too sensitive and you're going to get into the dark that you don't want to go, because God only knows how much I can handle. Okay. And there's a lot of darkness to that, you know, because what you're doing is you're studying the enemy's language.
Now that last sentence, I like that. I agree with that. There is something occult. They use it for occultic purposes. It does seem like the number 33 degrees of masonry and like certain days and things. Yes, I do believe they use those numbers for that. Whether it has any power or not is a whole nother story. But whether they believe it, they believe it. There's something to it.
They believe it, and that's why it's worth kind of knowing at least a little bit about it, because it doesn't matter what any of us believe. It matters what the enemy believes.
Yep.
And I don't dig too deep into it as far as gematria. I did as well. Like I did, maybe, I don't know, a couple of months, really kind of looked into that good. And it does get kind of dark and weird. And I think that quantum computing comes in, because quantum computing is already way above what any of us talk about or know about.
Mm-hmm.
And it almost started to feel like it was reading my mind. Like some shit was starting to come up, right?
Yes. And once you start understanding one of the deciphers, like remember the 4 decipher code things, there's Hebrew, Greek, something else. Once you start to understand one of the deciphers and you start seeing the darkness, that's when God said, I want you to step back.
It goes really fast.
Yeah,
it goes really fast, you know? I mean, I would not have fear, never have fear.
No.
But be aware of what you're looking at if you do that. And Echo is asking, I don't know.
Yes, I didn't want to interrupt. You were on a thing, so there it is.
Everything in the world is numerical, though. Really, if you look at it.
It is.
Yeah, it is. Everything's numerical.
And there's like the Bible code is interesting, but I don't know, man. I feel like they've proved a lot of that you can find a code in anything if you look hard enough, you know?
Remember, the curiosity is what made Pandora open the box. And she did. Everything flew out. The very last thing was hope, but everything else flew out. And you got to find your way to mitigate that. That box was delivered by Mercury, which is the planet of thought. And I think it depends on what you can handle. Echo says, I want my friends' Mormon undergarments and burial gown. Oh, out of the house. So okay. So just the garments themselves.
Oh, my sister-in-law has those.
Well, if you want them out of the house, get them out of the house.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I would just throw them away.
Yeah, I don't even think I'd donate them, because that'd be an insult for them to go to the Goodwill because those are tidy whities.
I
No, I
wouldn't-
know. My dad was born a Mormon, or was in a Mormon family. We weren't Mormons. He walked away as an adult because he didn't think there should be a Book of Mormons in the Bible. Okay, you guys, that's why my dad stepped away. Okay, no biggies. And so I became a Lutheran or whatever. Yeah, that's what I'm at.
She wanted you to explain them.
Oh yeah.
It's like, don't put me on the spot or anything.
Well, I was raised Mormon. A lot of my family still is.
Mine too.
I left decades ago.
Oh, you did too? You're a Jack Mormon?
Oh, girl, I'm a Jack. Oh, I'm a Jack, all right.
Yeah, that my dad used to say he was a Jack Mormon. And I'd be like, oh, I don't ever want to be a Jack.
It is what it is. There's Jack Mormons and there's Molly Mormons. And I left when I was a teenager and I'm almost 50. So, but I still have a lot of family. I was born under the covenant, which if you know, you know. So, but as far as the gowns in the church, it's the way my grandmother describes them, for example, is that they're like your angel covering because they believe they are saints. And so the garments protect you from everything outside of the world. And basically they are just underoos and an undershirt for men and sort of like a underslip for women, right? But the idea is that you're putting on your angel wings.
Now, once I got out of nursing school and I found about Demodex, I was like, oh, maybe that's why they're wearing them, so their Demodex doesn't jump onto each other, you know? But I was like, oh, okay, because, you know, everybody, you got body cleaners on your body. You just can't see them. They're called Demodex.
Right. No, they see it as a spiritual boundary. It's a you do a covenant to redeem your endowments in the temple. Bless your garments. You can't just wear them if you're Mormon. You have to earn them in the temple ceremonies. So once you earn them, it is your barrier between the earthly world and the spiritual world, and it's your protection. It's a guard. It's a symbol of worthiness on some sense, you know, and it is not uncommon in various religions to wear some kind of piece of clothing that separates your temporal from your celestial existence, you know. The way more interesting thing to me is what you don't see, which is what happens in the temple. But I don't want to sidetrack this way too far. But that's the point of garments. It's
I know, girl. She asked you. You know, she wanted to know. You're not.
Like, I don't want to get. I could go on and on about that. It's a wild thing.
Do they mark them?
The garments?
Stab. She said they have the stab wound of Christ. How?
Oh, okay. Let me look back in the comments. They have the stab wounds of Christ. The stab wounds of Christ. The ritual. Well, on the garments themselves, no, it's just basically underoos and whatever. Now, some of the temple stuff, when you go to do your ceremonies to work up in what is basically a mirror of Freemasonry, they used to do up until the late 90s, it was like they would mimic a blood sacrifice. And so you would be at an altar and you would say that if you gave up any secrets or info or whatever, that you would be sacrificed, and you would mimic death. Like they would have you, let me see what Echo put again, a ritual, stab wounds of Christ. Yeah, something like that. Like you would mimic your throat being cut, whatever. They also mimicked Christ, where you do a ball washing, like literally men washing men's balls in a big font. All right. And like I said, it mirrors Freemasonry a lot. The undergarment, I don't know if I'm answering you, Echo, as far as rituals, but there are a lot of them there. And the symbolism is synonymous.
I think that's AB.
Yeah.
It is. It is. I don't know what's going on with my avatar. Sorry.
Hey, AB.
Did you get some sleep?
Yeah, but I want to go back to sleep.
No, that's some weird stuff, B. Thank you for sharing.
It really is. Now, they stopped some of these things after the 90. Judy's have the stab wounds, and they give her a name. She cannot say it's her heaven name. Oh, yes, girl. Yes. Yeah. That's when you get deeper into, it's almost like they do past life regressions and assign you an energy from the past in their dogmas, right?
Yeah.
I've seen that, Pat Evans, as well. Yeah, I've listened to some people, like, this is not the same thing, but I've definitely heard people saying that they believe that when you're born, you choose your parents and you choose all these things. And then when you get to your body, you just get amnesia from it. And you don't know that you've chosen it. Just totally not what I was raised with, but I've heard people say it. And it is what it is, beyond the veil. I like that phrase.
Well, I just know
there's
that
a veil in the temple you put your hand through and do a secret handshake. There's a veil like white curtains, and someone ahead of you like puts their hand through, and you do like these things with your thumbs and shit. And
you thumb wrestle, and that proves you're real because you know the thumb wrestle. I haven't heard of this, Virginia. Really.
I'm also talking about a lot of different rituals at one time. So this seems this is a bunch of different things that occur, but not necessarily at the same time. All right. Trying to
so wait a minute before we get to, were you saying something, 10? Did you say
I
something?
wouldn't make it as a Mormon anyhow because I like to sleep in the buff. So yeah.
Oh my God.
Yes. Echo, I know what you're saying.
I don't like clothes on me. It feels gross.
It's just hard in a chat to because the timing is off and then trying to talk and then Echo, Mama knows, baby. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Man. Why's your name the Chicken King, AB? I don't remember that.
I just got up there and changed something and maybe took the pic. I don't know what I did. I ain't been.
You're the dirty.
I wasn't gonna be dirty on here. I was gonna be something different.
Ma'am?
I mean,
Ma'am?
something different. I'm not a dirty trucker tonight.
It's just a different altar.
I took a shower before I went to bed, so I'm not dirty.
The clean trucker.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know.
Demodex off you.
Oh my gosh.
I was just listening. I was like, I don't know if I want to come into this convo or not. We're talking.
We've been all over the place, though. I do have that Jaguar on the Pierce Morgan little clip there, but that's like a big U-turn. We were there earlier, and we've been all around the world. But
let's horseshoe. We've been horseshoe and continue. I love a horseshoe.
I mean, we were talking about it anyway, how she went on there and all this. She said some stuff about Jay-Z and Beyonce. And what's funny is they only went after Pierce Morgan. I do think they eventually tried to get her with a lawsuit, but it took forever. But yeah, it's only like a minute. Why not, right? Real quick. I'm sorry. Well, maybe if I can push the right buttons.
I have 3 victims right now who are willing to give testimony about not only what Mr. Carter has done to them, but his wife as well.
She's referring to Jay-Z.
They're a nasty little couple. They do nasty things.
They're a nasty little couple. I'm sorry. I got an ad anyway. What the hell? She's a trip. I'm crazy. I'm literally Jaguar's biggest fan lately. I really am. She's funny to me.
What do you think happened with Kim
Keeping
Porter?
people against their will, putting people on planes while they're unconscious, just like Aaliyah got on that plane, unconscious. There's a lot of things that people don't want to talk about.
So essentially what she's trying to say is that Jay-Z and Beyonce are doing or have done similar things that Diddy is being accused of. What do you guys think about this? You think it's true? You think she's full of it? Let me know down below.
There's just been a shocking revelation.
Oh, shoot. Y'all hear that? The booms. Y'all hear that?
Yeah.
That's because I'm sitting next to the window now, but I'm not worried anymore. It was scary as hell when I started out.
That was what I was going to ask. Was how's everybody's weather? It looks like it's past you and Pootie.
Oh my God, you should tune into earlier. I thought I did not. That's why I have a little buzz, because I was anxious. I was sitting in the hallway. I wasn't even sure if I was going to go live. And then when I started, I was trying to distract myself because I still had 45 minutes, a half an hour, 45 minutes. Yeah. And now I'm like, I'm good. I'm going to live. Oh.
We were nervous for her.
It's weather. It's insane. It's like it's showing us, like out west, California, Arizona, it's pretty cold. We're going to set record highs tomorrow and the next day. I think we go from like low 70s all the way up to 88 degrees. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, I
so
will just coming to y'all because we're gonna. There's one night we get down to 39 again, and I'm like,
Next week. Yeah, next week.
yeah.
So that's the crazy thing, buffering, is that when I was looking at the map, it went over, I named all the places. I couldn't believe how big this storm was. It was going across like 3 different states. And I remember a while back, they talked about this tornado that hit 5 different states and what a big deal it was and everything. And like it's happened. It didn't, yes, we had tornadoes, but how many tornadoes did we have that went through several states or whatever, big ass storms? Like, I don't remember that. Maybe I'm insane, but I've always been kind of afraid of tornadoes and bad storms. So I feel like I pay extra attention than the next guy. And I don't remember so many states and things, you know. Can we have a Bonnie?
There's been outbreaks over the years.
Yeah.
There's been outbreaks over the years, but not like it's every damn week now.
Yeah, it's kind of freaking me out, man. I don't like storms, but
if you're busy worrying about the storms in your property and things like that, you're not going to be looking at anything on the news.
Man, unless you're me and you're sitting in your hallway going, look at this crazy, trying to stay alive and still throw videos on. I mean, I don't know. I can't even, I'm telling you, there are about 30 other videos I had so much interest in watching and didn't have enough time to look through because so much is going on all the time, even just in the celebrity world, but also in those JFK files and stuff. There's like a lot of different stuff. I don't even know where it ends.
Well, it's kind of weird because in the JFK files, they're talking about how Kennedy, he was getting methed out by that doctor. And then you know, they talk about the Japanese doing meth and then Hitler doing meth. It's like, you know, are all the world leaders doing meth? Just asking. Okay.
They all do a little. There's like a lot of records of that, man, and then acid too. Like it's a thing.
But it's okay. It was government. It was government manufactured meth. It was the good stuff. It's okay.
They took all the bad stuff out and only put the good stuff in.
Yeah.
Man.
Because they say that Hitler was always jacked up on that stuff.
Yeah. And now, and anybody that's been to war, basically, which is like, man, I don't know. I can't imagine being at war and being high. Either one is a lot, but both together seem stressful. Like upper high, like you're out here to fight for your life and you're, oh my God. I mean, I guess it produces good. I'm sorry.
Well, and they're selling it in the gas stations, those little stackers. Those little stacker pills, that's basically synthetic meth.
That's crazy.
Yep. So
well, I just figured I'd come up and break this hen party. I'm fixing to go in here and put on my tennis shoes and go to the gym since I'm awake and do my thing.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you let us listen to you at the gym? I mean, how often are you on a panel with just 4 women and you? Come on. Show us.
Mm-mm. That's embarrassing. Y'all gonna hear me make noises and shit. That's embarrassing.
Man, I'm telling you, Virginia, that's like a specialty. She knows how to make it weird. Like she practices the shit daily. She's like, how can I make this weird? She
I
goes,
don't
I love
practice nothing. It's just who I am, girl. You know
it. It's
this.
natural. I fucking love it. You know, one of my favorite things. I do. It's funny. We've had a lot of fun times just cutting up, man. I enjoy it. Oh, Lord, I missed out on chat. It's not true. I will save a bunch of videos and I can't ever get through them all.
Did y'all hear that?
What happened?
It's like somebody just threw something at my wall, but there's nothing there.
Girl.
Oh well.
Are you sure? Like, are you sure there's not a person?
No, I'm looking at it. It's where I have my jewelry hanging.
Okay. Huh.
It's absolutely true. Oh, that you put in a lot of heart. I'm sorry. I'm slow.
Me too.
I'm a little tarded right now. Yeah.
What the heck? Another tornado jumped over our house and lifted it off the foundation. It sat it back down. I was in the basement and saw between the house and foundation. I thought it said she went back to sleep or something. She probably, no, I would have been freaked out.
I think that's when she was a kid because she was talking about her dad earlier.
Okay, let me back it up. That's what okay. Oh, here we go. Oh my God. See, that shit's going to give me nightmares. And she's just talking about it like it's just, I mean, I can't. I was scared and I shouldn't. Here comes John.
But I understand, especially because if we get those, and I'm in a double wide, y'all know how that is. It's like, I want to go somewhere. We don't have underground things in Texas.
I was fixing to say, I was fixing to say, you live in Texas, but I live in Oklahoma, and everybody had a damn, the tornado vault or whatever.
Or a shelter. That's because you're in Tornado Alley in Oklahoma.
Right. Well, you're not in, where are you at in Texas? South Texas?
No, I'm in the whole country. So
okay.
Oklahoma and Kansas are really flat. And since it's not here, knock on wood, thankfully, we've never had one touch down here. But I still think it's possible. I think that there was one, but they told us that it was the straight line wind. But it was, does a straight line wind really go in a straight line of destruction? Like just.
They got a new name for that. They call it a Derico or something now. They keep coming up with all these new names.
Of course.
Well, yeah. So you're not in the Dallas area and Fort Worth. All that's Tornado Alley. So you're not. That's why I was saying you're out. You're away from there.
Yes, and Abilene is pretty bad about that too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I worked north of there in Elk City, Oklahoma, and we always, every spring we were there for I think 6 years. It was just horrible. And you just tornadoes everywhere. I hated it.
Yeah. Yeah. Pat's in the DFW area.
And some people that live in Eastern Washington, they don't get nothing like that.
Nope.
Those Southerners, it's been wild. Anyway, I'm gonna pass on the making noises for the live stream at the gym, and I'm just going to put my tennis shoes on. So I'm probably not going to sound very good at all this morning because I'm a little bit sore and stiff as hell for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, if
Guess
you're
it's
still
just
going to
getting
be
old.
up a while, listen for a minute because I'm about to, in a minute, I was going to try to do the thing about the Crossfire Hurricane that the Trump, what he's trying to do with that. I don't know how much rabbit hole you've been down with that, but it isn't a lot. It isn't a long amount of time or anything. It's just how he's supposedly going to show that the 2020 was rigged and stuff like that. Like, because I hadn't been down that rabbit hole. We were talking about it a little bit, but I really hadn't gone down. It's Benny Johnson, so some people hate him. I don't know. I'll take the information, whoever wants to give it to me, But all right, have a good night. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, I'll listen. I'll still be here. I just got to be quiet when I go inside because I don't want to wake my dragon up.
Or just mute and hang out,
And then when you do your gym workout and you come back, you won't be a clean trucker. You'll be back to the dirty trucker.
Yeah, I probably will. A good hot damn shower, and maybe I'll feel better. I'll hang out. I'll just listen. Let me mute myself.
All right. Let's see. Y'all in for that to see this little clip here? Do what? Who was talking? I heard
That
somebody.
was my child. I said bring it. And then my,
I thought that was 10. I really did. Okay. All right, I'm at the wrong course. Of course, it gets to start at 333, and that's what I've got written down. Sounds right. Every once in a while, I love it when that happens, but it really is the right spot, and it just happens every once in a while. Where I swear I'll try to make it happen, and sometimes it's just not the right spot. But every once in a while, it really is 333. Whatever, a second early. Here we go. Oh shit, I'm a second late.
Asked about this in a interview that aired this week, and he said something pretty remarkable. He said that based on the Crossfire Hurricane documents that he's seen, it will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that he won the 2020 election. Oh, maybe they're all tied together, right? The election integrity, the Crossfire Hurricane documents, maybe it's all just one unified thing. Let's have a listen.
Law firms are being gone after very much, and they virtually admit that they cheated. We have them in a very strong position, but there's been a lot of cheating going on.
One of the law firms
People have never seen anything like it, and we have to stop it.
One of the law firms that you've been going after, Perkins Coie, which was responsible for contracting a guy called Christopher Steele to draw up a huge document of lies about you that led to all sorts of Trump-Russia collusion allegations for years. You announced yesterday that you also are declassifying all of the documents from the Trump-Russia collusion hoax from what they call Crossfire Hurricane in the FBI. What do you think people are going to learn from those documents?
I think they're going to learn how corrupt the election was. It was a very corrupt election. You're talking about the second election, I assume. That was an election that I won. I won by a lot. And you're going to find that out. The documents are there. The numbers are there. We won that by a lot. Mm-hmm. We won 3 elections, and we did very well in the second one. Now, the third one, we blew it away. The third one, we said too big to rig. And it was too big to rig. But the second election, it was the COVID nightmare, and a lot of that had to play. But that was a rigged election, totally rigged.
All right. That was pretty much it anyways.
All right, so let's say they prove that was all rigged, fraud all the way. Now, what is the next step? Like,
Lord only knows. Well, there'll probably be some prosecutions you'd like to think. That's what everybody says. They want to see people get arrested and things like this. And the person in charge of that will be Kash Patel, and that's why he's up here in just another second. I'm getting it ready for Kash Patel's little segment on the same program. I do like Benny Johnson, all right. I know he's probably preaching to my choir or whatever, but I listen to people that aren't too. I listen to people that hate Trump just to see what they're saying too. but I'm going to resonate with the stuff that gives me the most hope. That's just the way I'm made. I don't know why I'm that way, but that's what gets me. I just want to have hope for good things. And I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I still want to hope. But this is Kash Patel's part, because the documents are, the one person in charge of them documents is Kash Patel. So hopefully it's really about him now. And I want to believe anyways.
Based on everything that you gleaned, that you can talk about, what do you think it was all about?
I think it started out as someone trying to look into whether or not there was any.
This was before he had his position, but he was already talking about this stuff. It was not very far before, but he didn't have his position when this was happening.
Foul play, which I think at the premise of it is what the FBI is supposed to do and the IC is supposed to do. So I think it's an original origin. That's probably where it started. I think where it metastasized to was based very quickly by a select few people was, this is the vehicle by which we're going to target a presidential campaign, and we're going to allow the other campaign to fund the information we'd inject into the intelligence community and into the FISA court so that we can surveil someone on that other campaign and maybe get information to dirty him up or take him down. And I think that's just crosses so many lines of wrong and illegal behavior that I'm not sure how we ever let it get that far.
And that's all of that part. Then there's this at the end, which we don't have to watch right now, but we definitely will before we close out. It's going to happen. Natalie, somebody or other, really tears into Adam Schiff over, because he had a lot to do with the Russia stuff. And he probably even knew he was lying and did it anyway. So it's pretty funny, but I'm not going to do it right now. She does tear into him, though. But I don't know. Like you said, I don't know what comes next, Virginia. But I'm excited to know that there's a chance that all this can be proven, that people will go, holy shit, he wasn't full of shit. Because I believe that it was rigged.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people do, quite frankly. I think that's the thing that gets me about all of this, is a lot of us know certain things are really fucking sus. And accountability is the problem. And so I guess as far as where it goes next, I'm looking for accountability on the things that we do know about. And so far, not seeing it yet. We know what Hillary has done. We knew the people involved with the Kennedy assassination. We know what's been going on with the Epstein shit, you know. But accountability has not occurred yet. And that's the gap to me. It's not that we're not getting information. It's that nothing is happening about it.
Yeah, we keep on. Oh, you like my thumbnail thing? I thought it was pretty. Thank you. I don't know, man. Oh yeah, it's pretty funny actually. It's nice to, you know, he never really has to. If anything, it's like a verbal lashing. It's
Right.
like, you know, even if it doesn't amount to anything, he looks like a fool, and I love that shit. So yeah, why not? I mean, what else are we doing? It is
Trump
pretty
the
good.
best role ever, for real. Like,
Oh,
he
yeah.
puts it out in their faces, and that's what kind of gets us invested in it. So again, too soon to see. It's only been a short time. The ripple
Man,
effect of all this hasn't started yet. You know,
I don't even have the heart to bring the latest EO with Kid Rock. Like, I can't do it. I watched it. Yeah, okay. Concert scalpers. Okay. Like, I don't have it in me to put that on. I mean, okay. I can't believe that's what it's, you know, I love Trump and everything, but this is what we're doing. Like I told Billy, this is literally him doing a favor for his friend. Kid Rock has done, you know, been a vocal about his support for President Trump. He's let him use his music. He's performed. They've got a friendship, a camaraderie. So he's like, hey, let me do you a favor. Okay, let's do this. It's crazy. I couldn't believe it.
But wasn't it about like ticket scalping or
People were in the comments like, oh, thank you so much, President Trump. And I'm just like, yeah, this is the biggest fish we've got to fry. I was pretty disappointed. And that's why I didn't cover it. I like Kid Rock and I like Trump, but I didn't want to cover that. That's just, I was upset. Like, I don't want to hear about it.
Why in the Oval Office?
Like I said, I don't even know. That was of all the things I always defend him on that. It is what it is. He did a favor for a friend. But in his defense, you know why in the Oval Office? Well, transparency, like at least he didn't go in a back room and go, here you go, buddy. Like that's what most of them do. He's like, look, I'm doing a favor for my friend. Everybody knows. Okay, let's see what I'm doing. Y'all know I like Kid Rock. I call him Bob.
I agree with Billy there, though.
Oh, that's my favorite part. I call him Bob.
Bob.
That's what President Trump said. I know him as Bob. He was flexing.
Yeah, they even said his real last name.
I didn't catch that part, but yeah.
Huh. He didn't look like a Bob to me, but okay.
I don't think so either. But all right, I just want to go ahead. Let's watch her whoever and tear into Shiv because it is pretty funny.
Illusion. And he got cooked here. So beautiful to see. The first time we've ever seen it happen. Some accountability. You can start with Natalie Winters.
Well, I know Christopher Steele probably wanted to go down in history as someone that colluded with the Clinton campaign to take down President Donald J. Trump, but I really think that you represent probably the ultimate grifter in the American political space. For you to even come on here, obviously you're trying to sabotage what President Trump is doing when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, but to sit here, what is it, nearly a decade after you tried to smear President Trump as a Russian asset to then say, well, I think he's a Russian asset, but even though I'm really good at my job and create all these intelligence reports, it's just sort of a feeling that I have. I'm sorry, what stones do you even have left to turn over to try to corroborate your claim that President Trump is a Russian asset? You weaponized FISA courts, surveillance, warrants, not just domestic spy agencies, international spy agencies too, the entire DNC apparatus, a bunch of political operatives and registered foreign agents here in the United States. The American people would really appreciate it if you would stop injecting your efforts to curtail and totally tank the America First movement by smearing anyone who doesn't want to get involved in forever wars or continue the needless and ceaseless dying of Ukraine and in Russia, just so you can sit there from your nice perch and just continue to defend the globalist world order by continuing to fan the flames of conflict in Russia and Ukraine. And you know what? The same people that you ally yourself with here in the United States, you think you're so good at gathering intelligence. Last time I checked, it was the 51 intel agency officers, spies, who said that the Hunter Biden hard drive, which I've reported on firsthand, it's legitimate. You want to talk about president's sons who are involved in businesses with foreign countries? Well, I'd like to introduce you to Hunter Biden, right? When those 51 people that I'm sure that you know all too well, you were probably likely involved with the drafting of that letter, said that that was Russian disinformation. Well, it turned out that that was true. And shame on you for the last decade trying to inject the idea that smearing President Trump as a Russian agent or a Russian asset is somehow going to tank the MAGA movement. It's about putting America first. And the fact that you can still sit here and you have no actual evidence beside one random Russian meeting and, oh, we need to just continue to get more evidence. You're a complete political hack and grifter, and I wish the American political scene didn't have your voice in it.
I mean, I need a friend like that. I'm just saying. I want somebody to take up for me like she just took up for him. Like, I wouldn't want her as an enemy either. I think she just like literally went everywhere on him. That was a long time to go on that rant. Oh, look who it is. What's up, Kaiser?
Hey, Kaiser.
That means that's probably morning. No? Okay. Well, it's middle of the night then, too. Bedtime. Yeah, me too, but oh well. What are you questioning, Garrett? Garrett. Is it Garretting?
Garrett's AI is glitching. It's fine.
Oh my God, Virginia.
He got a reboot. He got a 404. He'll be right back.
Oh my God. He called J&J, the owner of that company, a great guy. Okay, shoot. Yeah, we should too. I can't follow back far enough. I bet he's garroting. I'm just saying. Was Was that Hawk? Was that Hawk that started that? I always wondered. I think it had to be Hawk and somebody else. I'm not mad at it though. Like it's not like an insult. It's kind of like a compliment. Like it's his thing. Like you want to know
No,
what
it wasn't Hawk.
it wasn't Hawk.
No.
Who was it? Was it you?
Yes.
Oh.
Bonnie.
What? I feel like I was there the first time. I remember the first time that it was that. My news from Garrett. Well, he knows about all the band news. Anything that's going on with music, he's on it. And sports. And like no matter what we're talking about, we hear about music and sports from Garrett. So that's why he's Garrett.
He has no clue what we're talking about because he's AI. He's programmed to receive responses and emotive data. Okay. Garrett is 100% AI.
Tim, this is why Craig should have been here tonight. Because Craig gets in on that AI Garrett stuff. I'm not going to. I just think he does Garrett, which is okay.
He's in the conversation and he's talking about what you're talking about. He's defending Trump.
This time. But I'm just saying with the concerts and the stuff.
Well, Bonnie, I've known Garrett for about 4 years now, and he can barely hone it in to what the panel is talking about. It's
really Kush.
barely honed in.
What is Pat Evans saying?
Maybe it's because he's a busy man.
I swear to God, when he first showed up on Dangerous Freedom, I thought he was not eligible to be there based on age. And then I morphed it to maybe he's AI. It's all right, Garrett. We love you long time. By this time, you're legal. I think you were like 16 when I first met you, but you're legal by now.
I
And
feel
your
like
your AI is better, but it still sucks.
I feel like he was like 18 or 21.
Barely.
Young little ages. But I remember because I was like, holy crap, he was one of the youngest people around.
Hold on, you remember he was young in his life.
He was. And I was thinking,
yep.
How is he not bored with all of us? Because we're all, but he just hang in there and tell you when Nickelback had a concert. And the thing is, I do like, he's 25 years old and he's not AI.
I don't believe you, Garrett. You were like 18. Your ears were moist at Dangerous. 4 years ago.
25 now, Virginia. Okay, so
No.
4 years ago, 21. I said 18 or 21. I knew he was one of those, important legal ages, either 18 or 21. And I remember thinking, oh my God.
No.
How is he not bored with us? We're all old.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be chatting. Look, you're really
No.
Yeah.
He even told us.
Tell him
he
you
was
know
very
he's not
young.
AI.
He didn't have it. Like freshman in
I know.
college. You were 18, 19 at best 4 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
A couple of birthdays there. I didn't realize he was 25 already.
That's not yet,
He's
except
not 25. No.
look, I was totally in your corner. That really does sound almost AI.
Dude, you've had 4 years to get used to all of us. If you couldn't at least put out an occasional zinger, I'd be like, Google, hey, Google, fix Garrett's program. He needs an upgrade, relaunch to update. Press that, Garrett. Relaunch to update.
So what the argument is, though, is pretty concerning because in Texas, to leave the 6th grade, they're making in some schools get the juice. And that's what Pat was talking about. Her grandson has to leave the 6th grade.
Right. What
No.
state is Pat in?
Texas.
Pat. In Texas. Holy shit.
Yes.
In Texas. Okay. That is some concerning shit coming up in a lot of states. I've been watching this myself with mandated, go to school, you got to have this checklist. And damn,
And
Pat.
that's where I wish more would assemble in Texas so we can get an assembly going, because then we can put I can't remember the word to the governor saying, we the people of Texas do not agree with this, and stop it, because yes, he is a rhino. And that's, yeah, we have some good laws here because Texas doesn't put up with a lot, but I had no clue that was going on anywhere in Texas because it's not around me. And that's the thing too, is Texas is so big that different things are going on around the state that we're not all aware of. And so I'm glad that I have the Texas connections that I do. That was what I first set out to do, was get people from Texas together, because that even started on LWN. He wanted to do a I can't remember what he called it, and for each state to have, their contacts in case things got weird or whatever, which they have. And so there's a whole group of people I know in Texas, but we're not grouping together like we need to. Assembly.
Right.
And that's what it's all about. If we can get 35 people in the state, that's all we need to create an assembly. And then we can create a grand jury.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at Garrett and I'm feeling really guilty right now.
Me too. I know my heart is sinking a little bit with Garrett, but
I know you're not
AI.
I really do know you're not AI. I just know you're young. I've been knowing that. Virginia just likes to mess with you. And AI would have probably spelled witch right. You spelled it like the one with the witch hat. So I believe you. Like right there is a perfect example. AI would have spelled that right. We know, Garrett.
But would it have though? Could he be calling me a witch? We got to put this into context. I'm still not convinced.
AI is trying to trick us with misspelling. Good job, AI. We are. You almost had
just be missing a comma.
Oh my gosh.
A comma, an apostrophe, a lowercase I, M. Okay. If to your point, Cola, if it was legit, it'd be an uppercase I with the thing with the M, right? That's not what happened. So.
Oh my gosh. I do love Garrett.
Bonnie, to your point though, I agree with the local stuff. Get in with that. I've been signing things in my local area. I've been going to there are YouTube channels. Any of y'all in your own state, there's going to be somebody talking about what's going on in your state, and they will give you links to where to go to yay or nay certain things and start turning the tide, whatever it is that you're looking at. Pat Evans, that would relate to your thing, with the vaccines and all of that, Yes. Yeah, you would, Garrett. That's our love language.
That's kind of why I've been missing lives too, is because of that. And like tomorrow night is the national, and I'm struggling. Do I go to the national? Do I go live? I don't know.
Did you say something, Tin?
No, that I accidentally hit my phone. I try to watch the YouTube on my phone when we're in StreamYard. I apologize.
That's all right.
Oh.
Garrett, I see you at the W.H. White House and now and then. Wait.
I think the White House. Garrett, I see you at the White House now and then. Yep.
So I got this real short one too. You know how that allegation that sounded really crazy about the tunnels and all that? Was it LeBron James in it? I feel like it was LeBron James was one of the people. If not, this still was alleged and said right here. Hold on.
Oh my goodness.
That LeBron James was taking some personal time away from the team in the middle of the season. And I don't know where this narrative is coming from. It comes out that LeBron James is going to be taking some time off away from the team. It's his 22nd season and he's getting older and he's having the worst season of his career. It's not true. So the dude had at least like 2, 3, 4 games this year as like 100-year-old. And he scored double figure in points, double figure in rebounds, and double figure in assists. That's hard to do. This dude's done it several times this season. He had a 30-plus point triple-double. This dude is averaging 23 points a game, 9 assists a game, and 8 rebounds a game. That's an all-star. He's having a fine season, especially as a 40-year-old. But what is happening right now with Diddy is I think there's a big hush going on in Hollywood, in the sports industry, and in politics. These elites are running wild right now. They are trying to cover things up fast. P. Diddy's in jail, and he's going to be squeaking and squealing soon if they don't take him out. So many people have gone to these parties. There's hundreds of people who are complicit in this. And LeBron James is one of them.
Hey, everybody know ain't no party like a Diddy party, so. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah.
Yep, LeBron James. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. He said it. I bet he regrets that. Or anything he's ever said. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. Oh, you dummy. You really hate yourself now, don't you? Sorry.
But I mean, if you were recorded at a party at some point and saying dumb shit like that and they all put it together, right? So context matters.
Oh my God, it would be such a hella coincidence if you're at this fun ass, you're like, wow, I'm at a Diddy party and all you know of is a couple Diddy songs and you just, by some chance, you get to be there and then years later, you're on tape saying that.
You're selling your soul.
Sucks to be you, I guess. I don't know. What's up, Bonnie?
Does he live in Houston? Is he the one that goes around donating to different groups and like doing a lot of good at Christmas time, going to a Walmart?
Who, LeBron James? Are you talking about LeBron?
Yes. Is it him?
I'm not sure.
Someone else.
I'm just saying, like, that lawsuit that came out that everybody thinks is crazy, I'm pretty sure it was LeBron James that they said. And that's the thing. Did this person hear a lot of the things going on and just pick people that were close in the circle? Or did it really happen? We don't really know. But they definitely do the tunnels. And then, so they talk about the tunnels, and then everybody starts discrediting the story, saying, oh, well, this person was here and that person was there. And all my crazy brain can think is, if they went down in them tunnels, you might have seen them up above at a certain time. But if you say a certain amount of hours goes by, they go down in some tunnels, they could be somewhere else. You don't, I know it sounds crazy, but how do we know? Yeah. That was in the allegations, is that they went through tunnels and there aren't actually that far the places from each other. It's weird. Gloria Estefan's house to Diddy's mansion, where you saw LeBron and Jay-Z and Beyonce, and I think Jacob the jeweler, a lot of people, but all people that were, in that circle. Anyways, I don't know.
And like under Hefner's house, there were tunnels that went to a lot of the old movie stars' homes. That what's that? The guy that played in Hawaii Five-0, the blonde one, his dad, Robert Kahn, I think it is, or something like that. Like one of the tunnels went from Hefner's, mansion to his. It's been going on for so long, you guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hefner's spot went. It did tendril out quite a bit. Absolutely agreed. Tin, I don't know the exact actor you're talking about, but the Hefner property and other tunnels and shit all in there. You absolutely, I don't want to name any celebrity without having right in front of me. So I'm just saying like major people buy properties around there. And
they were all
it's like, well, interesting. Now you all have a common spot to get to without being seen, right?
And not only that, the Playboy Bunny girl, came out and did a book later, and said there were cameras all over in that house. But after he died, they started doing mass remodeling, or I don't know, but there was backhoes in the back and there was an aerial view. Do you guys remember that? They were digging up all Heffy's yard and shit.
Was it backhoes or backhoes?
It does sound familiar, though. It does kind of sound familiar, but I don't remember why. What was the reason they said? Because this was probably before I was even thinking of things like this, but I do kind of remember.
Before COVID. Alexa, when did Hugh Hefner die?
Hugh Hefner died on September 27th, 2017 at the age of 91 years.
2017, before anything was really, they checked out one of the big boys in the very beginning, you guys. Oh, yeah.
What, the mansion was run down and outdated?
The mansion there was some stuff with the dumbs under there, the base, the tunnels. It led to all kinds of shit, and it did have to do with that. And 2017 is perfect because 17. So, what do y'all think about the Gene Hackman situation?
Oh man, there's more stuff on that. I didn't go down that road. I have a video.
I think it's
new stuff coming out every day. Something strange is going on. There's undoubtedly something strange going on. They said something about the money situation, but
they've also said there were tunnels with his house
too. But unofficially, right? I heard that unofficially. Let me see what I got.
Me too. So what do you think? Yeah,
I wouldn't doubt it. Go ahead. What'd you say, Bonnie? I'm sorry. I know you went down this rabbit hole. I remember you saying it, so I'm listening.
I've been watching it from the beginning, and whenever they went in and started searching, they found the tunnel, and
that's what they said. But
go down the stairs.
So I heard it.
There's drawings on the wall. I mean, I don't know, but the time of death, his caseworker quit working 2 weeks before they were found. According to her autopsy, she was still alive for another week. And then, but oddly enough, the daughter showed up that never goes over there.
She lied too a couple times, no?
A week before. Yes. It's like this web of. And then the son is the only one who's got a lawyer, a bulldog lawyer, to try and get the inheritance, the $80 million.
Mm-hmm.
And if I remember right, wasn't he old Hollywood too, kind of?
Oh, yeah. Gene Hackman has been in so many movies.
But was he old Hollywood, or was he mid-old Hollywood, like the 60s through the 90s maybe?
Well, okay, so he was a Marine. So he'd been in the military. He was just kind of like a normal dude. The last movie he did, I think, was almost 15, 20 years ago. But he's been in a lot of shit. Now, his wife was 30 years younger than him. So, okay, a dude who's 94, I think, roughly.
Yes, and she's 60.
60. Okay, so they're 30 years apart. and he has dementia at this point. Okay, so and they've been together for decades. So she was in her early 30s when they married. Now,
And that's
he's got dementia. He's gone, right, in his head. So some things could have happened with the pacemaker or whatever, where maybe he wandered around for a while, still alive, but okay.
So I haven't I had something from, I don't know if you guys have heard of Popcorn Planet, but during I was gonna say during the Johnny Depp thing, he actually popped up on a couple. He covered it so well. He was in a couple documentaries. He didn't get money for it. Anyways, he covered something. I haven't seen it yet. It's under 10 minutes, and we're talking about it anyway. I was totally going to watch this, and I didn't get a chance to, but we can watch it together real quick. He's good at this stuff, and he's talking about the daughter. Chilling Theory or something. So if y'all are cool with it, I really did mean to watch and get around to it. So why not?
Wait, you know what?
Gene Hackman's daughter.
I'm sorry, Tin. What did you say?
I just asked Alexa how long pacemakers can keep going after the patient expires, and they said 4 to 6 years.
Shut the fuck up.
Alexa, how long does a pacemaker battery last after the patient's expired?
From medicalnewstoday.com, they tend to remain at least partially effective after expiration.
Oh no, you just changed your you
changing their story and shit live on. They knew they were being recorded.
Yeah. Well, how long does it? The recording of the biometrics is what I'm curious about.
And that's what I was gonna say. My stepfather and mother, they're my mother's for sure. I don't know that he had a defib like my mother did. So my mother's would go in through a machine. It was being monitored all the time.
Mm-hmm.
My stepdad's, his was a regular one, and he had to go in regularly to get it checked to make sure the battery was okay. But I don't know how long it would take. I don't think it would take 6 years. You have to make those appointments for your pacemakers.
The battery might go 6 years, but the data, as far as if the heart has no longer functioned, that's a little more immediate. You know what I mean? The battery, maybe it will, right? But the data of the heart function is pretty much where it is. You know what I mean? Stops, it stops.
Yeah, and there was something else about that. Oh, there's video. He was actually in pretty good health for his age. They would show him like walking around town, and he was on camera. Like, I guess the businesses have surveillance cameras because they've been really looking into like everything on this.
And this guy right here, he looked into, he was real good with Johnny Depp actually met this guy. He was very nice and accommodated him because he actually watched his streams when he was covering, and he was covering it fairly, and Johnny Depp was grateful because that shit was crazy. But I'm just curious to see what he's added in. It's pretty, I think it's like a day old, if it's even a day old. I didn't have a chance. So like, do you care if I hit it? See what he says?
Go for it. But I'd speed it up because
why they've hired a private investigator.
I got 1 1/4 right now. I was going to do 1 1/4.
Yeah, because
after new body cam footage.
Yeah. Well, I got the banner, and I'm not going to play the whole thing, just part of it. So, normally I'd have a timestamp. I have no idea. We're about to find out together on this one.
Has revealed Betsy was fearful of a stalker that kept showing up to their home. body cam footage from Betsy's hairdresser. I'm going to let him take it away. Listen to what he had to say.
She mentioned to me that there was a man that had parked outside of their gate and followed them.
Oh, okay.
On 2 separate occasions, I believe is what she told me. One occasion is when they went to White Rock.
It's already sounding like a conspiracy. There's so much conspiracy to this case, but I haven't heard this yet.
They went and had lunch there, and the guy followed them from parked outside of the gate, followed them from the gate of the residence all the way to White Rock. She said, we went and had lunch. The guy pulled out a folder of photos of her husband and wanted him to sign them. She approached him and said, I told him he needed to have more respect.
Yeah.
And so she says, we left. And then I think it was the second occasion, the same person followed them towards Pecos.
Going into an office, working 50 hours a week, having that structure. I knew that.
Now, I hate to like create conspiracy theories, but this could have just been a fan who wanted to get photos. It could have been some sort of journalist, could have been somebody. It doesn't mean that this person then stalked and did this, but because this case has baffled so many, because so many people are confused, even as the other body cam footage is coming in with witnesses saying something's not right as they're walking around. We're not obviously going to show all the body cam footage of the events because it's horrifying, guys. But clearly this case has baffled many for a while. There's a lot of details about this case that have made people scratch their heads wondering what happened, particularly the order of who died first. But this new theory coming in about a potential stalker, someone who had been there, who could have gotten involved or done something, whether intentional, accidentally, who knows. They're trying to get access to cell phone records and everything else about their father to figure out what really could have been the true cause behind this shocking death. So this body camera from Christopher, the hairstylist of Betsy, says she was frazzled and worried about this mystery man following her. She was frightened after 2 separate incidents took place before they were found dead outside their compound. They've taken matters in their own hands, the daughters. They've, according to Hollywood insiders, source told him they have lost faith in the authorities. This doesn't add up. Feels like someone is trying to cover something up, and Gene's daughters will not rest until the truth is revealed. Now, again, this is a hard thing to process. I'm not encouraging and saying that this was completely a cover up, but now his daughters are out there looking into the possibility of could have been. And look, that's their right, as they should. This looks like a case. Now, also, it should be said, the estate is still up for grabs. And because of order of who died first, Betsy left everything to basically nobody, to charity. And Gene left everything to Betsy, his wife. But because it looks like Betsy died first from the hantavirus, she was fine. And then he was clearly not well. It's unclear if he was even could have been aware, and it was very likely that he was unaware of his wife's passing. And part of the reason Gene died was because there was no one there, i.e. his wife, to help take care of him, which is incredibly tragic. That's what the authorities have laid out. Because of that, the order of things, well, technically, Gene's stuff is left, the estate, now the all the money, 80 million rather, and 11 million real estate empire, it's now kind of up for grabs, as experts are saying.
How convenient. I mean, if it went the other way, the charities would have got it, but the way that it went, they won't. That's lucky.
Because
anyways, I have not seen this. I'm watching this for the first time with you guys.
So they're saying in a different order that they passed. And she was sick with something. She had gone to the ER like 2 or 3 times with something. But what was odd was where she was found in the bathroom. The dog was in the closet. Why would that be? But she was in the bathroom, and there were a bunch of different kinds of pills scattered around her. Like
yes. Yep.
Like it was a setup. It was not, they even said that they didn't find any of that in her system.
Right.
So someone put them there.
There's a conspiracy, but what is the answer? I don't know. What do you think? Do you think it's always about the money, right? So
I don't think it was about the money. I think, see, when he married her, okay, the kids didn't like her. They quit coming around, was the story. And so then supposedly the tunnel is a big question. When he retired from acting, he kind of
Maybe he was going to tell.
He was very private to himself. It's like he became a recluse. And so why is it, we hear about all the stuff in Hollywood. Did he know more than he should have? I don't know. I mean, there's so many scenarios it could go.
I got a theory.
What?
I got a theory.
Let's hear it.
Okay, so him and remember Richard Simmons, they did the same thing, okay? And there's been several actors in their later lives that they do that. And I think it's because when they originally took the deal and met the dude at the crossroads, they owed something. So they gave up something originally, but then they had to give up something again, and they distanced themselves from the ones that they love, their children. And chances are he was put with a handler. That girl was probably a handler, okay?
Right.
And I think he might have been wanting to, to fess up because, he's getting older and he's realizing, but he made the deal with, the guy at the crossroads.
That's what I think happened to Marilyn Monroe. Like, I think she threatened a lot she was involved with both of the Kennedys, and she'd get mad and she'd say shit that she didn't really mean. And like, there was a lot, like, I know that's a completely different conspiracy, but if they even think you're about to tell the secrets, man, something bad happens tragically.
She drank a lot, and she was at a party in Vegas with I heard this story. She was at a party in Vegas with Sinatra and these gangsters, and she got so drunk and was saying stuff, and Sinatra's dudes had to take her out of there. Like, and chances are she was scorned by both of the Kennedy boys, and come on.
Was she drugged though? Like, it's easy to say, well, she got so drunk, but was she drugged? And
or
going
was
back
she,
just
yep.
With Hackman, look, he's in his 90s. I think that was more or less a natural occurrence. The family's going to fight. That's what they do. Some nuance in there, what he may have been involved in with certain things. We can't rule any of that out, right?
No.
Right. With Marilyn Monroe and what you were saying, Tin, like with that, if they're gonna take, if they, with the C's and the I's and the A's, are gonna take down Kennedy.
Good job, Virginia. I like that.
Why would they not do that to her?
Yeah, well, and I was just thinking she was probably at the party with Sinatra that night, and she was going to be the dessert bang gang, later, and maybe that's why she's so damn drunk, and she was starting to say things at the dinner table, and they had to get her out of there.
I think they planned it way before that.
Kind of like the night she sang "Happy Birthday, Mr. President."
Yeah, they planned it way before that.
I think it's Dave Chappelle. He's like, "Bitch, my wife is here." I'm sorry, but she was.
Yeah, Jackie was CIA too. Jackie was CIA too. Look at, she went straight to Onassis, one of the 13 families. So but with Marilyn Monroe, she was collateral damage. She had no chance. She knew too much.
And she really thought she was going to become a president's wife. And that would have probably been the topping on the cake for her, or the cherry on the soda or whatever. Because she always wanted more and more and more, because she grew up in in poverty. And what girl didn't want that? Okay.
Yeah, well, that's how they fit into the MK Ultra of it, is giving her, filling those gaps in her life. And that's that's the foundation of brainwashing, is filling in the gaps of what people do not have.
Well, they say she was the first presidential model, they say, because she was,
there
was a lot of
first Playboy example.
Yeah, they weren't presidential level. They were just like, that was like a compliment to say a presidential model. She was like diamonds all the time. I don't know. Believe it.
That's called agent provocateur.
What if she took the deal with the guy though too? Because she wanted out of poverty so bad back then. Because things were, pretty bleak.
According to the book that I read, she did take the deal with the guy, but I don't know. I almost didn't like it. It was crazy. There was a book written by a girl that was like her best friend. It was like Marilyn and me, and the shit she says and alleges is fucking crazy to say about Marilyn Monroe, but it might be true. And it's really detailed and really gross and really graphic. And basically, it's some Harvey Weinstein type shit. Like it is what it is. She was in a gentleman's club, and she met a couple men, and some of them said, you can do exactly what this is according to somebody that was close to her, which I think is grimy. But he basically said, you can do exactly what you're doing right here, but except be famous. And then he made it happen, and she kept on. And he was an old man, and she was a young woman.
I was talking about Marilyn 103.
That was the story I read. And I was kind of like, what a fucking, what a betrayal. She tells you all her secrets, and you're right there with her, and you're like her handler, but then you write a whole book about her, and once she's dead, like, wow. What a great person you are.
It's a real thing. The handlers in Hollywood and all of the smut magazines and all of entertainment, and they get connected with politics. Monroe connects into the Kennedy's mafia background quite a bit. Look into Kennedy's father, Joe. That'll put a lot of things together right there, right? And so they sell their souls.
Mm-hmm.
And whether willingly or not, I'm not sure. When you have someone under, it's a power. They call it a power dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Judy Garlands of the world, when she was just a little girl, and they're giving her drugs and all the things.
I didn't know Jackie O did a nude, but Anna Nicole, that's another one. Thank you, Eka.
Yeah, that poor girl. And the thing is I think she owed a sacrifice, and they took her older son, and then and she lost her shit, and because she didn't think that the deal was like, she didn't take it as seriously as the dude was, like
they couldn't overcome it.
She was obsessed with Marilyn Monroe and wanted to be her. She wanted to live that life and be that.
Mm-hmm.
And she did what she had to do to get that, in her life. And it's just like Marilyn Monroe died, so did Anna Nicole. Not as young as Marilyn Monroe, but still young.
But wouldn't you agree that Hefner groomed both of them into that same caricature?
She totally met Hef. I know that Anna Nicole did, for sure. She met.
But Marilyn Monroe was the first cover of Playboy, or like the first centerfold, whatever. Yeah, and you have Anna Nicole. He groomed them the same way.
Right. Mm-hmm. For sure. Yeah, Anna Nicole, wasn't she? She was the Guess Jeans model, right?
Yeah.
And she was like not even, and he like brought her into that world, and she was kind of naive and young. But yeah, I mean, she was
married a 90-year-old and made her fortune. That's what she did.
Yeah.
And she had met him in the strip club that she'd been working in.
That's right.
But wasn't she married to Timberlake or somebody?
No, that was Britney Spears.
No, not okay. But it was somebody famous at the time of her death that took the children.
Oh, that Burkhead, Tommy Burkhead or something. That's what you're talking about.
Oh, her lawyer. She was like legally married to her lawyer.
Larry Burkhead.
Larry Burkhead. There you go.
Nicole's biological father of her daughter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And she married J. Howard Marshall, and he was like
lawyer.
No, Alexa, who was J. Howard Marshall?
What?
He was the 90-year-old something. He was the one who was like old as fuck, and his kids contested the will because he left everything to Anna Nicole.
Yeah,
and
J.
the kids were
Howard
like 70. They were like, "Yeah, no, you can't leave our father's whole fortune to this stripper." And she won, I believe.
I don't think she
won
ever
quite a bit of it, you know. But the thing is, the
He
tendrils.
also
of-
left a house or something to her. He did some other things just in case. And he left her the house and left like a little, she had a little bit of something. She wasn't destitute because she did not win, I don't think. I think the family won that one. Even though that's what he wanted, he was dead then, and they fought against her. That's what I thought.
Okay.
Wasn't she in a mansion on an island or somewhere? She wasn't in the
He
country.
got something that before he ever died, he had her kind of squared away a little bit, but she was supposed to get all that. He wanted that, but you know, her family wanted it
But she
more.
didn't get it, and then she got a certain thing.
What's that, Virginia?
She didn't get it at the end of the day because I couldn't remember, dude. I remember that was drawn out. Now the lawyer who
I would have thought she would have got it, but
represented her-
she didn't.
But
Sorry, go ahead.
remember how the lawyer who represented her in that case tried to say he was the baby daddy, but he
Yeah.
wasn't. He was
I like
actually
that.
David, the blonde dude, right?
Yep.
And so
Yeah,
he tried to maximize on that. Yeah. Dirty. Shows right there.
Yeah.
I think what happened was truly, I mean, I'm speculating, but I think she was mad at the other guy that was really the dad, and she tried to tell this other guy to just say it, just say you're the dad. And he knew and she knew, but she was so mad at the other guy, she just wanted to, but you can't trick DNA. Like DNA is gonna tell on you.
Yeah.
But I think she, you know, I feel like that's what happened though. Like I remember following it at the time and being like just fascinated with the whole thing. And yeah, it's
Okay,
sad.
but bring it back to MK Ultra. Okay, that's
Oh,
how
yeah.
we started. Is MK
Full
Ultra,
circle.
right? Now,
Yes.
you remember right at the end where she was pregnant with the baby and she was dressing up like a clown and putting makeup on her face.
Oh
and
my
she was
God,
just
I
out of her
remember
freaking
that.
mind. And the
Oh yeah.
son
And he's just
and then-
filming her.
and the baby died, and then she died. That she was a sacrifice in every sense of the word.
Her
Every
son
sense.
died in the waiting room that she had her daughter in, and her son was old enough to be, it was
Yes.
like Valium or something, and he actually got the drugs from her boyfriend. And then so she's had a baby, but her son has died, and she was never the same again, and she got heavy on drugs and was completely sedated. That's how the makeup clown face picture you're talking about, Virginia, I saw it. And you think to yourself, how do you just film this and like play into it? He's thinking, trying to get money off the
Yeah.
views, sell it to TMZ or something.
Remember they
It
were
was-
trying to blame it on the doctor like they did Michael Jackson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was a crazy ordeal, all of it. But
Okay, how about a poll? Michael Jackson, innocent or guilty? I'm gonna go team innocent. I'm
Me
gonna
too.
start it.
Me
Team innocent. Michael
Innocent.
Jackson.
one's in the chat. One's if Michael Jackson's innocent. I'm not even.
Yeah.
I think
I
so.
don't. I think the panel all said innocent. I heard a couple of innocent. What did y'all say?
What'd you say, Bonnie?
Innocent.
What did you say to anything?
Innocent, because I don't even think that was him, because I think he died after the Pepsi commercial and his hair caught on fire and he got infection and it went septic and they replaced him with a clone.
I mean, it got weird around then. Look, I see nothing but ones yet. I don't see a lot of much else.
For all ones. But
Because
Tin,
I don't think
I hear your point, Tin, about that commercial. I've heard that theory too. But also that guy, is it like John or Bob or
Yeah,
whatever that
John
dude that was hella
Victim,
burnt
you
up does like interviews?
I remember. Yeah, but that's
Who is
not
it?
right.
No, it's this. Y'all know who I'm talking about, right? Like he's on news
John-
interviews and he
Yeah, the burnt victim. bird.
He doesn't ever say he is, but people believe he is. Yes.
Right. Some people think that's Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I know. I've heard that. Dave. There you go, Navy Bet. Oh, I love it.
Thank you, Navy Bet.
We have a
it.
Navy
Bet.
Yes, I remember all of that. But I don't believe that. I do know I don't know that he might not. I mean, shit, I would love to think he was still alive. I do know he used to go in disguises so he could do normal people things. So he'd like dress up as an old man or, possibly dress up like Dave. We don't know. I mean, I'm not ruling it. Like Tim says, nothing's off the table. I'll agree to that because
Tin is saying that he died and then they did what after that? What's your theory, Tin?
That they either got a double or a clone, possibly, because I think the cloning was going on because the first one to clone was that goat or sheep, Dolly. And I think that was the end of the 70s in the Michael Jackson commercial. Wasn't that like the end of the 90s?
I was thinking 90s.
Dolly was in the 90s. Dolly was like 94-ish. The Pepsi commercial was in the 80s.
Really? I was thinking 90s. It could have been the 80s, the late 80s.
Cheap.
Yeah.
What year, Alexa? What year was the first clone produced in the U.S.?
From EBSCO.com. The first successful
Dependent on AI. Oh no.
96, which demonstrated the feasibility of cloning complex organisms.
Born in 1996. Okay. Alexa, when was Michael Jackson's hair caught on fire during the Pepsi commercial?
86. I'm just guessing.
January 27th, 1984. Michael
84.
Jackson.
Oh, 1984.
I guess 86. Yeah, I don't even. That's just from seeing replays of it. But I have seen them, and I've seen. They say that that's what started his plastic surgery and stuff.
Yeah, and he got like lighter.
Oh yeah,
Right.
but then they said he had vitiligo. I've seen pictures that they say are him with splotches.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
what
with
makes me think he
vitiligo.
didn't have a choice. Yeah, the vitiligo or however you say it. I don't think he had a choice. I don't know though. I think that's why he wore the one because one hand had more spots or it looked different. So he put the one glove to cover it. It kind of makes sense. I mean, it makes more
And
sense.
y'all know the little boy with him in the Pepsi commercial is the dude that does the Carlton, if I'm not mistaken. That little black boy in that commercial with Michael Jackson, I think it's Alfonso Ribeiro. I might be mistaken. Alexa, who is the little black boy in the Pepsi commercial with Michael Jackson? I swear to God, I think it's that. I think it is, or like
I know.
it's a really famous.
What's
he
the
was
question, Virginia?
Okay, so I'm pretty sure
Yes,
the
baby
kid
bet.
in the commercial with Michael Jackson was the dude that does the Carlton, Alfonso Ribeiro, I think. Like
Probably.
So what do you want me
as
to
a
ask
kid.
I know,
Alexa?
and
There's a little black boy in the commercial. So how do we ask this to Alexa? Who is the actor?
don't ask Alexa about little black boys. You're gonna get on the
I
Disney
know, right?
list.
Like, what?
You'll
I
get on the
swear to
wrong
God,
list.
no,
So
it's
we want to
it's a
know the
little
child actor.
famous actor when he was older. Yeah, the actor in the commercial with Michael Jackson.
The Pepsi commercial.
Yes.
Okay. Alexa, what was the child actor's name in the Michael Jackson Pepsi commercial?
From Apple.com. In 1986, Jimmy Safechuck, a child actor from Simi Valley, California, meets Michael Jackson on the set of a Pepsi commercial.
You're wrong, Virginia.
Who was it? I couldn't hear it. Who was it?
I don't know. Some kid I didn't know.
Oh shit! I
That's
didn't.
so
I
funny
got
though.
all excited because it said a name.
Oh, Alfonso. Yeah, Binford just put it in. Michael Jackson with Alfonso Ribeiro. I was right. I'm telling you, it's the dude that does the Carlton is the kid in that commercial. I swear to God.
Well, maybe
Larry,
we
it
asked
could be
you wrong.
Webster, but I don't think it's Webster. I think
Here
that
says
Denver.
Michael Jackson with Alfonso Ribeiro, Pepsi commercial next year in 1984.
Yes, and that's
See, we're fact checking our shit here.
Alexa's a liar. Also, Macaulay Culkin, which is another reason I believe Michael Jackson. But Macaulay Culkin was in the part where he says, "I'm not going to spend my life being a color." Michael Jackson takes his hand and touches his cheek, and then shows you his hand. It's really cute. He's in that little video. He's a little bitty dude. And he spent all kinds of time with Michael Jackson, stayed the night in his bedroom, which he explains. You don't understand how big Michael Jackson's bedroom is. It's huge. I don't have to lay it, it's and he talks about how it wasn't weird. Any kid that had money that was around Michael miraculously didn't have any problems. It was always somebody's mom telling them to say, and the kids would even say stuff half the time, like, I don't want to do that. I believe Michael on that one. I really there's like
they're just home.
and Webster. Yes. He was Emmanuel Lewis was another one who was around Michael, and so was Macaulay Culkin, and they were like, no, there's no weird stuff. Even Aaron Carter, and there's clips of him saying his mom tried to talk him into saying shit against Michael, and he's like, I'm not going to do that because it didn't happen. So yeah, but all these other cases where people are lying and shit, like, I hate to say it like that, but their moms, like one of them's mom had been involved in several like lawsuits against slipped on the floor, or he didn't see the wets, like crazy lawsuits. So it's just convenient,
You didn't see the wet spot.
or whatever. Oh shoot, I hit the wrong thing. The rest, I hope I still have the same spot though, where we were watching that, because I really haven't seen that. I stopped it because I know if you share it in bits and pieces, it's better. If you guys want to hear some more of this, or I don't even really remember the last thing he said, but just try to see what else he says.
She mentioned to me that
Go back.
There was a man that had parked outside of their gate and followed them.
Baffled many for a while. There's a lot of details about this case that have made people scratch their head wondering what happened, particularly the order of who died first. But this new theory coming in about a potential stalker, someone who had been there, who could have gotten involved or done something, whether intentional, accidentally, who knows. They're trying to get access to cell phone records and everything else about their father to figure out what really could have been the true cause behind this shocking death. So this body camera from Christopher, the hairstylist of Betsy, says she was frazzled and worried about this mystery man following her. She was frightened after two separate incidents took place before they were found dead outside their compound. They've taken matters in their own hands, the daughters. They've, according to Hollywood insiders, source told him they have lost faith in the authorities. This doesn't add up. Feels like someone is trying to cover something up, and Gene's daughters will not rest until the truth is revealed. Now, again, this is a hard thing to process. I'm not encouraging and saying that this was completely a cover up, but now his daughters are out there looking into the possibility of could have been. And look, that's their right, as they should. This looks like a case. Now, also, it should be said, the estate is still up for grabs. And because of the order of who died first, Betsy left everything to basically nobody, like to charity. And Gene left everything to Betsy, his wife. Because it looks like Betsy died first from the hantavirus, she was fine. And then he was clearly not well. It's unclear if he was even could have been aware, and it was very likely that he was unaware of his wife's passing. And part of the reason Gene died was because there was no one there, i.e. his wife, to help take care of him, which is incredibly tragic. That's what the authorities have laid out. Because of that, the order of things, well, technically, Gene's stuff is left at the estate. Now, all the money, 80 million rather, and 11 million real estate empire. It's now that. Now, this expert, for unforeseen reasons, two people passed similar in time, but oddly enough, she passed before him. As a result, we have a situation where now, even though his desires were for his estate to go to her in its entirety without even providing it to his adult children, Betsy passed before him. What does that do? Now we're in a situation where his will and trust says that everything goes to her, but she died first. But now what is it? It's actually simple. It's going to be a fight, of course, but it's simple because it's as if Gene passed without a will. Now, what's also interesting about this is the fact that, let's simplify, as if if he did not say who it's going to, and when that happens, we have other rules in place that tell us who it's going to go to. The first people that it goes to is next of kin, which would be his children. She says it's not surprising that Gene Hackman's children are out there, representing and trying to get the state. It's not odd or strange that his children, or all of them, are trying to find attorneys to counsel to obtain a portion. Quite frankly, that's the way it should be if there was nothing between the children and Gene Hackman. They go on and say, especially because there wasn't anything in the will that expressly cut his children out, there's even more of an argument that they should inherit the estate. Gene wasn't intentionally saying in his will or trust, I do not want my children to get my estate, which he could have done at any point throughout his life when he was healthier. If
what happens to your
It's not strange at all that the kids are getting it.
it would be a different situation.
It's not strange at all, except for if they died separately, the charities would be getting it. Like, they're going to make sure. I don't know. Who knows? But I think I backed up
I think
too
it's
far.
to be expected.
Right. I don't think that's what he wanted, but I
Families-
mean, something went all the way. Something's going on here for sure. The fact that they both died and
Right.
so close together, but not on the same day. What's that?
Mm-hmm.
Something
Vultures.
else. I don't know what I wish I
It
had
could
any
be
idea.
me cutting out.
No, I'm just sitting here wondering, like, okay, we're at 555 out of 950. I don't know if there's anything else good in here or not, but we might as well just see what else. I kind of thought he was going to come off with something different. You could put any conspiracy theories to the situation. Nobody really knows. Hopefully some more information will come out and make it obvious, because I don't know. It could be so many different things. But I'm going to go ahead and hit play, see what else they say. Maybe.
Situation, but that was not said. This is just a man who had been with his wife for decades and loved his wife, understood that his wife was younger than him, and he wanted to give his estate to her to allow her to live her life and however she deemed appropriate. It does seem like he was estranged from his kids. It doesn't seem like they were, mean towards each other. If anything, maybe the kids were not vocal or happy with Gene because he apparently wasn't very present, as he said. But again, nothing strange that the kids are trying to do it. So I share all that just because there's theories also coming out that are they trying, did they murder their father to try to get to the will? Nobody seems to think that's actually happening. So it's just also a piece of the puzzle of as that's happening, they seem to be more inclined, not about the estate. They're hiring PIs to figure out what happened, which I do think is encouraging. They should do. What happened to their father? They need to figure this out. And if they have doubt, of course, look into it. Now, one other thing that should be mentioned, there was an update that happened a few days ago. There was body cam footage that came out that expressed how Betsy on the phone was referring to where
Yeah, just one dog dies out of 3, which is another weirdo thing when he ate some pills off the floor or something. But that's another weird thing. 1 dead dog and 2 alive dogs.
I think that one of them was in the cage, was in like a dog crate and starved to death. And the pills, as far as I've heard, were for a benign medication, like a thyroid medication or whatever. Like, it wouldn't be something to really OD on. It was like a normal prescription, just to throw a different angle in there, that it was her normal prescription for some kind of thyroid med or something like that, right? And the dog that was dead indeed starved to death, but he was in a crate or in some situation like that.
Mommy.
I'll put these last couple seconds on real quick.
should the remains and the dogs be gone to? A lot of people were concerned and worried about what was going to happen with the dogs. On the call, she did say she wanted to have the remains of the dog who passed to be with Betsy. Some people thought that was weird. I don't think that's weird. Some people are that close with their pets. In fact, it looks like they were immensely close to their pets. As here is another body cam clip where, listen.
Anything else that you can tell us? They were dog nuts. I mean, they love their, you can see there's toys everywhere around the property. They love their dogs.
The medical examiner found they were dog nuts. You can see everywhere, dog toys everywhere on that property. That has become quite clear to all the experts and people that have spoken out. They love these dogs, as they clearly, as one should. And so now the question of the remains of the passing dog apparently was put with Betsy, while the daughter suggests that she also wanted to make sure they could keep the collar if there was one as a remembrance. But the other 2 dogs did find homes, I'm happy to report. Now, they weren't brought together, but they were found. They were the Santa Fe daycare or whatever that helped apparently for Bear, German Shepherd, and Akita Shepherd mix. They've both been sent to new healthy homes, one locally, one a little further out. They couldn't reveal where, but it's with great joy that with the consent of the estate, I and my staff at Santa Fe Tales have successfully found homes for Hackman's surviving dogs. We went through stringent efforts to ensure the best homes were found, and the dogs have already begun settling in to their new lives. We are all thankful for the concern and well wishes of Bear and Nikita have received during the transition. It's our hope that everyone continues to wish them the best and honor their privacy as they continue to heal. Which is just, again, this whole thing is just so sad. It's just so.
Yeah, it is. But like I said, I had no. It didn't seem like anything groundbreaking. I guess the dog did it. Oh my God.
Something's up. That's too crazy.
Yeah.
Pat Evans, it was Mr. Green in the hall with the robe.
I remember playing that actual board game and thinking it was fun when I was a little kid. I haven't played it in years. You had a little brown envelope, and you had to put the little fake murder weapon. And only one person knew or something. It was a lot of fun when I was younger. I haven't played it in years.
Yeah. The rope, the dagger, the candlestick, you put it all these cards in a little envelope was the actual answer. And you have to ask questions and rounds and click off little things on your clue list,
Right.
That was a good game. That's when kids still did.
Clue.
We still did board games, not video games.
No, that was Clue. That's the board game Clue.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Clue.
We're not crazy, really. We're.
Hello and welcome to the Mental Health Hotline. If you are obsessive compulsive, press 1 repeatedly. If you are codependent, ask someone to press 2 for you. If you have multiple personalities, press 3, 4, 5, and 6. If you are paranoid, we know what you are and what you want. Stay on the line and we'll trace your call. If you're delusional, press 7 and your call will be transferred. Hello?
What number are you pushing, Jan?
And if you're over it, just pound your hand into the dial button. Just pound your hand.
And then go 3, 4, 5.
That'll fix it. A ball peen hammer.
Too funny. We've got interesting talks tonight, you guys. Interesting.
Well, Bonnie, do you think there's something deeper? Okay, so I think Jean was just really old. I think the wife is the most bizarre thing because she was a little younger and whatever. All right, so Bonnie had kind of said she had looked into this a little bit. So what is your weird point on this? What do you think is kind of bizarre?
I think that why would you have a tunnel under your house?
Oh.
As soon as I saw that, it's okay. I think he was into something weird or something, and just the way the whole thing happened. It's kind of funny that someone said, it was John. The kids did it, and to hide it, they opened an investigation themselves to cover it up.
Mm-hmm.
From what I'm seeing right now, anything is possible. In my personal life, anything is possible. The people that you don't think would ever do anything will. So it's really hard to tell. And if I'm not mistaken, it was the groundskeeper that found them. Or was it a neighbor?
I think there was someone that checked in once a week or something like that, because they had somebody that came in and groundskeeper. I'm not sure what their job was, but somebody had come in on a regular basis.
And that other guy in the last video said a stalker, huh? That guy, I thought that was new information with the little desk clerk, and he said they had a stalker. I don't know.
Till tonight.
I didn't either.
Well, but his age and his net worth, his age, they're gonna have some level of security. They're gonna have people coming to stop by. My understanding was there's a normal person like that came like once a week, caretaker of some sort, and that's what makes this. It does make it weird outside of the age and whatever is like the timelines of their deaths, of their separation of cause of death between the husband and the wife. There's a separation there of time that doesn't make sense, even if a caregiver comes in, or maybe they fired the caregiver. I don't know, but
see, and then that blows because the first thing I heard was within 2 weeks of each other. So if this person came weekly, they would have been, I don't know. I don't know if the
right, like the furthest to the furthest day, you know, like the furthest gap of that check-in.
Yeah. True, John. That's true too.
Well, right, John.
Well, when they were first found, it wasn't thought to be anything unusual, is kind of the way, but as they started searching the house, then it kind of got more weird to the officers that were just, I guess, responded, because it wasn't instantly FBI or whoever investigates something like that. It was local police.
Right, like really quick.
And then they called someone in. I think it was after they found.
Do you have a theory? Like, do you have a theory of what's going on?
No. I mean,
right.
There's
kind of
stinks. Yeah. So many different things. Who knows? And it's, it's the same with all the others that. And do you trust the coroners anymore, even?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Dude, that's rough. Yeah, that's rough. Because in the case of Gene, he was old enough where, look into it. But it could be natural. He was in his 90s. Now the wife, the timing of them in the same 2 weeks, that's a little sus, right? Because dude, okay, I could see dude, but now this lady, and Asian no less, Asians tend to live longer.
Mm-hmm.
She was taking care of business. She had gone out into town, done whatever, and run some errands and seemed to be pretty active. So that's the wife to me is the most bizarre element of this crime scene or scene. I don't know if it was crime, but the scene.
If I really wanted to go conspiracy, she's Asian descent. And young. So could she have been connected to the sea?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And
well, that's why I was bringing up age. He was older, but so if he's like 90, she's 60, and they married when she was in her 30s. Now that would have meant he was 60. So you have a connection to markets of younger ladies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I see where you're going, Bonnie. I see it. Yeah.
And because it kind of, it's like, what's his name? Mitch McConnell, sister-in-law.
Yeah, his wife is mathing hard. She maths hard for sure.
She what?
You know what I'm saying? She's Chinese as fuck, dude. She maths hard.
She knows math because she's Chinese. Virginia's saying she maths. She's just being silly.
Yeah, she maths hard.
I've got this short clip.
With her sister that supposedly had a wreck at the pond on the ranch, and first responders even said no way possible. Then when the log, they were like no way possible. So I'm still trying to figure that one out, because that one was pretty close to home.
I have a real quick clip with Bill Maher, because I feel like he is slowly moving. He meets up with Kid Rock. Supposedly Kid Rock's going to have him meet up with Trump. I have not seen that meeting. That'll be interesting. But I don't know. He's trying to meet in the middle. I've heard him saying all kinds of things, but this one, I feel like his brain was about to explode I'm kind of confused about it, but it was a fun clip to watch.
I'm not saying you're crazy now, but you went from just a conservative, leaning right to a Trump supporter. Okay, someplace I would never go. And
I mean, the night is young, Bill.
it is not ever going to be that young. And I'm just wondering what you think now. We're approaching 2 months in. I mean, you must have a feeling in your gut. Look me in the eye and tell me you don't. That this is really going badly, and I shouldn't have thrown my lot in with this team.
Oh no, I feel the opposite.
All right.
So proud of.
Bonnie, that's me and you. Bonnie's like, all right, new subject. No, just kidding. She's not Bill Maher, but she'll be like, "Are you sure?" And I'll be, "Yep." I don't know. Anyways, I'm just being silly, but it is funny because I do think that he has changed his opinion a lot, because he used to be really far on the left, and I feel like he's, I don't know, coming around, but he hates Trump. He really hates Trump. Anyways, I'll let it play. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's a turncoat now.
You're cutting out.
My bad.
You're back.
Okay, so the thing where, am I now? Can you hear me now?
You're here. Can you hear me now? I heard you. The
Okay,
whole time.
so the thing with Kid Rock, Bill Maher was at that dinner. There's a Benny Johnson video about it where it's a clip talking about how like Bill Maher was invited to that dinner, and they all sat and had a great time, you know. And Bill Maher, man, he's a comedian from back in the day. He's had his funny moments. He lost the grip for a while, but he did just go hook up with the T, and you know, the thing we were talking about with the golden gun and the piano, whenever Bill Maher was at that evening.
I don't know, man. He is kind of funny though. His reactions and stuff. And he's not. He will have a conversation with you, even if he doesn't agree with you. But I don't know. She's kind of funny. She pretty much is like not hearing him.
Leftist, and I'm still a leftist. I'm just a MAGA leftist now, because
That makes no sense.
I look at what President Trump.
She did kind of break my brain with that one too. She's a MAGA leftist. Like, I'm gonna let her do her thing again. I messed it up, but yeah, that kind of
Trump supporter. Okay, someplace I would never go. And
I mean, the night is young, Bill.
it is not ever going to be that young. And I'm just wondering, this team.
Oh no, I feel the opposite.
All right.
so proud of. I mean, I was never a Republican or a conservative. I was a leftist, and I'm still a leftist. I'm just a MAGA leftist now because
That makes no sense.
I look at what President Trump ran on and the agenda that he's enacting right now. He took a Republican Party that was built on social conservatism, foreign interventions and wars, and free trade and free markets. And he basically took an axe to all of those. During the campaign, he said, look, I mean, he's pretty pro-gay. That's pretty obvious. He appointed the highest-ranking out gay person, Scott Bessent, our Secretary of Treasury, which is incredible. And he sidelined the pro-life wing of his party.
He has
and
changed the
effectively,
party for sure.
Okay, so he believes abortion should be legal for 12 weeks.
But free trade, you
On
mentioned.
foreign intervention, he's anti-war. He's trying to bring
Yes.
it to an end to all of these wars, okay?
By surrendering, but yes.
Okay. And he's not free trade. He does not believe in free trade. He looked at our destroyed manufacturing base. He looked at the downwardly mobile working class. He looked at the fact that working class Americans can no longer afford the American dream. And he looked at why that was, which was there was a handshake agreement between both parties that we should somehow have free trade resulted in shipping 5 million good manufacturing jobs overseas to build up China and Mexico.
And some came here.
No, what they did was they brought in millions and millions of illegal migrants to compete with the jobs that remained here. And what Donald Trump said was, we have to stop selling out the working class. That agenda that he laid out, socially moderate, anti-war, and anti-free trade
And this-
protectionist, that is a leftist
Sam, I
agenda.
will bring you in.
I'm not That's that Diddy call. But yeah, she broke his brain for a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. Who? We lost Virginia. I'm like looking to pull her back in, but she just.
She's
Yeah, no. I work. Oh shit. Okay, you're still here. I thought I kicked you out for a minute. It was the video. Yeah, I wasn't ready for that either. Like I didn't quite understand it, but
We lost Virginia.
yeah, I know. I don't know if it was her internet or she does kind of do the dramatic exit. You never know if it's the internet or she's just done with you for the night because she does kind of do that. She doesn't do the long goodbyes, you know. I kind of admire it. I wish I could do that too, but I can't. Unless it really happens. But sometimes you do just, and that you could have just like cut her out or whatever.
Yeah.
Good night, maybe about.
I was just looking at the
Or Echo. Somebody was going to bed.
Maybe that
I missed it.
battery went dead, or no, the power went off.
I need to go though, Cole. I just realized it's 1 a.m. here in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to soon, but I was looking for something. I had it and then I lost it again. I'm about to find it again, and I'll probably be right behind you. But thanks for hanging out for so long. I went longer than I meant to anyway, and I probably will. It was. We went down so many rabbit holes. I can't believe you guys just came with me. Y'all had just as many. We've all thought about all this before, obviously. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Thank you, Cola. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Virginia. Thanks, everybody in chat. We'll see you on Sunday.
See you, Jen.
Have a good rest of the week.
Good night. I'm just looking. I hate that, like, because we have been going forever, but I totally had something and I can't remember. I know I'm in the right spot now. It was, I swear it was Nancy Grace, I think, talking about Eminem lyrics, which it just doesn't get better than that. But literally, they were good lyrics about Diddy. Now I can't find it. And every time I make a list, every time I go back, it'll be like 2 videos are unavailable or something. I'm always picking the ones that go quick.
Not going yet.
What happened?
Get rid of me.
Who's trying to get rid of you?
Say good night. I was like, not going yet. So that's another reason I can't go live tomorrow night, because I have to be up at 8 o'clock Friday morning. I know me, because it's been so long since I've done live. Well, since Monday, I guess. But still, I'll keep talking and talking. And then I won't be awake. It's like I have to. It's major important.
Right. Well, when you keep talking and hanging out, it's probably, Oh, thank you, Billy. I was going to say that, but I was off in the whole other world over here. All right, I'll show you. This is goofy, but I do find it even though it's her covering it. As much as I don't even deal with, I used to love Eminem, but like not so much anymore. But these lyrics were pretty good after the whole P. Diddy thing happened. He was good at what he did and still is, I'm sure.
Diddy on his last album. His fans immediately found all the Easter eggs in the lyrics. And this once again proves that Eminem is an absolute lyrical genius.
Has anybody heard of Eminem? You may not like some of the words he uses. The man is brilliant. These are lyrics from Eminem. And he says, we can just say, what? I'm like a rapper. R-A-P-E-R. Got so many essays. Wait, he didn't just spell the word rapper and leave out a P, did he? He's clearly calling Combs a rapper.
We can just say, I'm like an R-A-P-E-R. Got so many essays. Wait, he didn't just spell the word rapper and leave out a P, did he? Yep.
Diddy's trial. When does it start?
Whoops. I can't get ahead of it sometimes. It gets carried away from me. She's evil. But yeah, I thought that was pretty good lyrics. He's good at that. That's what I usually need to do is just hit the mute button. But yeah, I even played the Bieber laugh. That's like one of my favorite clips. My daughter showed that to me and she really liked it. And I thought she was dumb for it. But then I watched it and I saw it. It's just funny. He's so innocent. He's just like, oh, I like your laugh. And then he makes fun of her. And it goes viral and everything. But I don't think he ever meant to be like a jerk about it. I think he really meant it because he's just young and in that in between. I just love that video.
Yeah.
But I already played it. And LeBron, I do wonder if him in that maid outfit's a real picture because they always use that one. But I don't know. Oh yeah, they totally pardoned that Hunter Biden fall guy and let him speak, but it was And Kim Kardashian got booed, which was whatever. Why not? It's 40 seconds long. I feel bad for like watching it, but like it's not even that bad. And she doesn't even really realize it is the worst part. Like it would be funnier if she more realized it, but it happened.
Somebody worthy of a moment as such, a special friend and a special lady.
Not to mention Kevin Hart is in all the P. Diddy crap and they just don't care.
Kim Kardashian, come on.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Well, thank you. I know a lot of people make fun of your height. All right. All right.
They totally booed her. It happened. But that's another one of those cases where I'm telling you, the video is, the comments are better than the video. Like, I remember one of the comments was like, they hyped her all up. They hyped her all up on the way to the stage just to boo her. They were all like cheering her on. And as soon as she got up there, they started booing her. And I swear the comments are so much funny. I'm a believer. Man, it's my daughter's fault if I am. If that's what they still call them, the Justin Bieber believers. But yeah, I guess everybody's pretty much. I don't even see any of our usual backstagers around. All right. I mean, I guess we can do that because I'm gonna be up for a while and I'm gonna do other things, but I could still hang out for a bit back here after I shut it down. If anyone wants to jump backstage, I know you have to get up early tomorrow too, Bonnie. I hope I didn't keep you up too late.
No, not tomorrow.
Good. But yes, Link Billy, please. Literally sitting across from the way, but writes it in the thing. Like, you can't just ask me, you gotta type it in the chat. But yes, and if anybody wants to come backstage, we'll hang out for a bit. Oh my God, girl. I didn't mean to stay on so long, but I totally started streaming in my hallway and I had a drink or two to deal with my nerves because I thought I was, it was pretty bad. It was pretty scary. And then you know, here it is hours later. I'm just fine. Good night, man. But all right, man, you know, I always want to stop these at a fun time. Like, I was so close to 444, but I missed it. I wasn't just going to cut people off. It is? That's good.
Yes, good.
I didn't know for sure either, probably, but I didn't know for sure. All right, well, everybody's just about leaving anyways. Good night, you guys. I'll be here next Wednesday, I'm sure, and I'll probably see Bonnie and 10 TV before next Wednesday, I'm sure. I bet in 7 days. But all right, good night, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and go backstage, and there's the link if anyone wants to go backstage. We have 4 spots. Good night, everybody.
Night, y'all.
I should have gave you more time.